Hello and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. I'm Luce, and 4th of July stuff is going on. I'm afraid there's gonna be I'm probably gonna be impossible to. It's probably gonna be impossible to avoid hearing fireworks in the background. But if you're wondering what any random explosions are that don't seem to be part of the story is from, that's probably why. Granted, given the jobs I play, there might be some explosions in-game as well. We'll just have to see. Search for clues. What's this? Fright banana peel? Unusually colored banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking. Oh no, it appears I've dropped my Jitika banana peel. I could barely see the steam issuing from my underground oven. There's nothing doing tasty banana when you use the leaves in your cooking. Well, I guess he's trying to get at something. What fun this is. I see. So we have to cook something that we've never heard of. It possibly something invented specifically for the contest, using entirely clues. What's hilarious is that Bakul Jaja decided he should release a supposedly immortal monster in hopes that would slow us down enough so that he would be able to get a huge advantage in completing the other challenges before we do. But then the next challenge was all must be present before we can actually do this challenge, so we kind of wasted the effort. I must say, he's a very love-to-hate character. Always nice to have those. So much for our plan. We gotta cut our losses and head into Mamuk. This feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think you won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from that house cat before. How difficult could a second time be? Wait, what are you looking at, Salt Liquor? Mind your own business. Oh, by all means, try to kidnap her again. Give me an excuse. This is... Yeah, there's a reason Bakul did absolutely everything in his power to prevent having to fight us. Including just booking it as soon as he realized he no longer had a hostage to keep us from attacking. Is there anything here? This is probably an area for fishing or something, or caldera. Oh no, it's a sinkhole. They even said it would be very difficult to get out of them, so they probably built this so that anyone who falls in can get out more easily. Or maybe that was what it was originally, and they decided to use it for something like storage. I imagine that wouldn't be a bad place to store fish from the nearby water, as long as they're freshwater, I guess. Because rain will keep filling it. Fastidious fellow. The recipe for Zabrok Pubil? I wish I could tell you, friend. A dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we're forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from the leader himself. But your mentioning has given me a fierce craving. I can't believe there's still some Ibruk to be in the market. Alright, so yeah. The good news, at least, is that Bakul's gonna be forced to attack us or one of the others simply because there's no possible way he could have more than 3, there's no possible way he could have more than 3 right now. Oh, right, I should do this on Picto. Just for the XP there. I've been having a lot of fun on PvP as Picto, actually. Hey, Brock, standing at the edge of Canot in the midst of the Jinins forest. The home village is a clearing, open sky for stargazing. The name of the settlement means red rocks, a fierce beast related to the coral, and this bold shade is painted liberally upon the walls of the wooden dwellings. Interesting. Yeah, I'm genuinely surprised. I've been doing a lot more of front lines with Picto, and I've actually been getting more kills than with Machinist, and that's genuinely surprising. I believe genuinely if you want to be ninja if you want to get kills in PvP, but I find Machinist is also pretty good since if you drop their sniper rifle limit break, they can easily get a few tricky kills. But I've gotten a surprising number with Picto, I guess because Picto takes a while to charge up, but when they land hits, they deal a lot of damage. They do have some instant cast stuff, but again, like with PvE, it requires some prep time. Picto is most definitely my favorite, and I cast her right now, and I'm genuinely surprised anything ever surpassed Red Mage for that, because Red Mage is still really fun. But I guess I guess the game's always been pretty good at making each new job feel very satisfying to play, and at the end of the day, that's what matters more than anything. Alright, gotta find some sort of clue or hidden piece. I can't go inside here, right? No. These doors all seem to be sealed shut, so the secret is not to go into one of these buildings. But it has to be in this area. This game is not particularly difficult for locating stuff in quests. Even the handful of quests that say you'll not be given map markers for this one, you'll have to use the quest dialogue only. And to be fair, there are a handful of pretty neat ones that do that, but I don't find them pretty difficult myself. Was it in here this whole time and I just missed it? No, it's not. And I'm hoping to get as far as I can tonight, because not only is this the last bit of time off I actually have in order to play this, in order to do the no-life playing of this like I've been doing lately, it's, well, between chores and stuff, because I still have to take care of the house and all that, but it does, the spoilers are starting to go up here. I already had something spoiled, but luckily most are reasonable and just say Dawntrail final boss theme with a generic thumbnail, usually just official splash art, so they're not interrupting anything. Maybe it's in here? Hey buddies, Brother in a box caught something big. Not surprised, they're the best of us after all. Now, where could it be? Wherever could it be? Huh. Wait, I just realized this is a ballista of some sort, isn't it? Now, I wonder why that's here. I wonder if maybe we'll have a quest to use it for hunting or something. That'd be neat. Still, the stuff, it is nice having such a much more low stakes. Like, I think I mentioned, Endwalker was the first time where if the players fail, there is no trying again. It's all over. Like, if, I guess I'm gonna have to spoil all of it, but I guess we should be ready here. Ah, here it is. Like, if we failed in Realm Reborn, Garlean would have taken over Ursia, which would suck, but something that could be dealt with later. Heaven's Ward, they even directly discuss this. If the Heaven's Ward, the players didn't intervene and the Dragons won Heaven's Ward, then, Ishgard would be destroyed. It'd suck, and Garleans would probably try and build a new base there, but not something we can't fix later. Stormblood, the players were actually on the offensive, so we got to fight. So worst case scenario, we lose and the status quo remains. And of course, Shadowbringers was basically a world that had already ended, so if worst case scenario, it's already over. I know. Or we fail, we just don't bring it back. Nothing changes. But Endwalker was a lot different. So here, let's see, number of spices, some of them here, nestled in the basket. That's one I called Shiode. We mostly use to add a bit of color to, well, our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. Ah, I think I know what I want then. Excellent. I might have to exchange my drink, but I did bring a fresh one, so hopefully that won't be necessary. I should probably have my Morpho Butterfly minion out, since that one's significantly rarer than Finding Way. Sorry, I'm back. What do we discover? There's a Bekprabil. True to prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us, directly. However, many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish, and observation techniques yielded clues enough. A lady blending local herbs and spices was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying the relation. One in particular she attributed to all of them, Akio, described it. I see. Then if it's a dish as ubiquitous as Alphino claims, we have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I observed a cook bearing bundles wrapped in leaf, najul, or banana. In certain localities, 'twould seem that the use of the subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles then, don't you? Ibrook, bipedal fish. Ibrook, without a doubt. As would be expected of a dish called Zibrook Bill, indeed. To summarize, this dish is one of Ibrook, flavored in combination with spices that include akiote, steamed underground with najul or banana leaves. Given our assumptions are correct, we must learn where and how to procure these ingredients. As a staple cuisine, the ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Thancred and I scouted the forest while you were exploring the village. Darn, they're way ahead of things here. They're way ahead of us here. Between the local vegetation and Wilder Brook, we should have everything we need in regards to the meat and spices. Leave it to a master gleaner. With that, we should divvy up our next tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready in the kitchen. I shall help prepare the kitchen. Well, like, aw, I guess she beat me to the punch. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtless require firewood and have experience in its gathering. Oh man, he's really gone all in on that. I too should be glad to volunteer mine aid. Then the rest of us shall gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spices and herbs myself. I'll be happy to lead someone to suitable Ibrook if they perform the requisite deed, Alize. As for the najul leaves, I'm capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find in these parts. They only grow in the Jitika Hotland, the forest far below these. Such an excursion may be time-consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. The feat encourages our communication with the locals, after all. Lamai Koda, would you accompany me? Oh yeah, they didn't say we were disallowed from, No better way to whet my appetite. Good, let's be about our tasks then. We could go out and gather, in which case I would test resourcefulness, or we could simply go with the people. We could just buy some here, so they probably have it. Almaty had no specific task assigned to her, so I had her accompany me. No more, no less. That's oddly specific, considering I didn't ask you about that. Come on, let's go and get those najul leaves. Sooner we do, sooner we can eat. Isn't that a mood? Spiced Ibrook and najul leaves sounds like a winning combination to me. History of violence. Let's see if there are najul leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Uriel and Jay mentioned can be persuaded to lend us a few. Builder of the realm, Mr. Bigwig. Dang. Oh, Caesar salad. That does remind me. Someone was linking around a date, one of those date-related memes. Apparently, suppose Google claims that in 1924, the Caesar salad was invented. Now, obviously, this is the internet, so take it with some salt, but kind of amusing if true. That would make it about 100 years old now. But again, take it with salt. We, don't know for sure. The earth here is indeed fashioned into an oven of sorts. Fascinating. Underground oven. It must be the cook Yorianje told us about. That's an interesting way to cook things. Oh, hello again. Did you need something? We're here to see if we could procure some of these bananas and their peels. Najul leaves, purposes other than naturally. Unfortunately, I've used up my last. You'll have to travel the lower forest for more. Golmaji Grove is a source of the finest ones you can find. Wild variants you sometimes see the markets can't compare. I see. I'd hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but there's no other way to obtain it. Then to the Heartlands we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. And here I thought this was lead us to our next grind spot. Traveling there does take you through Tinbuck Traverse, but has caved in due to recent storm, I suspect. But what? That means we can't get the najul leaves. Oh, but we can, can't we? If there's no other way of procuring them, you would have suspended this feat, or at least altered its objective. Perhaps. Alright, you can't confirm or deny that, because that would be admitting that's an ingredient. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but overheard your conversation. I felt compelled to chime in. Oh, that's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice to share? Only to undertake the feat of our pass with an empty stomach. You may find it to be delicious, but daunting dish to finish. I can't wait. Ah, so it's going to be a portal to the meat dimension. I'll have to keep that in mind. Yes. Still, if there's no leaves here, we can't travel for more. How are we supposed to gather all the ingredients? These feats are meant to deepen understanding of the people and the cultures of Tuliolol. Perhaps there's something about it we've yet to learn, something of significance other than the recipe or ingredients. And you can tell the guy there is just smirking his ass off, knowing or figuring things out. Oh, I see. Like, who's the first to make it? It's history. If it's the history you're interested in, you should start with the old war. Between the Zabral and Mamulja, correct? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. To know the end of the bloodshed is to know this dish. Huh. What does that have to do with bloodshed? Oh, it might be a dish using both of their ingredients. Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing though such a detour may seem, I can think no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the settlement ruined by war, the village of Ilion-Nassau. It lies a short distance to the east. The village... Alright, understood. Thanks for your help. Come, let us go see this place. I was told not to talk about it. This is for people and the important developments therein are another matter. I guess that would make sense, especially given we have good reason to believe it was intention. The whole point of this is to learn about the history here and why it's important. I think Kana is starting to get why we're doing this as well. He didn't care about the past because he only looks to the future. And while it is good to consider how to make things better for how to improve things, it's also important to understand how we get here. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it and all that. Everyone knows the war between these two, but I may have forgotten some details. The village must be further east. Let's continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be hot on our heels. Honestly, I think any team with Bakul is kind of ruined. Imagine, and the actual final boss of the expansion is probably gonna be a big deal, but like I said, with this being a lighthearted, just helping a village out of a famine, stopping a supposedly immortal monster, these all feel like standard everyday stuff given how much our character has achieved at this point in the story. Like I said, I wouldn't mind if the final boss was just, Thancred and Urion J and their crew and all that. Not a fight to the death and all that, just, well, we knew this would happen eventually, let's have fun. This place feels forgotten by time. Notice how it's all still painted red. So this is the village of Ilion-Nassau, or rather what's left of it. This was a piece of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. Oh. Wokavoo, I didn't know you were in Yaktel. I was picking up lumber from McBrock's when I heard the third promise was on our way to the site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, so I followed you here. Wukuvu is a shipwright that came to our aid during the Feat of Reeds. A pleasure. You remember the third promise's retinue? For a moment, I suppose I am. My name's Kana. Pleased to make your acquaintance. He doesn't recognize him. Kana, that's a good name. A familiar name. Where have I heard? I know. He took him a while to realize it. As in the second promise? Ah, I think I just the Dawn servant, Sohn's son as I'm coming retainer. Please hook up your gun and... Oh, come on, not this again. I take no offense. Do not dwell on it. Okay, then I shan't dwell on it. Right on cue. At least he's consistent. I understand you wish to learn about the book Pibil. While I'm forbidden to divulge information regarding its preparation, I'd be happy to share you what I know of the history. We'd appreciate that. In the most basic sense, the conflict between Zabral and Mamulja was one of the land. The Mamulja live in the lower forest, where thick canopy obscures the... so I was right. This dish is made with a mix of food from both of their recipes to represent how they've gotten over the war and have come together. Yeah. This drove them to covet the upper forest, and they launched a determined campaign. Yet advantage favors the higher ground, and Zabral held the upper hand, rebuffing them time and time again. But the state of the village, as was a test, the tide eventually turned. What brought that about? Something you all knew well. Know about all too well. Blessed siblings. You must understand, the Mulja once a people at war with as much at war with themselves as they were others. The Habago, Buniwa, and Dopro each sought to assert dominance, and even as they engaged the Zabral. In an effort to strengthen bonds, Hubigo and Buniwa leaders arranged a marriage. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long held that partners of differing clans could never have children together, but then it happened. A child arrived with the blood of both. A two-headed Mamulja. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magic power, he grew into a mighty warrior before arising as the first autarch, the ruler of all three clans. Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the autarch's rule, the newly united Mamulja became a force to be feared, and war soon came to head. So the reason that... so it wasn't just the high ground that gave the upper lands the upper hand, it's also the fact that the... It's also the fact that the clans were at war with each other and couldn't possibly work together when they needed to. I think you best see the results firsthand. Let's visit another battlefield where I shall continue the tale. The Departed. Fate joined. Pass. There we are. I need to do fates in all these areas to unlock the riding maps because, long story short, it increases your mount speed by a very significant amount, and that I just can't tell you how convenient that is. Not entirely necessary, mind you, especially since it's debatable how much you need to actually explore these areas after you've already completed them, especially if you're not a fan of things like hunts, or you don't want to bother grinding reputation. But nonetheless, it does help if you buy the 12. What happened here? Oh wow, that was very powerful. Everywhere and Nowhere. That's the name of the song.
This is where most battles were fought between the Shabral and Mamulja. The Shobrit Cinder Field.
A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been.
The war over these lands began after the Yokui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, The two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter.
Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago.
Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Armanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
The echo's giving me a warning, or history rather. Or rather, it's making me more sensitive to the records of time that were here.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours! If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace!
Sounds like it's time for the dad to go. Oh, I don't care who started it because I'm ending it.
Buff your tails and scurry off, then! Cowards like you ill-deserve the bounty of this forest.
Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us. Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end?
That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural.
Yeah, the fact someone from across the ocean's here is proof. And the fact he knew before he even arrived.
If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then?
Yeah, a big reason the Garlean Empire was so successful in their conquest was largely because they had such good technology on their side.
You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Belu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, We only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Well, that's the thing. If you're keeping up a war just because, well, we've already lost so many people to it, they were basically just warring for war's sake. At that point.
Ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
So, who over there was tied to this situation? I guess the
And
fact that...
so began that legendary banquet.
Yeah, the fact Keterum keeps being said he's mysteriously disappeared and that neither side knows what happens to him. Yeah, the tropes are clear.
One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue.
Nothing brings people together like a party.
But then, the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chabral steamed najul.
So yeah.
Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more,
Dang, talk about a charisma 10 plus.
their
Well, probably
flavors, he
next
said,
everything.
would be even better combined. And he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
So I did
That's
guess it right.
Seabrook Bill, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chabral and Mamulja.
Oh yeah, I got it.
cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawn servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast.
Oh dang, that's one long party.
In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Indeed, there are many kinds of knowledge.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Seabrook Bibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us. What's wrong?
There's, yeah, God, we're just not just blowing off as it's nothing. No.
Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
Oh, I get it. That's actually clever. Given to the food theme. Yeah, just mentioning, even if I thought I saw someone there, even if there isn't. Oh, there's just the player the whole time. And for the record, for the record, while I am happy that I could guess the trope here, I can understand why some might find it predictable, but honestly, while I do get why people like to be surprised, I also don't like when a surprise exists purely for making the player surprised. Like, Danganronpa V3 is my favorite of the Danganronpa games, but that's largely because of the interesting things it does with the gameplay, which I know that probably sounds insane because that's a VN. The gameplay is supposed to be secondary, but I really do think the gameplay... mini-games are fun, genuinely the most fun in that one. But, for many people, it's the least favorite, and I can get why, because the writer is one of those writers... Actually, I'd probably use one that I'm sure more people... anyone watching my stuff will probably recognize, Fate. The Fate franchise and Type Moon in general love to make sure that the surprise something no one can ever keep coming, to the point that they will rewrite an entire story just because they want to make sure that a player can't possibly guess the big twist. For some, this can be interesting. It's why wait, that woman was actually King Arthur. And they don't just drop it as a simple thing. They do, in fact, Fate Stay Night does, in fact, explore what those implications and actual meanings would actually mean for Arthur. Or they didn't just kind of make it up to waifu the character. I mean, there's plenty where they did, in fact, do that, but she's not one of them. However, sometimes they just kind of have just to think completely out of nowhere. Like, when Vincent van Gogh was introduced, the fact it was a female character, thought, ooh, maybe it's actually Van Gogh's sister, who suffered from a lot of the same mental anguish that he did in life. That would have been cool. But no, it turned out to be a completely unrelated Greek nymph named Clytie, who is associated with sunflowers. So, yeah, that twist was clearly there just to have a twist no one could have reasonably guessed under any circumstances. I know our father was instrumental to this dish's invention. I hope I've been of sufficient service to the third promise. Papa really did live up to his words. He traveled the land and learned about the people in the myriad cultures, and we're doing the same now. What was I getting at? Oh, yeah. So basically, I'd rather a twist that has actually been built towards, even if it means I can guess it because it was reasonable within here, rather than how the hell would anyone possibly have gotten that just because the writer wanted to get a gotcha moment. And I actually think George R.R. Martin has also written about that, complaining that making a twist that no one can guess because too many people were on the right track is basically rewriting a story, a 7-book story, like 4 books in, and thus making the rest not make any sense. Now, I do allow some sort of leeway, because like a live service game, they can only do so much at a time, and a comic series, I get, is going to have some writing decision changes through, but changing it purely for the purposes of making sure nobody could possibly get it. Yeah. I guess I'm not sure if I'm good at articulating my points. I'm told usually people can get where I'm going, even though I never really articulate my points well, and I guess this is kind of... So I hope you can get where I'm getting with this, where it's a twist just to get a gotcha moment at the cost of making it completely out of left field. And for the record, I'm not saying any of these were completely random. Like, there was a lot of the twists even though the twists I brought up from Danganronpa V3 to the Fate stuff, all those do make sense within the context of explaining it after, but it's still one of those things where there is absolutely no reasonable way you could have been on the right track until then. And I get that's intentional to make sure nobody could have possibly guessed it, but it's still... Well, hopefully you get my point. Like I said, there's no way I can articulate it right. There's a reason I don't do YouTube analysis stuff, or if I did, I'd have to do a lot more research and actually, script it. Everything here is off the cuff. Okafu's given us valuable insight into the origins here. However, we're no closer to procuring the necessary leaves unless... Tell me, was the store commemorated? A monument? Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. Ah, right. Yeah, like I wouldn't have guessed... I didn't guess that there might be a monument, but it would I could have reasonably guessed that. Oh, dang, more of these pits. Meanwhile, that's a lot different from Female Van Gogh, and that's clearly a Greek nymph that has no connection other than just sunflowers. Which is just, you know, one of many paintings Van Gogh did. It's only speculation, but I dared hope. What does Koana want with this monument? Guess we'll find out. Alright, here it is. Offered up by two factions, these weapons symbolize the vow that they would never again raise arms to each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, it's only logical a monument like this might steer us true, especially one at the heart of such a significant battlefield. You two, would you help me search the area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. A sure thing. Time for perception checks. Look here, the soil's been recently overturned. Oh, I guess she got a natural 20, so we didn't even need to roll. Ooh, someone buried a box. Huh, let's see here. Well now, I would have been satisfied to only find a hint, but here we are, fresh leaves. How Maruk's doing, I'd wager. There's poetry in hiding them in this battlefield, given this was central to the way the war helped end. To the war they helped end. Ah, so he planned all this from the start. There's probably other boxes hidden around here for the other team as well. Oh no, he said only the one team will be getting them. Thank you, Wukubu. We wouldn't have found these without your help. It was my honor to render assistance, and with apologies to present company, allow me to offer encouragement as well as their promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance, I've been certain you are the Clement and most worthy of leading. Apologies to present. Oh yeah. All devised solutions to Hanuham's failing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive the Iana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people and who they hold dear. Oh, that's pretty painful for him to hear right there. Should you again require historical, I'm ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. Then again, I guess by him saying it right to Kana's face, he did learn an important lesson of there's more to this than just completing it rules as written. Because remember, he created a miracle potion that instantly cured it, and the other one, and the first promise got a golden alpaca that was considered mythical, but only Wuk-Mat took the time to actually learn about each village and stuff. Huh. I cannot argue with that. Well, we have what we need. Let's return. Hey, what matters is you learned something important here. I can understand why you'd think a tradition would be unnecessary to the overall situation going on here, but what he didn't realize was the tradition was actually steeped in something important. Oh, I forgot to activate the, whoops. Yeah, it was, yeah, don't forget, like I did. Reaper loses 10% of its overall damage if you don't activate that. If you don't activate the debuff. Ah, wonderful. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Looks like those still have good eyesight if I can be that close and it won't attack me. Okay, I guess they heard me and they got pissed off. I should actually probably unlock this last area at the very least. Alright, here we are. Huh. Interesting. A wagon in the middle of nowhere. Still, I'm glad I got unlocked that on the map. Part of me wonders if I should start looking for these, but nah. I'll just do it on my own later. If I have something to shoot the breeze with, then maybe I might even do it on stream, but we'll see. As I said, there's no rush to doing this. It's the story I need to doing most things. It's just the story I need to do before the spoilers all show up. That's person's on the, flying Nimbus. No, Cumulus. Cumulus. Different cloud type. Very different from the Nimbus, not Dragon Ball reference, or rather not Journey to the West reference, since that's what they all reference. You have to wonder whether Wukavu is a historian and not a shipwright. Sure feels that way. Let me grab a sip of my drink real quick before we go in here again. Ah. Good stuff. Got a soda tonight. Glad we're successful. The others should be back soon. The others should be back soon, I guess. I hope so. I'm famished. Shouldn't be a fight here, but we never know. Alright, how did everyone fare? We got the Najul leaves. Wukivu came along and helped us find them. Wukivu is here. Oh, I would have very much liked to have said hello. Yes, he gave us a very important history lesson. So, what happened was, back when these clans were at war... The Galul Jaja brought an end to centuries of warfare. That Galul Jaja brought to end a century of warfare surprised me little, but to see it through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old man to find the oddest of solutions, but how are the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Yorion J and I took another tour, borrowing the cooking utensils we need. No mention of what we needed them for, of course. I am pleased to report we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest has to offer. Spoken like a true expert. Aaronville and I found our brook, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature, so much the hunter fell down a canoe trying to catch it. What part I've never speak this to anyone? Did you not understand? I love dialogue like this. It really does help. That's something I do like about this game. The general dialogue between the NPCs really does help it feel like these are actual people who are doing their own thing when you're not around, you know? I picked a good potion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield akiote. I'm told our respected astrologian divined the appropriate measurements seasoning as well. Through further inquiry, I did determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts. I can only claim profound skill, but I have cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. And you, I hope. I recall you are an accomplished culinarian. Of course. Ooh, my mouth's watering already. Yeah, with crafting jobs, you usually pick you either raise all of them or none of them in most cases. Culinarian's a bit of a special case, though. Without further delay, then. I just raised Culinarian specifically for the purposes of tribal reputation quests that take crafting jobs. Alright. So how are the other guys doing? Ooh.
Oh, it smells so good.
I'd hope so. My character has Culinarian at 90, so theoretically I should be He extremely skilled at it.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
Hey, buddies, how you going?
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
Be quiet, Buckle Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Sometimes that's just the best way to go about it.
Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
No one can't help but wonder, since everything we've learned about the two-headed ones show they're basically supposed to be special from the start, is this like a Vothri situation? Where he was just told he was special all his life, and thus was unprepared when things actually started going to shit.
It's ready.
Alright, time for Hell's Kitchen, Eorzea edition. Well, no, Tuliolol edition.
Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing!
The
Yes.
dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then.
Now let's have this taste test. It feels like they've had a lot. Wow, it does feel like they've had a lot more. Because that was absolutely not stock
Taste,
rigs.
texture, and aroma. You have recreated Shibruk Bibil
Yes! Ha!
admirably.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, usually a lot of cutscenes. You might have even noticed it during the story so far, but a lot of poses, emotes, and stuff are reused in the rigs. But ever since the end of Shadowbringers and early Endwalker, they've been making entirely new, unique poses and stuff for cutscenes. At one point, they even have your character. Like, at one point, they even have your character pour themselves a drink, which is genuinely surprising. So,
Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter.
so it's a bit of a technical. It's nice that they've been pushing the technical limits of the game itself to make much more engaging cutscenes like this.
But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoktel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you. All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
Those look pretty good too. Yeah, he just got a bit caught up in ours.
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated and spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Yeah, we said which one
Oh.
tastes better.
And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
Oh, right.
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves. You can't fault us.
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Alright, the banana peels were used specifically to cook the meat in them, and that affects the flavor, and probably scent as well. And so since they just cooked it like any other meat, it was missing a part of it.
Ugh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Let's find out. Let's find out. Why
Your
don't you take
dish
a taste?
lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory.
This was stupid anyway.
What's he staring at? Oh, what's she staring at him for? Oh, because the echo's telling her.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
Right, she has the echo just like we are, so she can see what's going on to it.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
And this, unfortunately, seems by design that is intentional. At the moment, Koana actually has the advantage since we still lost one of our stones to him.
It's delicious! The brook is so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the Najul leaf rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
I mean, yeah, just have a taste.
Choke on your harmony.
Well, I mean, that's why you take it slow when eating, specifically so you don't choke. I mean, that's just
Come,
standard.
Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
I don't think that's gonna be
Don't
difficult.
have to tell me twice. Ah, that was bliss. You've got real culinary talent. If you ever tire of adventuring, you can always be my personal chef.
We got a few offers like that. I'm definitely gonna have to consider it. Gotta do something once all the
It
death
was
they're reaping
palatable
is done.
enough, I suppose. To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Only
mean-
1 feet left.
Yeah, exactly. We're all on the same page. We still have to fight. But cool to get ours back, but that shouldn't be too difficult because at the end of the day, yeah, I still think the random golden
Well,
parts of
I
these are
should
going to be
get going
relevant.
then.
I'll have to see. For better or for worse, Koana is definitely the closest right now because he's only missing 1. We're missing 2 because we lost it, and well, we could get it back if Bakul chooses to go after Koana, I imagine, instead of us. Then
I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
You can tell Thancred and Uranjay are doing a lot to help him. And it's because of those two that I think if Bakul were to attempt to steal from him instead, he'd be in
The
good
6th
shape.
Keystone
So.
is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important. Was there any Shibruk people left? I could really use another helping.
It does sound genuinely delicious. I'm sure you could make a reasonable facsimile, you just have to figure out what the animal hunted for. I'm relieved our dish was well received. We need to start considering how to reclaim the keystone from Bakul. Old Jaja. Depriving the first promise of a keystone was a crucial victory needed. Our final feat remains, and this one I hardly know what to expect. That was so good, I'm looking forward to having it again. Here, Coda. Kryle made these leftover ingredients, you'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now the feat's over, the villagers should be free to offer it to us, right? Ooh, it looks delicious. A traditional dish by marinating the meat of a who can spice it before wrapping it in a banana leaf and streaming in the earth oven. Historically, it symbolizes the peace. New wares are now available. Feet of brotherhood, here we come. A father's grief. The next awaits self, and I would have you on the road as soon as possible. Seeing as how we now face the penultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamuk and undertake the feat of brotherhood without delay. Wise but impossible. The Tinbek Traverse, which connects the upper forest, is still impassable. There's no other route. I'm afraid not. The work to clear the path is underway. I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. Let's each use the time as we see fit. I, for one, would like to explore the village's surrounds if Erenville would oblige me with a tour. Very well, I have no other engagements. I'll come with you, if only to prove I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in the delay, it does afford me an opportunity to look into my grandfather's purported visit to Yachtel. Oh, that's right, Mablu did say something about a foreign mage coming decades back, didn't she? I'll go with you. Will you join us, Coda? Yeah, that sounds like the more interesting thing to be part of. Let's reconvene here after respective diversions. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at a market some 20 years ago, and you might reliably remember him must be at least middle-aged. Let's make inquiries where we can. Nighttime. Here we are. I should grab a sip before going too much further. I hope someone here knows something. This probably looks promising, definitely older than I am. Alright, I'll grab a sip of my drink real quick, hold on. Alrighty. Grizzled villager. A foreign mage 20 years ago? Yes, I remember. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone traveling with infants. Baby girls, I recall. I saw him passing mind. Anyone who'd like to know more, I'd wager it'd be Hamuruk. He was already the Rax then. Baby girl, it couldn't have been. Thank you, this is very helpful. Oh, is it herself or her mother? No, it can't be her mother because that would mean she'd have to be practically newly born. That could be herself, since the ages would match up. This may be the lead I was hoping for. So, Hama's been for Zabrak's rocks for over 20 years. This is before I was even born. Hello again. Do you require assistance? A foreign mage passed through this town roughly 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you happen to remember him? Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he is family nonetheless. A foreign mage did indeed visit, Master Galuf. That's him. So far as far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied? More than that, however, I'm afraid I cannot say. Oh, why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. This means he has made an agreement not to give details out. Very well, not pressed. Thank you for confirming his presence. The rest I shall discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I do have another question, though. They say the Yokoi once dwelled in these forests. Where was that exactly? Oh, general curiosity indeed. But yes, they withdrew to the Urukapaka some 5 centuries ago. Before they withdrew to Urukapaka some 5 centuries ago, the Yokoi claimed Yaktel as their own. Many of the architectural remains can be found in the lower forest, the Jatika heartland. Then that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you, that answers that much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that, though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the third promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answer to your question. Okay, so yeah, basically everyone knows the truth except us. That's mildly frustrating, but they're explicitly under orders to conceal it, which means there's something going on here. Speaking of which, I have a query of you for my own. May I request a moment of your company? Sure. Go on, we'll wait for you. I'm not worried about it. Frankly, I'd welcome someone that being confident enough to try and trick me like Bakul did. They just know I need all I need is an excuse. Thank you for obliging me. First, let's head to the canote behind this village. Yeah. It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mr. Kral's plea has softened my resolve. As leader of our community, I'm glad to see the third promise to surround herself with compassionate and trustworthy companions. Oh, I thank you. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? I wouldn't say she's ready to rule quite yet, but it seems like she's been changed quite a bit by it. Ah, is that so? It seems like the right's been a great source of learning and growth for Woklamat. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born among the Zabral. When she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when I first held her, and the pain when I found her at the bottom of the canote. 3 years old, an accident, it was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure has been seen fleeing towards these heartlands, towards Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the two of us, our tribes, learned to live in peace, but who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child who would one day lead her people, criminals sought to undermine the future. I was determined not to let them succeed, and so I let the memory of my daughter die in the canote, and gave her the care of the one person I knew who could protect her. Wait, so Dawn serving Galul. So she's actually his daughter this whole time. Though she was born to lead the Zabral, fate had a greater plan for Woklamat. Only the Dawn servant and I know the truth, but I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If a villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then Rancor towards the Zabral will still burn. I was caught off guard once and will not suffer the same tragedy again. So I ask you, do not as Dawn servant's elector, but not as a Dawn servant elect, but as a father, to watch over the third promise, defend her from enemies that may be lurking. Will you do this for me? The person lurking in that shadows before clearly wasn't a Mamulja, but yeah. We need to be a more alert bodyguard than ever. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Will you hear my question answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliolol, but a concerned father. Suffice it to say, this conversation must remain. Pray breathe not a word of this to anyone. Shouldn't be too hard. Does... I'm sure one day she'll learn the truth. Oh, excuse me? Taking a stand. Expression one of old pain. Recalling memories has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself. Please, do not keep the third promise waiting. Oops. There's really a lot of fireworks out tonight. I apologize for anyone's listening in, but there's nothing I could do. It's 4th of July. Fireworks are gonna happen. Probably some that are also not legal. Oh dear, everything's gone to shit. Finished speaking, have you? Upon speaking several cutscenes, recommend you put aside sufficient time to view these entirely. Let me take a quick bathroom break and go into this, because this is going to be a long while. Alrighty, let's hope this doesn't pull a fate and bring a plot twist that prioritizes surprising the player over making a coherent story. You're back. So what do you want? Mostly just wanted to talk about a few things, but don't worry. I'm afraid I can't speak. Oh, that's so cheeky. I love it. You know, I should have just done that instead. That's alright, you don't have to say. More importantly, it still isn't clear yet. Something about even more rocks? Though I think an opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing has worn me out. Alrighty, sounds good to me. A nap does sound tempting. A cat nap? You know what? Being a fellow cat, I think I would definitely go for that. A moment, promise. You're one of the cool Jajas. What do you want? Yeah, I'm not leaving her alone this time. I came to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but I know it would be most unwise. And why is that? I'm sure your assaulted friend has an idea. What do you think? Did you capture one of our teammates in the 2 seconds they were just gone? And they say house cats don't come uncalled. Follow me, promise. Just remember, you have a Reaper. She's got a Reaper shadow, Reaper bodyguard as her shadow. What?
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking us?
We all know this is a trick. This is a trap to ambush us, so... Oh, hurry up and spring it so I can kill you all and be done with it. That's odd. Why would you kidnap the leader?
Oh, Morok!
Why'd you kidnap the leader? You know they're not gonna support you if you do that.
Jaja, you snake! If you want my Keystones so badly, you'll deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here.
Yeah, I think our character has put two and two
Take a
together.
good look at him. Go on, look. Surely you recognize your
Hey,
real
Ellie, welcome.
father.
Sometimes I wonder if you want me to use the candy beam on you.
Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted Sellsworth. He heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
The candy beam.
Is it true? Is Homoruk my...
That's what they all say, Ellie. That's what they all say. And these guys came prepared, but...
Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those Keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me. If that adventurer attempts to interfere,
I love how Bakul is so scared he pisses his pants at the idea of having to fight us. He knows damn well that if we have the excuse, he can never win.
I'll kill the old man myself!
You don't have to agree this. It might be difficult to save him, but I should be able to cut down all of them without any issue.
You despicable, heartless fiend! Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages! Come on then! You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight!
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to sit that game out. I've already got way too many of the gone through too many games like that. I need to reduce them, not increase
Guard
them.
our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue.
Of course, he only said that I can't fight Bakul, not that I can't fight his minions. Of course, this would be easier if I was ninja.
By the by, house cat. They've been instructed to put down Papa Dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
Phase.
Don't worry.
I'm not in the mood for this right now, Ellie.
To the likes of him. Well, what are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right.
She knows that by provoking him, he won't think rationally, and that causes problems. Don't worry, the scary adventurer won't try anything funny.
Foreign scum! Who are you to mock me? I'll kill you all! Look away, son. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds.
I love our smug-ass pose right there.
Hey, eyes on me. The house cat, remember?
It's
I'll
hard.
say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people.
Really? How could you lose as a warrior? They're a green tank. This battle you'll play as Wuklamot. Through skillful combat, she'll gain the resolve she needs to unlock powerful limit breaks. Not only do these deal good damage, they recover HP. Use them early and often if you want to emerge victorious. From what I'm hearing, warriors are just as overpowered in this expansion as they were in Endwalker, so that's gonna be fun. Let's see here. Succession. Are not ready, we'll start again. This is the single target combo, and this is the AoE combo, I think. Stores amount increased. Rush. Target endeavors attack. Attack, increase enmity.
Come, you mangy house cat, so I can rip you to pieces. I'll cut you to shreds.
Ha! Aren't you predictable? Role-playing experiences like you someone else. Strength from her resolve.
Magic should be more than enough for Miss Needance.
I can't attack these.
I'll make you eat dirt.
Ah, I see what that does. Okay. This might be a little tricky.
No more tricks, Bakul Chaja. We're settling this here and now.
That put me lower than I was expecting.
Part of the brave warrior.
I just need to keep my health up.
It's no longer using me, brother.
This rite has taught me so much. About my nation, my people, and myself.
Magic standard. Which one do I want to be in? Exactly. Ow.
Keep up.
Well, this is not good, is it?
How do you like this?
Shadow siblings. Single and
Here, kitty.
I just barely missed it. Excellent. Single target gives me a heal, so I need to spam it. As I said, warriors are green tanks or blue healers. I think this... so those are circles. Alright, then yeah, I got it.
I finally understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
Irritating pest!
Sucks having no mitigation, though.
It's time we finish that, This is the end for you, kitten.
I know what this means. Okay, I have to go with these in order then. Magic standard.
Know your place.
Oh crap. Ah crap. Oh, that bleed is really painful.
Not enough to claim the title of Dawn Servant. I must carry on Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
Be an upstart. Why won't you die?
That's painful. I was gonna ask what? Either giving me an A when there's only one enemy, but I know it's gonna happen.
I'll show you the true power of the blessed.
Ready.
I will be the next Dawn Servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last.
Might and magic.
That's when there's no way I'll ever lose to the light of you.
Yeah, he's gonna get pissed off and bring his allies in, at which point we'll be allowed to step in.
But that was everything I had.
Oh, guess it wasn't enough then. Isn't that suck for you?
Can't stand it anymore. Attack!
I knew it.
This is our fight. Stay out of it. You bring shame upon us. You think we care about your stupid pride? This is for Mamuk! We cannot lose!
Yeah, I'm thinking this is a Vothri situation here.
Oh, the great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see. Send your whole army. Still won't leave.
Ha!
I will prove that my allies are right to believe in me.
Such confidence! She wasn't like this before!
Oh, he's weakened, so he's taking less unleash her potential. Time to finish it. I love these roleplay fights. Oh, that feels good. I told you, warriors are just OP this expansion. I do believe that's mine, thank you. He never had a chance. He only ever had 3, even now that it's almost over.
I reclaim what you stole.
No. How can this be? How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks. Threatening the Hanu Hanu, releasing Valley Armanda, harassing me is one thing. but you've endangered too many innocents.
Yeah, he spent all this time being Dick Dastardly and trying to screw everyone over. Dicking them around, if you will, over actually, you know, doing the challenges. There's no question he could have excelled if he had bothered, but he didn't. That's the problem.
No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
We're gonna get an echo vision of his past, aren't we?
No. No.
Wait, a bunch of pots? Oh man. He must have the same problem Link from Zelda does. Pots just drive him insane.
He goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised after he
The only
said.
part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your Keystones.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over.
Oh, well, good for him to realize when he's beat.
We'll release the hostage.
That would be appreciated, thank you. Let's at least make sure he's okay. It'd be terrible if we went through all that for nothing.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you alright? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me.
Yeah.
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
There's a lot to unpack.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Kulul Jaja's daughter, and Tulihyolal's next Dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
Man, I got close a couple times. I don't actually play Warrior that much. As I mentioned, Dark Knight is my tank of choice, followed a bit by Gunbreaker. The twins ran me from one end of the horizon to the other, asking me about everything and remotely interested along the way. Whereas whether doesn't a promise look, she's positively glowing with polish. What? Confidence. I wonder what happened. Doesn't look happen while we away. There's something there's an aura of satisfaction about you. Anvil's tour was both educational and exciting. I hope we can persuade him to conduct it in the lower forests. Seems we were last return. I'm glad everyone made it safely. Thank you for having faith in me. Keeping out of the fight when it got dirty couldn't have been easy, but Bakul wouldn't be the last person to threaten those I care about. I want to prove myself that I can stand up to such villains, even when I stand alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for your help, of course. I know better than that now. Yeah, Bakul has no chance anymore. Earlier in the second promises camp. Even if he were trying to ambush the others, he knows damn well he has no chance. In fact, I'm pretty sure the only reason he went after Woklamot in general is because he thought she was the weakest.
The passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover.
I figured Bakul was behind it when it said there's now even more rubble.
Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Bibil?
So thou hast taken a liking to the dish. As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tuli Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I failed to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
Hey, that he's acknowledged this as a major flaw in his ideology is a good sign in of itself.
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us? And we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant. You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time, they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self so much.
Into the Traverse. Oh, I should have spoken to the others first. Oops. What's the state of the Turbanek Traverse? Still being cleared, I assume. Hunmu said he'd notify you as soon as the work's done. Perhaps it would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim the stolen keystone. The next feat will be last, after all. Oh, I already got it back. Oh, what? When? Not to mention how. This is Bakul we're talking about. It's a bit of a long story. He took a hostage, I got mad, axes got swung, silly things like that. So I taught him a lesson and took my keystone back. You bested Bakul Jaja in single combat, bravo! What can I say? I've got good friends who encourage and cheer me on. There you are. Excavators contacted me with news of their success. It's now safe for travel. Then we can finally make for Mamuk. Come to think of it, isn't that Bakul Jaj's home? We can only hope its residents don't share his, winning personality. If it's indeed the city where Keteram first met the Dawn Servant, surely some civility awaits. I would not be so certain. It's true the Dawn Servant received Keteram and Mamuk and was instrumental to establishment of friendly relationship between these two, but since that time, most Mamul-Jah who supported his peace have left their city in favor of biting into the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamuk, and while those traditionalists do not take up arms, nor do they bear great love for outsiders. Well, whatever they're like, the people of Mamuk are also Tuliolo. If I'm to be Dawn Servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way. I'm glad I couldn't learn about where I came from. And to eat so much sides. Thank you for everything. Until next time, take care. And while the reveal of her true parentage was indeed a big deal, that was pretty much... The funny part is he probably didn't even have to use that. So he just needed to take a hostage and she still would have fought him for it. Thing about it is, Wuklamot is a full-grown adult. A young one, but still an adult nonetheless, so reveal about true parentage is going to be a little hard to cause such a big stir when she's already come from a happy family, after all. Of course, we need to make our way to the Zorbit Cinderfield, due southeast. How you've grown indeed. Yeah, I'm sure this gave her a lot that she's probably going to think about on her own time, but she is still herself after all. Alright, I should probably reveal this part of the map real quick. There we are. You discover a new location. I only get about 50k experience for this, and I'm about 2 million XP from a level. So... Used to be when you got attacked while mounted, there was a chance you'd get a slow debuff, one that would persist even if you dismounted, even though I guess the idea was supposed to be that your mount was injured. However, they removed it a while ago since, well, basically in the Realm Reborn areas where you attempted to, what's it called? Attempted to grind reputation with factions there. The enemy clusters were so dense, it was just a lot easier to run through with a mount rather than fight everything, especially since, depending on the time of day, you might be the only one there. So stuff like that made it very inconvenient to deal with the slowdown, since you actually go slower than walking if you get slowed if your mount was injured. That swarm is getting closer. You think it'll attack? The mantis mating season is upon us, and females grow in numbers to feed themselves. Unfortunately, they have a taste for anything that moves. My partner spotted a swarm. Tower, it's only 2 of us. Slow to arrive. I'd normally not burden outsider, but I feel like we can't hold the tower alone. Alright, the gesture maybe just saved us all. Looks like I'm not the only one doing... Got him. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue if you want to Fate grind with Reaper. It's very difficult to get the debuff on everything. At least until the next swarm comes. All of them, at least until the next swarm comes. Enshrouded. I admit that solo fight was really tricky, but I really liked that. It made me actually think, focus on the self-sustain, and I already knew I have to keep my stuff on cooldown. The stuff with stacks on cooldown so that it's not overcapping or anything. Oh no, lookout area. The Zolbrich Cinderfield. For many years, a savage war between these two clans raged back and forth across this. Siege armaments and defensive works laid yet litter the field after the conflict's end, and even the forest greenery seems hesitant to reclaim its ashen expense. Kinda neat how even the music changes when you enter this area, just to establish how different it really is. I'm guessing this is an item for a quest or something. I guess it's a big tree of some sort. Right, it's these guys again. That mysterious thing I found. Traverse. Ah, here we are. After seeing that battlefield, I found miraculous as Dawntrail was able to miraculate peace. If Bakul ran this direction after losing, he undoubtedly was returning to Mamuk. I filled my bag with Zabruk Pabil before we left, but I'm down to my last serving already. Oh my. I wonder if the first and second promises have already arrived here. The traverse will bring us straight to the Heartland. Remember how you insisted this forest was green? Yeah, I'm willing to wager we're going to discover that, Bakul was indeed supposed to, was a Valkyrie situation where everyone in the city was depending on him. That's also probably why he wanted all of the Keystones for now, because they were planning to just give him the last one and rush him off to the final area, to have him help them. The path is quite steep in it. Let's take our time and descend safely. Oh, I see. These, all the NPC discussions here are so you don't just jump down. I spoke with my excavators on my way down. Apparently, Bakul cleared away the one fallen tree remaining to barrel through it. That Wolkamot single-handedly defeated someone possessed of such physical might is nothing short of remarkable. Still, we must proceed with caution. There's no telling what his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. Honestly, I'm a bit more worried about their brother at this rate. The first promise is absolutely desperate, and we don't know what's... We know he has some secret deep down, even beyond what he's been telling us, but I'm also entirely can't say for sure about a number of things. Wow, we're really going the long way around, aren't we? Aaronville said this traverse was dug to facilitate incursions into the forest above. Intentions notwithstanding, you must admire the dedication. So it was used for easy invasions without having to climb or get noticed as much, and now it's just an easy travel route. If there's nothing in here, then either there is a quest here, there is a hunt here, or there is a fate boss here. Possibly a boss that demands an achievement. Most people only really remember Odin and Behemoth from Realm Reborn, but each expansion has indeed added additional big bosses that give achievements and oftentimes even drops. Just look at that thing. What a vibrant glow. Ooh. Kind of reminds me a bit of the Shadowlands. Let's see here. I can't believe I'm making a Warcraft reference, but this reminds me of that one area of the Shadowlands expansion that I thought was the prettiest one there. And I mean that in a good way, by the way. It's just really, really cool looking. I love it. Alluring, isn't it? In more ways than one. Take my pairing stone and hold it close to the glowing rock. Pairing stone, a tool used by gleaners to identify certain geological properties. When you hold a stone in the soft glow, it affixes itself to the boulder with surprising force. The pairing stones are natural magnets. That's a meteorite filled with iron, one of the many remnants of an ancient meteor shower. The heterogeneous ether they emit cause the surrounding flora to glow unique hues, as you can see. I see, so this entire area was pummeled by meteors in the ancient past. That's cool. So these glowing boulders came pummeling down from the heavens. Would you all be merciful? Oh, there you are. Blue, it's all blue. Dabba-dee-dabba-die. A far cry from the upper forests, indeed. This place is already so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mamuk can tell us about. Alright, keep running. We're almost there. Yeah, the upper area was gonna say just another forest, eh? But the battlefield followed by this forest. Okay, this area has really turned my eyes, turned my head. Oh, head turning. Yeah, turned my head. And finally, we're here. Now to find the Elector. Now to see whether or not his fears were the leader's fears were founded. I wonder what the final feat will be. Rather quiet than I expected. We have to be careful. It's possible, well, like I said, it's possible this was the Vothri situation, and so the people of Mamuk were counting on Bakul to go here, and the trial was literally just be a Mamulja. In which case, it is not possible for us to gain that stone. Then again, I imagine Galul would have ensured that it would be someone who wouldn't blatantly favor another, unless they were just that good at lying. Guess we'll find out. This has been my first time. I have no experience interacting with the locals, but given Hanmu's parting lures, I would advise a cautionary approach. Level up. Wonderful. Oh, we're gonna get a dungeon soon. That means the City of Silence. Finally, Wukelmat's eager to make progress. Well, we know what's coming up next. Let's find that Elector. Two streets seem to converge on this plaza, so I propose we split our numbers between them. Given Hanmurk's guidance, I suggest we err on the side of caution, move through the city in pairs. Aaronville come with me, Alisay go with Kryl, Coda accompany Wukelmat. If these arrangements are to everyone's satisfaction, we may, then may our respective searches prove fruitful. The Mountain Zoo. I forgot to tune, didn't I? Might be good to do that before I leave, you know, so that I can come back without having to walk through that long place. And I do need to remember that room is, because they do not make a room for that only to never use it. Huh? What's this? I can't interact with it, but that almost looks like dice. Maybe a game of some sort? Don't talk to me. I see, so the city is... I've got nothing to say to outsiders. I got nothing to say to outsiders. A warm welcome. Yeah, I guess I do need to be wary, though. The reason the Pelu Pelu was willing to sell us that item, even though he blatantly did not want us to win, was also because his very culture was based around you cannot literally screw someone over. You have to make sure that both sides are happy or it doesn't count. But these guys may not have such restrictions. Stop staring. I think I like this guy. If he doesn't want to talk, he just won't talk. No, need to be rude about it. Belligerent Buniwa. Excuse me. Your words may as well be ambient noise for the care the citizen pays you. Oh, there's Wook. Come on, let's see what she's up to. You can still hear me, right? And see me. Oh, crap. I hope my theory doesn't turn out to be true. As you begin to speak, he just turns and leaves. Okay, I think I like that one better than some of the others, too. Please tell me you've had better luck. I'm afraid not. No one talked to you either. I was prepared for hard stares and harsh words. This is something else. That building looks like a shop, doesn't it? Let's go take a look. A merchant surely wouldn't ignore us. Especially not while we have lots and lots of money. Oh dear. Hello there, we'd like to ask you something, you don't mind? Move along, outsiders. We're trying to find someone. Letter of Lecter, could you just tell us who they are? Oh, I see. They might be disallowed from preventing her from moving. They're also not straight up required to help, so that might be why they're trying to pull a rules lawyer thing here. Or what, I don't know what it's actually called. Technicality supervisor? I don't know. How are we supposed to find Lecter if nobody will even speak? Everyone can hear me. Come to the massive stone structure in the west as quickly as you can. Oh, this music and Alphino's tone make me think this is very bad.
Up there.
Alright. Something tells me this isn't gonna be good.
Bested by a mere shade.
Sorolcha? Papa?
He said mere
Not as
shade.
you know him. What you see is an arcane manifestation of the Dawn Servant as he was in his prime.
I see. So this is supposed to be a symbolic.
The Channeler is Zerelja, Autarch of Mamuk and Elector for the Feet of the Brotherhood.
Because he refused to have work as a team. I want to say that, but there could be something else behind this.
Tuliyolal's mightiest warrior, yet wisest you are not. You, who spurned your retainer's aid when battling your betters.
So yeah, the point of this is they did need to work together as a team.
To prove oneself superior to blessed siblings by surpassing the shade of Galul Jar Jar himself. That is the final feat. The first promise fought alone and fell short, but that is now the least of his concerns.
You could have let your foolishness end with your failure. But instead, you attempted to harm an anointed elector. Soralja, as of this moment, you are no longer a claimant. I disqualify you from the right of succession.
Oh, wow.
Be gone from my sight.
I see. When he couldn't beat the fake, he tried to take it by force. He didn't even have his healer buddy help him. Is he limping? Yeah, he's clearly injured.
This isn't over yet. I will be the one to reach the Golden City.
Notice he says I and not we. I was suspicious when he said I can do what I want as long, no matter who it hurts, right to his own boss, which I knew was a, yeah. I realize I'm noticing the tropes here, but well, I guess that's it could just be a perk of playing having played as many games as I have. I'd offer to heal him, but I have the feeling his pride is harmed more than his
was defeated, he tried to take the Keystone by force, but he was thwarted by Father Shade.
Oh, wow.
My dearest child, welcome home.
I see. So he is a lot more like...
This feat was made for you. Only blessed siblings could hope to defeat Gulul Jaja. But ere we begin, I would see the fruits of your triumphs. Come, show me your tablets.
Okay, yeah, Bakul knew that this would happen, and that's why he needed to have all of the stones taken beforehand. And he didn't want to go up against any of the other two. He didn't want to go... Well, he already lost terribly against Jakul, so he knew he was going to... he knew he was going to lose already. And he didn't want to risk Kana, since he knew he was too smart to fall for the tricks. So he had to go... He went for Wuklamot, strongly believing her to be the weakest in terms of strength and intelligence. The problem is, if he had like I said, if he had done his plan right at that last point instead of at the start, we might not have been as prepared. Yeah, there's no possible way he could have more than 2 Keystones.
What is this? Where are your Keystones?
Well, I mean, they're right there. He has 2.
Explain yourself, boy! No matter. Not all can be expected to go to plan. What Keystones you lack, you can easily take.
Oh, he just tried that. Don't worry.
I tried. But I couldn't. I cannot beat her.
Bump my headset here.
You mean to tell me that you, glory of Mamuk, for whom all here have sacrificed, were defeated by your inferiors? You are as useless as your siblings. A failure. Leave and never return! You have no place here!
Let's go, brother.
Worthless! Pathetic! This was our chance to claim sovereignty, and he ruins it!
So that's why he dove into this without having a plan. He was specifically meant to just give his people the whole of the country and not care about anything else.
But when these stragglers fail, Gulul Jaja will be forced to extend his rule. And in the next rite of succession, we will present a better claimant. So come, stand before me, and fall.
I won't do your trial.
Oh? You intend to forfeit the right?
Papa wants his successor to intimately understand the country he loves. Every step of my journey, I've learned something about our peoples and their cultures. I would do the same here in Mamuk. The Mamulja deserve nothing less, so your battle can wait.
I'm of the same mind. Father named you an elector for a reason. There must be something that he would have us learn.
Yeah, all this way and simply have the keystone from a fight. That seems surprisingly simple.
Do as you will. But until you triumph over the Shade, you shall proceed no further.
Promise, I would speak with you. Meet me on the western outskirts.
It's hard to believe Zoralja was bested in battle. That was a dramatic escalation. I had heard about this channeling art before. Passed down through a certain clan, it employs arcane implements to produce a smoke, from which a mage can conjure a shade. The first promise intended just now. Did words not strike you as very strange? I'll be the one. It's as though as you intend to venture there, with or without Zoralja. The electors we met thus far have all had their peculiarities, but each we felt would judge Clements equally. This is a real Jaw, however, seems set in his belief that only the blessed are worthy of the throne. Why would the Dawn Servant name such an openly biased man elector? Worrying over Zuriel will not get us anywhere. The lady, on the other hand, was the first person to address us with any civility since we arrived. We should go meet her and hear what she has to say. Western outskirts, right? Yeah, in worst case scenario, if it's a trick, we can easily grab it. Alphino. To bid us meet her in private. This is both important and a delicate matter. Oh, she looks troubled. Finally, a real conversation. Whatever relation to Zurielja, I hope we can trust her. We could do with at least one ally in the city. If Zuriel's Bunewa and she is Hubigo, then... Ah, yeah, the parents. Might have been an arranged marriage, but... Well, for the moment, let's grab a sip of my drink here. Sorry about that. Now without delay. Thank you for coming. My name is Milalja. Here we may talk freely, away from prying eyes. And what was we should talk about? Tell me, what do you think of Mamuk? Well, we don't have much to say yet. No one's wanted to speak with us. All who remain in the city are devoted to traditional ways. They believe the blessed siblings are superior, that only they are worthy to lead the people of the continent. Most would not deign to address outsiders, deeming them beneath notice. Sounds like an ideal community, so far as Bakul Jaja is concerned. I am tired, exhausted by this senselessness. There are others like me, but we dare not speak our truth out loud, yet we have an opportunity to reclaim our agency. For you have bested Bakul Jaja. You, as a brawl, inferior by all presumptions, have triumphed over our two-headed champion. This time, anyway. Next time I might not be so lucky. He's just truly that strong. I don't understand why he cheats so much. It seems to me he'd do better if he just trusted his own abilities. He's desperate. Other blessed siblings have fallen before. Mullah Jaja the Silver Scales, for one. He traveled across the salt in search of conquest, only to be overcome. Oh, sorry about that. But no matter how the individual may falter, the people still strive, believe in the blessed sibling supremacy. Because of my father. He who united Troll under his rule, who in their eyes stands a testament to the tradition's infallibility. Regardless of your father's virtuous intent, his greatest triumph was only fanned the flames of our people's obsession. However, as both his daughter and Clement, your triumph could prove lies not in strength. Galul's strength is not in his birth, but his character. And in doing so, you may give us the strength to renounce these blessed siblings forever. I can understand wanting to forsake zealotry, but isn't forsaking two-headed Mamulja a bit too far? You must decide that for yourself, whether the price we pay is worth as an empty dream. Whatever price we pay is an empty dream. Do 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 do. If I can use my status as Dawn Servant's daughter to help the people, I'll do so, but I'd like to better understand her motivations first. Galul Jaja labor to break down walls. It's that his very existence would instead lead to some raise them is unfortunate. The price we pay, is she referring to marriages between the Hubago and Bunewa clans? Indeed. I expect it was for devotees that Bakul Jaja was joined the right of succession. What I know about Mamul extremism is limited to what I've heard through rumors. The same is true of most who hail from Zoktral. Blessed siblings. There's a place that will help you understand our plight. It lies far the west of here. Follow me. That's a giant squirrel. Hunt target. I gotta get a screenshot. I'm pretty sure that's a hunt target, although whether it's an A or B, I haven't a clue. I'd best unlock a handful of these areas just to get more XP. It's not much, but I kind of need what I can. I don't want to be stuck having to grind anywhere. That would be mildly inconvenient. Oh, wow. Oops, I'm supposed to go down the sides like this. Oh, there's two fates over there. Nobody's doing them, though. Stabbing gutward. Oops, I was supposed to be up there to begin with. Well, isn't that a kick in the teeth? Well, kick in the pants, kick in the leg. I don't know. For some reason, my brain remembered like half of a saying, and I have to, just, you know, wing it for the rest. I really like this area. You won't find sites like these anywhere else. Is that a meteorite up there? Aye, and judging by the attachment, the tree must benefit from the meteorite's unique ether. Either way, you should press on. My little jaw is anxious for us to see whatever it is she needs to show us. Yeah, there's meteors all over here. Oh, someone is doing these. If this is a boss fate, I might be able to pick it up, but otherwise I need to hurry. Yeah, it's a group thing. Nope, I missed. I was gonna hear about this. Might as well do the fate with these guys, just to, you know, keep it going. Wherever under the ground, everywhere wander. Westward, the whetstone. Oh no, who knows about Richard Warren's warfare? Fate complete. Sick ornery waivers. Trial by fire dance. Oh, perfect. I can get that immediately. That should be good for me to, answering the cries of holy, humble underlings, fire dance deprives to give the troop a lesson in proper stabbing. There we are. Trial by fire dance. I think that was worth my time, I guess. Quick will be next. Again. Branch bearer. grab. Canopy blocks the sun out so completely, it's as if we're in a room without windows. Hunting camp, like as not. I'd love to talk to Mulja hunters and learn their ways, except they probably ignore me. Those will continue on, let's catch up with them. What's down here? Huh. The place I would show you is just ahead. Having seen how truly dark the forest is, I can understand why so many Mulja choose to live in Tuliolol instead. What are we looking at, then? I was not aware such tunnels could be found in the Heartland. A well-kept secret indeed. A cavern, and it looks deep. There's also ruins here. Ah, remember, they did say that there were ruins here. This is the place you wish to show us? It lies beyond this passage. Entry these grounds is not permitted even to the devout. Nonetheless, I would reveal our secrets. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility. Come, see yourself the truth behind the blessed. Alright, what's the truth? Do they actually fuse two together in order to make them? Oh, that's our next dungeon, is it not?
I shouldn't have looked down.
Oh, don't worry, I feel
The stone pier yonder. That is our destination.
To erect it there would have been no small feat.
Do they have ships that come in here somehow?
The work of Yakui hands built long, long ago. Our forebears merely altered the entrance.
Altered? To what end?
It will be quicker to show you. We have beasts that can carry us below.
Ooh, can I have one of these as a mount?
A cool cha-cha.
What's he doing here?
What? Couldn't wait to laugh at the failure?
You've always come here to cry. Ever since you were little.
Mother!
Yeah, we figured that. I think Alphino even hinted at it, because it's pretty obvious.
The third promise seeks to learn about Manuk. She may be our chance to finally end what we have been powerless to stop. Talk with her. Tell her what we have done.
Fine. Perhaps it's only right that we be the ones to speak of it. Blessed as we are. Here.
A pot?
This vessel holds the remains of a two-headed Mamulja. An infant. We converted the ruins into a cenotaph, so the souls of these children wouldn't return as vengeful spirits. Do you know how blessed siblings are made?
Oh, so they are a creation. They're not naturally as born as
I've heard that they are born to Hubago and Bunawa parents.
Such unions between clans were originally arranged to stop infighting. The war against the Shibral was going poorly, and we needed to be united. Then, one day, a child was born. One blessed with two heads and tremendous power. When this child grew old enough to lead our army, we became unstoppable. The Shibral had no answer, and we drove them all the way back to the trees above. That taste of victory awakened our greed. We became obsessed with conceiving more and more of these superior children. No matter the cost.
I'm sorry. Did he just say they started a eugenics program? Holy fuck!
Of the countless born, most die. Trapped in their ships. Only 1 in 100 survive. If we are blessed, it is only because we yet live. Unlike our brothers and sisters, who were sacrificed for the glory of Mamuk.
That's horrible.
Of course it's horrible. It's an atrocity we can never take back. Those children died so that we could live. So we had to succeed, no matter what. To fail would mean it was all for nothing. But I did fail. I squandered their sacrifice.
Sympathize with their pain, but you can't use them as an excuse.
I should never have been born.
I wouldn't go that far.
You're wrong. You didn't ask to be born as you are, and you aren't responsible for your siblings' deaths. The people obsessed with blessed siblings are. They made their choices, but they don't make yours. Since when do you let others push you around, Bakul Jaja? What do you want? Say it!
That's right. Now that we know the truth here, and it was as we suspected, this means he's never been doing anything just because he wanted. He's just been doing what was expected of him this entire time.
I want it to end. I don't want any more to die.
Then you have my word. We'll put a stop to this madness.
Blessed siblings are revered by their supporters as a means to achieve dominance in Tural. If we understand why they harbor such aspirations in the first place, we would be better equipped to treat with them.
Indeed. I just hope they will be open to discourse.
Take me with you. Those fanatics treat my words as gospel.
No. There will be trouble if your father finds out you're still here.
Right, he was officially banished, even though he supposedly should be.
Tural Zush. There we will gather the people, and ask anything the Third Promise wishes to know.
Then take one of my scales. One that blends the Hubigo and Bunewa coloring. It'll serve as proof that you have our trust. People will do as you say if you show it to them.
I imagine this is a big sign of trust from him. True what they say, politics makes for strange bedfellows.
I'm sorry for what I've said and done. I don't expect your forgiveness.
You had your reasons. I'm glad I could know them.
Yeah, at this point, this is not the point for grudges. You don't have to. What matters is moving on.
Which is to say, you're not a complete alpaca's ass.
I guess it's a step.
Thanks, Wuklama.
This is the first
Well,
time he's used her
maybe
name.
it's for the best. Hatred is exhausting, after all.
Takes 42 muscles to frown, but 17 to smile.
Indeed. So let us make the most of our newfound friendship and bring together the people of Mamuk. We have much to discover.
Hey Coda, before we join the others, can we take a moment? I really hated him, you know, Bakul Jaja, with every fiber of my being. He tried to ruin the Ihiana. He sabotaged the river, kidnapped me from my keystone, and released the most vicious troll droll of all time. Anything he could do to cause pain, he did. Oh. Never in a million years could I forgive him, but the moment I understood why he did, the pain's been carrying, my anger evaporated. Does the pain justify his actions in your eyes? Oh, I hear you, I hear you. His motives do not absolve him of his crimes. He must answer for them like anyone else. But right now, my duty is to ensure no one in Mamuk feels desperate enough to go to such lengths ever again. Anyways, thank you for listening. Now that I've voiced here, I feel ready for the challenge ahead. Come on, let's head back to the city. Yeah, I could have just said that won't answer, but I figure she needs to understand that herself. Yeah. Like, I do understand why some complain that the, Belzio storyline forgave him, but I actually kind of disagree. Yeah, they do make it clear that he's not forgiven for the terrible things he did, just that, yeah, he's not forgiven for the terrible things he's done. Just, he's making sure that, So no one else can make the same mistake. Oh, whoops. Right, you actually can teleport with your mount. Alright, now I believe I want to go this way. Because I want to do this fate before it ends. Spawning. School piranhas taking up residence. The problem is, these piranha aren't just deadly, they're downright murderous. Serial killer piranha. Your efforts have restored some small measure of stability to Yoctel. Okay, good. When you get that message, that's basically to tell you that the bicolored gemstone salesmen now have new items in stock. Notably, including the one we all love. The mount speed improvement. It's amazing how Wooklamok can connect with anyone. She truly has an amazing gift. Hey, that's the value of a charisma build, baby. Sometimes it's best to forgive and move on. It can be difficult, gods, don't I know it. But it's all the more reason to our damnedest to look past how you were wronged. I just think there are more dark secrets among the blessed siblings, even among the Mamulja. I cannot imagine many know the whole truth, especially not those who reside in the capital. I had no idea about Cole's bearing such a burden. If he had but chosen different paths. Still, I believe our true characters demonstrated not by right action, but whether we choose our conduct upon recognize our faults. It's a struggle I know all too well. A cool scale represents faithfulness. We won't fail him or his people. The only way to help Mamul is to understand Mamuk. We won't let him down. We haven't a moment to lose. According to Max Utorals, There's a band in the settlement northwest. They show us some privacy. We must work quickly, lest Zeriel discover our intentions. Fortunately, Bakul thought to give us some additional scale, so we might cover more ground less time. Everyone should take one and get going. Use them to gather as many people as you can. Someone's level 99, dang. Kodo, let's retrace our steps. Maybe this time we can convince folks to lend an ear. I'm not telling you to move along. I can't be seen talking with the likes of you. Blessed scale, the symbol of trust bestowed upon you by Bakul. It's a blend of Ubigo and Bunewa coloring, makes its origin completely unquestioned. Blessed scale and outsiders as what business you have, so Bakul sent you to call an assembly. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I shall go at once. And Bunewa makes its origin indisputable. A scale. If the blessed trusted you, then so shall I. What is it they require of me? Bakul Jaja business come. Strange place for an assembly, but very well. I will not refuse he who fights for our dreams. In this case, maybe the final challenge wasn't for the Clemence, actually, but in reality, it's for the Elector to learn. With the goals that hopefully, with ones other than Bakul winning the fight, he'll have to be forced to realize, forced to come to terms with the fact that it can't just be the blessed who are powerful. I managed to gather some folks. Wonderful. The esteemed Bakul will be pleased. This fellow here was coming as well. Apparently, there's a Najul nursery located west. Could you go and see if you could talk to there? I'll meet you afterwards. There's one more person I have to find. Ooh. I know it's just a recolor of an earlier enemy, but I like how it looks. Papulja. I have nothing to say to the outsiders. Grove worker. These are some beautiful plants. I guess this is where they raise sustenance, or maybe it's just to make the place look nicer. Leave this place, outsider. Oh, my apologies, I was unaware. Thank you, blessed Scalebearer, for bringing me word of this gathering. I shall away to Muxtrol Zouj at once. I think Bakul's probably basically using the last of his blessed title and all that, since I imagine once word spreads that he's been banished, he will no longer have any say in anything. But he's got at least one thing left he can do, I guess. Sigh, I forgot to clean out the boots earlier. Imperial. Yeah, I don't need those. Must have been from an earlier run or something. Yeah, I don't need any healer gear below 90. Don't need any caster gear below 90. I might actually need those, unfortunately. Void Moon, I actually might... No, I should buy some I'm just gonna straight up buy upgrades. I do not need that. Some of these I should just put in my glam drawer. I don't really need these. No, I'm not gonna need these for too long. Maybe. I will not need these for an extended period. Branch bears. Wow, they look beautiful when they're just chirping. Apparently. I'm guessing they're chirping. They could be spreading seeds or something and I'd never notice. I must access that from either underground or above. Ooh, ether current. Don't mind if I do. Nom 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 nom. What a delicious wind. Yeah, it looks like you're teleporting, but as far as the game is treating, basically you're just moving really, really fast across the ground. Which is also why if there's a huge gap, like, I can't use this to teleport across this gap, for example. That's just not gonna work. Whatever but cool Jaja I will provide. What a curious place to gather. Now think about it, why would Bakul grant you his scale? Here we go. Where's Buklamot? She said she'd meet us here, so we can worry about that later, I think. I'm sorry to keep you all waiting. You invited, second promise. Yeah, I don't know why I'm here either. Need to remind you this is a right of competition. Whatever advantage you're about to share with me, you ought to utilize your own benefit. I barely made any headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you lead the race to Golden City. I'm afraid I'll need your help. To complete this feat? No, Mammook has a problem I can't solve on my own. And you're the most clever person I know. I want you to hear the people firsthand so I can come up with a way to help them. Very well, I'm at your disposal. Thank you, everyone, for gathering such short notice. I'm Woklamat, third promise of Tuliolol. Promise? I thought you served Bakul Jaja. You deceived us. No, they did not. The scales you showed were indeed mine. I trusted them the third promise and her retinue. Why honor these outsiders so? Because Woklamat has won my trust, and now you'll hear her words. Bakul shared with me the truth of blessed siblings, the price you pay to conceive them. And outside your community, it's not my place to judge you or your culture. Culture is born of the experiences of people, the lives in their land. It breaks my heart to know you and yours have brought through all so much suffering. If any here wish to break from the cycle of tragedy, it's being the tragedy that creating the blessed siblings demands. I ask that you join us. Please, I don't want any more of our children to die. You think we want this? We have no choice. Our blessed siblings can liberate us. Without them, we have nothing. That remains to be seen. Speak of the third promise. Share our worries and your pain. Together, we may we'll find a new way forward. Together? If she is trustworthy, then very well. I shall speak with her. It would be best if you withdrew, my son. Many cannot speak freely in your presence. Keep an eye on Zareel. He wouldn't take too kindly to this sort of gathering. Sure, it'd be awful if he crashed the party. Once we understand everyone's concerns, we'll be better equipped to help them. Let's take heed. Not even I imagine my sister would one day befriend Bakul Jaja. Oklamat risks her standing in the right to attend her people's needs. 'Tis a degree of selflessness few can claim to share. Everyone looks so uneasy, but their faith in Bakul guides them even now. Now we come to the heart of it. I don't know what to feel about this. Belief in blessed siblings' salvation they bring sustained me for years, but if there's another way, if the third promise can truly help us... An end to blessed siblings? I'm sure my son would prefer to stay, but his presence alone greatly sways people's behavior. Even if Bakul Jaja's pressed third promise, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable discussing this with her. No. I'm glad Khan agreed to help us. He's always been good at solving complicated problems. Me, not so much, but I'll support Momok's people however I can. By combining our respective strengths, we should help them discover new sources of hope. I know we will. And here we are, 95. Or she hopes the people will come out like to ensure she's prepared. Alright, before we start, let's make sure we're remembering history correctly. The Mamulja and Zabral fought for centuries over land in the upper forest. Due to infighting, Mamulja struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, Hubigo and Bunewa clans intermarried. That's how the blessed siblings were first conceived. With this in mind, let's talk to people and learn why they rely so heavily on blessed siblings. Blessed siblings promise us more than strength. They promise us the sun. This forest is dark and inhospitable. When given the opportunity to live in Tuliyola, most of our people didn't think twice. Still, the prospect of being among so many outsiders was intimidating enough to keep many of us here. Blessed siblings are meant to deliver us from the accursed forests, to leave us the fertile lands above, where we might make a place for the Mamulja to abide in peace and plenty. It's our fertile land. Well, it's all your own. Those who have only known open skies and bountiful land cannot comprehend our plight. To thrive, we must take what we lack by force, and for that, we need the might of the blessed siblings. There have been other ways to thrive, ones that don't require fighting, then. As you've noticed, this forest is very dark. Hardly any sunlight makes it through a canopy, so it feels like it's always night. We fertilize, we plow, we irrigate, and yet our crops shrivel and die as though cursed. Only one that grows well is Najul, the Jitika banana in Tirali. Try living on these in a little less for a few centuries to see how you like it. A forest nothing grows, not to imagine why you'd leave it. This land is once rich with ore, but the Yokoi did not stop digging until all the veins are spent. The meteorites are only good for so much. Even if we made overtures as traders, we have little to offer. Nothing would make me happier than make a good life for my family and places where I was born, but that's not possible. Resources sparse, there aren't many good prospects for trade. Well, I think I'm starting to understand. Everyone has their own perspective, but the concerns are about the forest itself. Dark, infertile, cursed. Hearing that, it's a little wonder. Or people here wish for better land, and what better to get it than blessed siblings? It's hard to convince people to stay in a place they can't provide what they need. You'd think meteorites would have value, but apparently not. Hold on, didn't Aravel mention something? That ether they admit makes the plants go blue? A rather significant psychological effect, I'd say. If we were to study these meteorites, we might discover other ways to influence the flora. I noticed a curious amalgam of tree and meteorite south of here. Determining precisely how they interact may yield a crucial insight. Ah, right, the thing she was pointing out earlier, so that was relevant. Evan, I appreciate you for sharing your thoughts. Thank you for your insights. We have a promising idea. We just need to investigate it, so bear with us. We'll be right back. We've long given up on anyone understanding our plight. The forest rejects us. From our doomed crops to unnatural meteorites, the signs are unmistakable. We who live in this forest have precious little choice. We have to fight if we're to do more than just survive. Trust me, if this forest had anything to offer others might want, I would have found it by now. In that case, I think the issue might have been that it was under everyone's noses the entire time. Chirp, 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 chirp. At first glance, this forest seems like a haven of mysterious beauty, but the reality of living here is quite another matter. Plants that shrivel as though cursed. I think I can hazard a guess as to why. What a remarkable tree. I hope it will provide us with the insights we need. I had known that Yoctel was battered by a variable delusion of meteorites long ago, but never considered how the presence might be affecting the environment itself. Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink. Alrighty, we're back, and now it's time. What's on your mind, Wuklama and Kona? It's incredible how a tree could support such an enormous boulder. The meteorite's etheric emissions are palatable, even from this distance. Seeing this again makes me more confident in sharing a theory of mine. I suspect the only plants with an etheric affinity to those meteorites can thrive in this forest. If so, the gargantuan trees that create the dense canopy would be by necessity possess the same affinity, as well as the aforementioned Najul tree. Indeed, I should like to analyze samples of the meteorite before drawing definitive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid, but perhaps you and Crow could lend your expertise as well. I'd like to join you. The etheric signature of these meteorites may be crucial in determining what matter species might fare well here. I think I see what you're getting at. That we can prove them the cursed forest isn't quite so cursed that people won't feel like the blessed siblings are their only solution. How can I help? Want me to climb a tree and break off a piece of the meteorite for you? Oh, there's plenty of fragments on the ground already. It should be enough for our purposes if we gather about 5 apiece. Even better if those are gathered from disparate locations. I collect all the pieces once you have them. Splat. Fissures. So the reason this tree grew so big is specifically because of the meteorite's energies. Ah, so that's why. Meteorite shard. That's just a green orb. Sphere. Circular. Round and smooth. Ah, here we go. Here's another one. Too big for our purposes, but shard might do. Anvil, if you would. I should have brought better tools. More fragments we gather, the better. Let's do all we can. Alright, that's all from this particular area. Mamuk speaks. A phrase that means just a lot of everything. Interesting though, I'm only 95 and yet it seems like we're getting close to the end. I imagine there's at least one full air level's worth of stuff in the final area because that's how it's worked in all previous ones, but I have mine already, so let me know when you have yours. There we are. Teleportation is quite nice. Did you find the fragments? Meteorite shard, a softly glowing remnant of an ancient meteor shower. Much obliged. Alphino, Corral, and I will combine the gathered samples and conduct analysis. Determining the wavelength may take a little while, but I'm hopeful our efforts will bear fruit. Tell my sister to wait outside and go and meet her there. We'll return with our results as soon as possible. We should be coming up on the dungeon soon, but the question is, what is it going to consist of? Ah, crap, I can't go that way. Ah, dang it. Gotta go all the way up, aren't I? I don't want to teleport all the way back to the city. Oh, whatever. No, Gayunja. I guess I should talk about something here, but I'm not sure exactly what. Else. I don't think there's been some non-hostile monsters for a while. Basically, I have those red triangles. That means it's aggressive and will attack if you're near it. Or detects you in some fashion. If it doesn't have the red triangles, it's docile and won't attack unless hit first, but I don't think there's any of those since Realm Reborn. I mean, it makes sense. That's kind of the area where you'd want to be most careful, but... Alright, dash. I remain here in deference to Mamilja. As mother of a chosen one, her wish deserves to be honored. If you can truly help us, I'll wait here as long as you need. Honestly, I don't know what to hope for. I don't think I trust Third Promise, but if you can offer tangible hope. Many are reluctant to return the Third Promise, but we all agree to wait. That alone gives cause to hope. Done all we can. The rest we leave to Kana and the others. I don't know the first thing about these Charlene devices of his, but if they can help, I'm glad he has them. There's no far forest yet, Code. I know it. The feet to the Brotherhood. Determined to find a solution for Mamuk. I'm sure Jareel would have words for us if he knew what we were up to, but his people are my people. I can't ignore their plight. If I'm to call myself Dawntrail one day, I have to bring an end to the tragedy here. Many are depending on me, but Cool not least of all. And I'm sure Kawana and the others will be back at the reports soon. Shouldn't be much longer now. Here we are. No. Good day, everyone. Everyone's assembled. In light of our news, I thought I only right to call the others. Ah, crap. I didn't know this is a... plan. Thanks to all the efforts of all, I'm pleased to say our analysis yielded so many valuable insights. I dare say the prognosis is hopeful. Earlier, we tasked you with the hopes and place of the Blessed Siblings, why they're important to you. The overwhelming response was the frustration of this particular forest. From a lack of natural resources, the inability to cultivate, in your respects, you have ever struggled to build a prosperous home, thus your understandable desire for the new land. However, this would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes the forest uniquely valuable. That is the soil. Our tests have proven without doubt the Jitaka heartland is abundantly fertile. This may be surprising to hear. We've seen crops time and time again, but we've discerned the root of the problem as well. The meteors scattered the forest emit unusual energy that greatly influences development of the surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive on this energy, like the Najulan giant trees that create the canopy, but others, as you well know, are sickened by it. Fortunately, the solution's simple. Across the soul to place of Charlian, a peerless collection of flora sampled from every corner in the world. Now that we know what energy is the most prevalent in your forest, we can offer you the seeds and starters guaranteed to thrive here. I took liberty contacting a few colleagues from Link Pearl. Should you desire them, a sample of our best candidates can be shipped here in short order. Just as you acquired the potato and tomato from Tyrol, so too might Mamuk benefit from foreign crops. You mean we'd be able to grow more than just Najul here? Precisely. Well, care must be taken to choose a species that will not have an adverse effect on the ecosystem. Your agricultural options should increase markedly. With the right crops, Mamuk will all needs to prosper, both at home and in trade. Blessed siblings don't have to be the answer. Then there's never need to fight, never need to sacrifice. We can't change the past, but we can try to make the future better. Let the old teachings end with us. As the his head said. I know the blessed siblings represent absolute strength. Letting go of that idea won't be easy. But I'll prove when we work together, our combined strength can truly achieve anything. Show us promise. If there's another way for the children at home, we'll no longer suffer in silence. Sometimes we have to fight alone, but not this time. What, would you say a few words, Coda? With faithful allies at your side, you can save the entire star, or anything's possible to work together. Victor Vilgamanda is proof over that. With friends and old, you can find light to banish the darkness. Let's go with this one. With faithful allies at your side, you can even save the entire star. Saving the star is far beyond the scope of our needs, but I acknowledge the value of allies. Well, it's the point that matters. I guess the banishing the darkness might have been an idea, given darkness is a big thing here. Alright, we've said what we wanted to say. All that's left is defeat my father's shade, the feet of brotherhood, and clear the way for Mamuk's brighter future. Do not give us cause to question our faith in you. Please, live up to your words. I will. We've come too far to mess up now. After we complete this feat, we'll be sure to tell Zariel the good news. I'm sure he's eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods will grow here. Compassion even for the likes of him. You continue to eclipse me in every way. That is a simple choice. We're counting on you, Woklama. Oh yeah, I guess something to say about Bakul. Given the low, incredible casualty rate and low survival rate, I guess in that case, he truly is blessed to just simply be alive at all. Woklamat's gone ahead to announce her readiness. I never imagined the samples we so feverishly collected for the Exodus would find new purpose here. But if they help those people improve their prospects, all the better. Anyway, we should go and meet our comrades where Zoroaljal made his attempt. The final feat awaits. The good news, we were able to defeat, our player character here was able to defeat Galul before, but he was also old now, far from his prime. So we gotta be ready for his fresh power. At least the good news is he still was never able, he wasn't as strong as full power Villargarmonda. So it's a bit more of a feasible feat, at least, team. Protagonist could probably handle it, but would still need a strong contingent of allies. Yeah, we're gonna be fighting. Zarieljal's intention for this feat was to prove the supremacy of the Blessed Siblings, but Woklamat shall instead prove here there are other ways to empower themselves. Where did Koana go? Have you seen him? This feat may bring us closer to the Golden City. For now, we stand strong with the people of Mamuk. I can offer moral support at best, for whatever it's worth. Good luck. Someone's gone to fetch Zarieljaw. He'll be here soon. Alright. Yeah, I'm more than ready. As I've mentioned, Reaper has a decent amount of self-sustain. I should be in no risk of death. I mean, I'm sure that's what saved my rear when those piranhas were getting the best of me.
Zarielja, I'm ready for the final feat.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
More or less, yeah.
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamuk and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I now understand why I need to surpass Blessed Siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade, and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamuk.
What drivel! Without the Blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are, each and every one of us. But when we join hands, we gain the strength to overcome any foe, even Villargarmonda.
Enough talk. Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja, the finest warrior ever to have graced Tural.
With pleasure. I've been looking forward to this.
Fine by me. Not even Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
I will fight alongside her.
Ooh, is this gonna be a trial fight?
Claimants are not permitted to assist one another. Second promise. But you may observe your sister's pitiable attempt. I see. In that case... It seems I'm no longer a claimant. I am now free to participate, I trust.
That was not something I was expecting. I knew he'd do something silly, but that?
What are you scheming? Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps. Not our brother. Not Bakul Jaja. And not me. You have always held the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne. This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tuli Yolal.
It's a little late to ask if he's truly sure about this, but...
I could always count on you, Kona. Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might. Ulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed, arise!
Everyone ready?
All set. He's not a fighter, so it's fine. It's probably best to keep his distance.
No hard feelings, Papa. I've got a lot of hopes riding on my shoulders. And the only way forward is through you.
Okay, good. He doesn't have positional, so I don't have to worry about that.
So long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
Roaring storm. Oh, I didn't need to mitigate that. Right, he's got even stronger versions than I was endured.
Baligarbanda scales!
Blades of fire rain.
faint.
Go forth.
Mitigate the lay of the sun.
Some manner of paralyzing effect. Defend the afflicted.
We must free them! Target the constricting flames!
None can outrun my flames.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Not enough. Together, we shall triumph.
Ow. Didn't get a vulnerability stack there at the very least. Oh, he's using his ult.
Resolve the recent all.
Right, he actually has the second hit this time, so
By Crimson Wrath be sundered.
ah, he created a new weapon with it.
Everyone, get behind me! I've got a bad feeling about this.
Will you
Can't even
have
target
the
him.
strength to stand after this?
Saga of Dawn and Duty. I got my own mitigation. I can't debuff him, but I
We'll
can.
be the next Dawn servant. I will protect my people.
Ha!
Is that the best you can do?
Impressive! But I'm not finished yet.
We will see Namachi become Dawn servant. But Tuliyola!
Ooh, that felt good.
That's my old man for you.
Well, you have her proof. Even surpassed the old man.
I refuse to accept this.
Ain't that a bit stubborn? Even for you.
Erugadin? It couldn't be...
Tanqua! It's been too long.
It has indeed. You're looking more imposing since last I saw you, Wuklamat.
Tanqua?
My Turali moniker. Galul Jaja insisted I take one, saying my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Ketenram, I presume.
Yeah, he's just immediately going for it.
No! Ketenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor. The one with the pickled cabbage.
We can talk about me cabbage later. Zarelja, whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wuklamat her reward would be to betray the Dawn Servant's trust.
And what should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory!
I kind of want to be a dick and say you're the author, or show some dignity. Come now, we're not minions of him.
Comrades, you believe a ruler should be reliant upon such?
You mean like how Gululja did for his companions? Of course, yeah.
Together, we can achieve anything. You needn't place your faith in the promise of blessed siblings.
How would you have us reclaim our glory?
By taming the forest and using it, turning it from a curse into a blessing.
With friendship and community. With us.
If you mean to rule, you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially to a man who has sacrificed countless young lives. Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat, I bestow upon you a keystone.
The final one.
Congratulations are nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time. You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
Kona. Thank you.
I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret for failing to live up to expectations.
Nonsense. If you believe Wuk-Lamat is the woman for the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Unpracticed as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but I am truly grateful to have met you.
Words spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
Aye. And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking. But I get ahead of myself. As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that she returns home safely.
You've still malms to go yet, Wuk-Lamat. The rite ain't over till you find the City of Gold.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
Joyed though I am by this outcome, I'm also eager to speak with Keterim while we get the chance. Even as a shade, Dawn Servant's strength is incredible. I shudder to imagine how we might have fared without the second promise support. The second promise has warmed a great deal since we first met him. I dare say the wise and witty duo has been of no little influence. I'm glad to see you all remain in one piece. Not like a bit odd to see your precious children grow into fine adults. I will not stand in your way, but mock me. Your victory does not afford you the authority to dictate our future. We will decide what's best, no one else. Let's go and tell the people of our victory. I was thinking, I don't think Khan is the type to be as underhand as the others, so I don't think he was doing that just to trick us. But we still have Jabril to worry about. The first promise. I forgot his name already, apparently. You brought everyone. We were just coming for you. We did it. We proved the Autok that not even my father's power could overcome the strength of our fellowship. I knew you would. I was right to trust you. You fulfilled your promise, and now it's our turn. You've shown us another way that we can build our lives we've always wanted, here in our homeland without sacrifice either. Since our crops will come across the salt, I suppose we have to trade with outsiders, as equals. So, of course. Inside or outside, we are people, no matter what we look like or where we're born. When you're not used to color and variety, difference can feel like obstacles, but learning more and more about what makes us different, we can also find common ground places we never expected. Something new may become something you love. And something we once hated could become your friend. You never know unless you keep your mind open. And while it feels scary, taking the first step is always worth it. Please don't tell me this is a death flag. Or Wuk-Lamat, I mean. Then again, she's a trust, and I'm hoping they won't allow you to run a trust party with someone who's, of course, learning about outsiders may well help Mamuk grow. What will happen when they learn about us, about what we've done? They will not. For generations, our covenants have been kept secret, and so it shall remain. The atrocities committed here were facilitated by the Autoks. We and no one else are responsible. For many deeds, I'm prepared to forfeit my life, but I'll not suffer others to be damned alongside me. No one's being damned, and your life is not forfeit. The last thing the city needs is more death. Bakul hasn't fought this hard for this long, only to lose his father. If you truly feel responsible, be the first person to extend understanding on behalf of Mamuk. Your community's waiting for you, here and in Tuliolol. We can still make things right, my love. Choose a different side of history. Thank you, Third Promise, for everything. You still owe me an explanation about that cabbage, you know? I thought that would be a trial fight, but it was purely a story instance. I guess because the people of Mamuk have accepted you. Merchants and menders are now available. Yeah, it's not just couldn't just talk them into it. We had to actually prove our words. Tanqua does look similar to some Eorzean sailors I know, but never would have thought it was the Kedaman. Of all things to discover in Tyrol, Eorzea's most legendary I expected to discover, Eorzea's most legendary sailor was not among them. We ought to speak with Kedaman before we do anything else. It can never be too late to go, Prejudice. Know how difficult seeing it can be done. This is my first time meeting Kedaman, a rogue if I've ever seen one. Road to the Golden City. Living legend and Eorzean explorer would like to chat with you. This ain't no place for proper chat. Me cabin's just north of the city, Blue Eyes abode. People are calling and counting me dazzling twinklers. You know, I will admit I wasn't unsure if I was using the right term for how they were cultivating the blessed siblings, but at the same time, I'll have to look it up later because I really need to focus the story here. As I said, this is my last. Probably should at least Googled it. Then again, I'm pretty sure the FBI agent monitoring my computer already hates his life for having to watch me and is always consistently puking. So maybe it's best I not make it even worse. Well, he or she, I haven't met him myself. I just was trying to make a joke that fell flat because I am not very good. Not but 4 walls and a roof, but enough for most folk. Make yourselves comfortable. I wonder how long it's been since he settled down here. I've heard that Kedaram's disappearance, ever since upon his disappearance, explorers banded together in search of him, but I doubt they ever thought to look here. A rather humble residence for a legendary explorer. I would have expected a manor decorated with exotic treasures. This man certainly values his privacy. Yeah, that's probably why he has such meager, living spaces, because he doesn't want people, he doesn't want to deal with people too much. I can kind of get that, I guess. We win. So now let's see here. Where the... Why'd you choose to settle down in Mamuk? They haven't exactly been welcoming outsiders, legendary explorer or otherwise. All the more reason to keep a weather eye on him. See how you won him. Though seeing how you won him over, me thinks I'll have less need for vigilance. I'm here at Galul Jaw's behest to ensure his hard-won peace is kept, and incidentally, to remind the real job his duty, should he have forgotten it. So he was there and specifically step in like he did. My old man ordered you to stay here. That's no way to treat an honored guest. I'm no more than your father's guest by now, or didn't you see the sepulchre atop Wakurza Moor? That's right, Kedaman was one of the names. Your father and I fought shoulder to shoulder many a battle, Verligamanda being one of them. You know our brothers. So when your brother tells you I stood watch, you stand watch. You trust in the judgment to strength of will, even if it means you set a on the occasional scrap. Surely you understand such a bond, surrounded you by these bright and eager faces. I do. My comrades are my strength. That's thanks to them I understand Papa's hope for the nation, what I must continue to protect. Then prove your readiness for the throne. Find the Golden City. Oh, I will. With these ones behind me, even uncovering a legend should be child's play. Right, we still have something Crowl needs to ask about. Especially since I already have. By yourself? How? When? Well, as you know, electors are forbidden from giving an unfair advantage to Clemence. So when Rook refused to divulge why my grandfather passed through 20 years ago, his silence spoke volumes. You think Gallup's visit has something to do with the Golden City? Precisely. Moreover, only the Yokoi who lived in Yaktel ever dreamt those golden dreams. When exposed to certain triggers, those with magical aptitude have been known to receive visions, and if Gerfuller's abilities are representative, the Yokoi are no stranger to the arcane, which means the dreamers of Eld owe their experiences to the inherent qualities and proximity of the city itself, here, in these forests. Yeah, we've already learned that plants and stuff are affected too, so would people. Then all we need to do is search Yaktel top to bottom, right? It would behoove us to narrow our focus. To that end, I propose we return to Mamuk and make inquiries. While there, we can take an opportunity to see any necessary travel preparations. Whenever it's ready, assemble at the Aetheryte. You're Kachui's boy, aren't you? He told me about you, tasked you with finding the Golden City. I might even succeed, despite my best efforts. I'd begun to think it was a fool's errand. My own fruitless search in my youth proved as much. And yet here you are, older and wiser, playing the fool again. Courtesy of the company I've been keeping, perhaps. Clement's not the only one to have grown thanks to her comrades. We'll find it, together. Was I ever that young? Hey, buddy. You doing alright? Been here through this expansion and the last. I'd hate to leave you behind after all that. He's waited for me? Seems Kettering knows my mentor, so we chat a bit longer. Alpha knows to meet the others by the Aetheryte, so I'll meet you there. Well, we're only level 95, but... we're only level 95, but hey, we managed to successfully get through these trials, and we're practically at the gates of the Golden City. Looks like we can just break that seal, crown Clement as the leader of the country, and knock off early. Yeah, maybe even have a lunch of that meat that we've all been loving so far. Ooh, it sounds delicious. I'll have to look it up later. They might have a similar recipe. I just need to try and what kind of animal the meat's from, because there should be a reasonable facsimile in real life. The merchants are more than happy to mend my gear and sell me some supplies. I would hardly believe they were ever averse to help aiding outsiders. You wouldn't believe how many in a jewel they gave me. Now all we need to do is point us in the right direction. City of Gold, here we come. Oh, that's good. I'd love to help cook. I think I can offer that much. Also, I do appreciate that the game had my character help out, since I am a level 90 culinarian, so therefore I am the most qualified. Actually, I think I might have even mentioned back then. Oh. I have an inkling of where the Golden City might be. Ah, is it a real job? You come to help us? As an elector, I'm forbidden from speaking in the Golden City, but my wife is beholden to no such constraints. So he does want to help but can't, so he relayed it to her. Anything you can tell us would be greatly appreciated. Our people have lived here for centuries. There's no corner of the forest we do not intimately know, save for one. Do you recall the place I showed you, where my son confessed the truth of blessed siblings? That stone pier stands at the entrance of the sky-deep Kenote, the final resting place for the children we lost to our zealotry. Precious furor permitted by the doors. I did wonder why those looked like doors and we never went in. And we have not yet explored its deepest recesses. If the Golden City is in there, it may well be hidden there. Will you permit us to search for it? I have no reason to refuse you. No longer will we rely on blessed siblings, nor conceal our sacrifices made to conceive them. The Kenote is no longer under our protection. It's a dismal burial ground, and our children are better. Their bodies will be moved to a place of comfort and peace. I'm sure Bakul will appreciate that, and we're here to offer any help if you need it. Your father also visited the Kenote, come to think of it. It was many years ago now, but a notable affair due to the foreigner brought with him, a mage, I believe. Truly. Ah, so he and Galuf did truly find it. The Dawn Servant did not disclose reasons, but he has descended past our cenotaph and into the old Yokoi quarries. So that's how he knew it existed, but why did he keep it hidden? Doubtless the very same ones excavated by Vorpalor's dreamers. And then the Golden City must be there. In the depths of the sky deep Kenote. I'm thankful to both of you. We'll set out straight away. May your you'll find a winged beast or two lingering. They'll carry you below. I believe in you. You'll make a magnificent Dawn Servant. Alright. I just gotta ready my weapon and be sure she survives all costs. Not only do we need to ensure that she makes Dawn Servant, we can't afford to lose any tanks. Because those are so rare, the game has achievements for them and only for playing them and only them. Which is funny. I would have thought there'd be healer ones too, but whatever. This kind of reminds me a bit of the Garlean area at the start of Endwalker, and I really liked it there too. The way the characters would all exchange based on the way they'd only work with you after certain points in the plot and such. Ride the imposing beast. Bogo Porter. You didn't happen to see any fierce-looking floor on your way here, did you? Flowers, bouquet? Alright, let's go with a bouquet. A bouquet of man-eating flowers while making a run from Whetstone. That's all I could do to make this clearing. Damn thing's been drawn to send my cargo. You see, I'm a porter, I need to make this delivery. Yeah, but I don't think I can run or outduel these things. Might ask your help. I think I already hear the bouquet approaching. they all gone? We did it, or you did it. The cargo shape. Well, most of it at least. Yeah, this is definitely gonna be a dungeon, so we're gonna head out there. Yeah, this is definitely a reason I'd like to unlock flight in these areas, but I'll have to do that on my own later. I think that's a crafting. I guess it's a stop by there to show those quests will be there later. 'Cause I imagine they wouldn't have spoken to us. I guess they just show us, say, why don't you try anyway, just to get nothing from it. There's definitely a handful of dungeons I could potentially farm for some more minions, just because quite a few of them are actually quite rare. Especially for ones that aren't story-related, because these days most don't really do those anymore unless they unlock them when they were back when they were new. Wee, ooh. Yeah, those look suspiciously like doors. This is the Sendo path, which means what lies beyond the door is right to success or no. Disturbing the souls that rest here feels wrong. I know, but I can't turn back. Let us pay our respects at the very least. Alright, let's go. I'm ready to complete my journey. The Sky Deep Canote is now accessible. Yep, I knew that would be the next dungeon. Probably gonna have a terrible, terrible time. What's going on here? Huh. Let's go. Let's talk to everyone here. Part of me is sad to see our journey end, but I have to see what's waiting for us in here. I don't know what's down there, but I'm eager to find out. See it with my own eyes. Wakavu, Mablu, so many people have helped us reach this moment. Let's honor the generosity to reach the Golden City at last. Cenotaphs are notorious for attracting malefic creatures. We must exercise all due caution. I confess, I anticipate my duty as a guide with little weariness. I knew our journey might change the course of my nation, but I did not think it would change the course of my own life. Some level 100 beer. Well, I guess they could be gather or something. They probably have something to mine here. Party of NPCs. This might actually take a bit, so I might actually be worth my time to have a bathroom break, so I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. And it's time to go through the dungeon. This is sufficient. The Sky Deep connote. Oh, so that was his vision. The pots all containing the siblings that were failed blessed siblings. Oh, this change. Oh, this changes so much and not in a good way. I can't believe I forgot the most important part. It's because it's hard to keep up the debuff during Fate. Just because of how fast those regular enemies die. We won't forget these children. Not ever. But eat the water. else I'm never gonna make it. Sky Deep Haunt and Horror. Kill. Comet in black. A lot of sea creatures here, but I guess it makes sense. The water's all connected in here after all. Feather ray. Looks like a species of ray. Whatever it is, we have to fight it. I mean, we don't have to, but we're going to because of bloodthirst. Cursed to be a nuisance to your party. Bubbles. That went poorly. Well, those will be compelled to cast each other ray, special attack and cast. Oh, I can't be near the others, or else because I'll cast the. There we are. Damn it. I'm not doing my rotation proc at all. But given how badly I screwed up the mechanics, I should really get those down first. Here we are. Ah, yeah, only the bubbles move. Good to know. Excellent. There we are. I messed up real bad there, but figure something out. I would not need aiming gear. Everyone all right? Then let's proceed. Ah, this is supposed to be an elevator, but it's broken. Oh well, YOLO! Oh. That was anticlimactic. Deep, sky deep spoder.
Take that!
Sky deep spoder. Oh boy, a rock behemoth. That's gonna be moderately annoying. Alright. Can't forget, can't forget, can't forget. Oh, this one's already dead. Definitely won't want those very, very soon. They're rats. Rats, they're the rats. Workers eliminate the rats. Smash them, smear them into pulp. Hey, what the? Oh, it's just kind of sitting there. I mean, okay, you do you, buddy. This. My limit break is about ready. Silence, workers have fallen, activate firearms. Ah, it's gonna pilot a mech. Hopped right in. It's the Gurren Lagann. Ah, such power. Destroy, destroy, destroy. Thunderlight burst. Thunderlight burst. Ow! Burn up all the middle grounds. Burn, burn, burn. Tell us the lesson we can learn. Mirror maneuver. Okay, so it's gonna do that mirror. Ah, crap, we got 3 of them now. Pardon me.
You'll not escape this!
You'll not escape this. There we go, finally I got rid of that. That's not gonna be massively frustrating, I'm sure. Ancient artillery. I don't like the mid-boss theme as much here. I really like the Endwalker one a lot more. The Verger Armory. Looks like we're getting to an arcane location here. Path of the Dying Light. Now this is peculiar. That glowing stone. Is it confused with ether? Is it confused with ether?
We mustn't hold back!
Let's do it. is that? Oh, dang. This is... feels a little awkward. In most expansions, this would be like the final area, wouldn't it? Well, I'm getting lots of casting gear, which is good because I actually am raising a caster right now. Come on. Stone mason. Nice. How do we do this? Oh my. Crap, the golem followed me. Oh, Maul's skull, Sculptor's silence. It's, oh no, I should have known he'd follow me from Gunfire Reborn. I got sick. Been there, and I'm getting sick of me here too. Mapping the realm. It's huge. Time to test our metal then. Stone carver. Throws power into this. Okay, so I know how that mechanic works now. Whoops. Oh, that just spawned me up there. We're going, oh wait, you died. I gotta restart that. This guy's actually gonna be a problem, isn't he? Well, the mechanics here have been a bit more interesting than I was expecting, that's for sure. Alright, so note. The determines how soon. Okay. Let's go. do I keep doing that? You'd think I'd realize by now that's instant death. You know, I bet what's going to work is that it will push me back and then I still have a few seconds to get in position before it activates. So I'll need to remember that. There we go. Yeah, see, we have a few moments to get in position, so I don't have to worry about that as much as I kept worrying. Mall work. Let's go. That was crazy. Oopsie. I messed up. Ow. I'm really bad at this, aren't I? Yeah, really bad at this. This should do it. Colossal impact. There we are. That could have gone worse. Ha! 4%, not bad. Oh, damn it! Ah, how could I mess up that badly? That was entirely my fault because, you know, I'm by myself. No one can fail except for me. Oh well. The trusts aren't gonna get pissed off at me. Right? You guys won't turn on me, right? I guess that's just a good reminder. Don't get cocky no matter how close the enemy is to death, because you're just gonna get yourself killed. Don't get... Alright. No, make sure there's plenty of room. I am really not good at this. But the fact this fight is so heavy on the movement makes it clear it's supposed to teach you about that sort of thing, so I'll need to keep an eye out for that. So it's always to the sides or in the middle. That's good to know. Super. Yeah, that pushes you really far. God damn it. I can't be screwing up like that. I need to keep up. I can't believe I did well on the solo that I was told would be difficult, but I'm here with the easier boss. What's definitely one of the easier bosses, if only because, yeah, I have its mechanics down. I was just an idiot. Leave it to me to do something it's doing it twice in a row. Might as well do this to help myself out a bit. Ow. Okay, I'm glad I teleported there because that actually does push you back. This fight has a lot of pushback. I'm guessing it's specifically for the purposes of messing with me. That's right, this boss exists purely to ruin me, specifically, as a person. I have no choice. Braver's the only... We're not going to get level 2 before it ends. There we go. Whew. We did it. Finally, we get this. I'm willing to bet that gold is precisely the golden city we're looking for, eh? Skydeep Grimoire. I'm not going to be needing that for quite a while. I should probably just, yeah. Oh yeah, I probably should have spoken with the trust before we left. Well, all they could say is I have no idea what this is. If they had had any ideas, they would have brought it up earlier.
I thought this place was of Yokwi origin. But is this glowing stone their creation as well?
That's precisely what I was thinking, Kryl. You and me have been on the same page.
I don't believe so. I've never seen anything like it.
Then it's from an even older time.
Don't tell me it's the Allegans again.
No, it doesn't
While
look like...
a careful study would be required to confirm, it does not appear to be reminiscent of their designs.
Yeah, if it was Allegans, it would look like something out of the game Tron, the movie and game Tron. Whether or not those are any good, it's going to depend on on you personally, really. I mean, I guess I can worry about that later, but yeah, if it looks like something out of Tron, it's Allegan. This is not.
A golden light. Could it be?
That would be seem like the most obvious direction to go, eh?
There's something on the other side, but how to get over there?
Well, I guess that solves that problem, doesn't it?
That's how, apparently.
Right then. Let's go and take a look.
That seal. That's Charlian and no mistake.
Huh. Now these are getting even more confusing. Does this mean Galuf is going to be behind that? Interesting. Why would Charlians have come over to
How do we open it?
Come and look at this. Your tablets might be a good fit, wouldn't you say?
Ah, the rainbow-colored stones. Well, she officially broke the seal.
Leave it to Alfino.
Funny that even after all this time, Alphino is still apparently a controversial character. Sure, I'd agree he was incredibly annoying early on, but he's come quite a long way since then. I mean, one could argue Estinian was also a massive edgelord asshole, but he's come quite a way himself. Ooh, I like the music that's playing a lot.
Is this it? The Golden City?
Though there is some resemblance, it doesn't quite live up to what the Yokhui described from their dreams.
Yeah, they're basically described as a utopia. But, maybe part of that was simply them ascribing their own thing. Oh, her earring! Somehow that's key here. I'm not sure how, but it is.
Well done! Well done indeed.
I guess he decided to wait here for the one.
You, my dear daughter, have found the entrance to the City of Gold and triumphed in the right of secession.
So that's truly the gate to the Golden City.
So we did it.
Come on, we gotta see what's on the other side.
We made it to the end.
You seem more perplexed than joyous.
It's just... This place is unlike anything we've seen in Tural. Never mind the peculiar stone. So I am given to wonder, what exactly lies beyond that gate?
Would you like to see?
Nothing less than the Golden City of Legend, I assure you. No circumstance prevents us from opening the gate. As to what the city is and what Gall of Valdesium discovered all those years ago, this knowledge and more, I will share with you after your ascension. What you choose to do with it will be up to you.
The Golden City is real. It took a while, but I finally found it.
What circumstances specifically prevent the gate opening?
Let us return to Tuliola.
Man, talk about a cock block.
Home at last.
I now understand why the students of Valdesian were petitioned, but where were my grandfather's findings? Not only with the stone, but the gate. It feels as though we have more questions than we set out with, but for now, return to one piece is enough for celebration. That was wholly unlike what I imagined my youth. Since when did a place like that exist in Yogg-Turall? That's what I'd like to know, that's for sure. I'd best get my stuff repaired, I think. repairs active. There we go. Now, let's see any new stuff. Gators of maiming. I probably should just warp it back, but, you know, it's... I don't know. Let's just keep going. We've done it. We've seen Clement's victory in the right succession. Like me, I expect you have no few questions about the Golden City, but they must wait until Clement's settled to her new role. Even as we speak, she prepares the ceremony back at the palace. I'm to understand it will be given a few days' time. In the meantime, let's enjoy a well-deserved rest. You may now enter Sky Deep with NPC avatars. Let me check the trust list, actually. It's been a while. Why is Clement not a trust? Please don't tell me we're about to hit a red wedding scene. That might be what ends up happening. Upon speaking several cutscenes, it's recommended. Oh no, no, no! I know what's gonna happen now. Oh no. Yeah, remember I said it's gonna say everything's going good, and then immediately it'll say duty begin. Are you ready to begin duty? Everything went to shit. I must get myself a new soda, so before I do this and lock myself in another BRB. I know I've been doing a lot of these tonight, but I need to pace myself. I really can't be, I need to pace myself because I'm going to be going a lot longer than usual. Alright, I'm back. I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but I have to realize I'm only halfway through an expansion, and supposedly everything's wrapping up. Furthermore, absolutely everything relies on Wuklamot being alive in order for her to properly keep everyone united. So if anything happens to her, well... I may not be a tank, but I've got Arcane Crest and Feint. All DPS have a form of mitigation. Either Feint or for casters. Casters get Addle. All this reduces the enemy's attack stats. And Reaper's a bit better because it actually has a shield. So if I have to, I can take one for the team. I mean, it's gonna hurt like hell because I'm not a tank, but... Welcome back, and may I congratulate you on Wuklamot's victory in the Rite of Succession. It's a great honor to be comrades of the Future Dawn. To host comrades of the Future Dawn servant. Such a grand victory is doubtless let you fatigue. Please relax and enjoy your stay. Sometime later. Have I mentioned how much I love the in-room for this place? It's my favorite in-room in the game so far. Oh hey, Ghana, it's great to see you. Surprised to see me? I suppose it's only natural. May I come in? Of course, of course. Want me to grab you a sip of one of my drinks? I haven't properly thanked you. My sister was able to realize her potential is a testament to the quality of her trampling companions, particularly you. For that, you have my heartfelt gratitude. Come now, Wuklamot did all the work. I was just her moral support. My primary business and calling is to deliver a message from Lamati. As you well know, after the Ascension ceremony, she officially take up Mantle as Dawn Servant. She has expressed a desire for you to accept a post within her administration, while making no mention of me. That's odd. You need decide immediately. My sister will broach on the matter with you again after the ceremony. Whether you continue to assist her is up to you. That is all, if you'll excuse me. I get the sense he's feeling bereft of purpose. You've become someone irreplaceable to her. As her brother, I acknowledge that with no little jealousy. But believe me when I say, I do hope you'll stay by her side. And thus it has arrived, the day of the Dawn Servant Ascension Ceremony. I still know we have one particularly bitter person who remains. I was hoping he wouldn't be a problem, but I guess we'll have to see.
What a crowd! As befits the changing of Dawn Servants.
Everyone's weapons are gone. It does make sense, although I'm sure my character has something hidden. After what happened in Ul'dah, I like to think my character tries to be a little prepared. Then again, I'm a strength class. If I need to, I can just punch something. May not be a monk, but... Alright, see you later, Emma. Thanks for stopping by.
The Dawn Servant!
Look! He's here!
The head of reason is resting again. Thought he'd grace us for this occasion at least.
It's possible.
People of Tuliolal, you honor us with your presence.
I imagine when it finally when the other head finally wakes up, it's gonna be very relevant.
For on this auspicious day, we witness the dusking of one era and the dawning of the next. The succession of Dawn servants. But I've talked for long enough. Allow me to present a claimant whose determination, wisdom, and compassion guided them to triumph and the city of gold. My daughter, Wook Lamont.
Same outfit as before, huh?
Huzzah! Huzzah! Long live the Dawn Servant! Long live Tuliolal!
Growing up in this city, I used to think I knew all there was to know about Tuliolal. But my journey showed me how much I had yet to learn about the cultures, histories, and aspirations of this nation. Through the time-honored Ihana, the Hanuhanu taught me how they nourish and cultivate both the land and their bonds with visitors. And with their alpacas and tradecraft, the Pelupelu showed me the depths of their patience and fortitude, to know when to push through and when not to push your luck. From the moblins and their artisans, I gained insight into the power of creativity, that it is when we are filled with passion and bolstered by the support of others that we produce our best works. And in Kozamauka, I was moved by the history and hopes of the Yokhui, who believe that death isn't the end, that we live on so long as we're remembered. I felt joy and harmony in Yaktel when I tasted Shebruk Pibil, the dish that marked the beginning of peace between the Shebral and Mamulja after centuries of warfare. And I felt sorrow in Mamuk when I met with those who placed their faith in the promise of blessed siblings, and for this were burdened with great suffering. Through the understanding we forged, I'm hopeful that they will find what they seek through friendship and community, for we are all Turali.
Understanding with Mamuk? What sorcery did she use on them?
This only sorcery was a maxed out charisma stat. I guess now that she's leader, she's gonna be too busy to join the trust, which I guess I understand. Aw.
All of which is to say that, as I've come to know our nation, I've seen the ways in which we thrive, and the ways in which we still struggle. Some in Kozamauka must resort to banditry to survive. A faction of Yokhui still cling to dreams of conquest. Not everyone lives in peace and plenty. And there's still so much of Tuliolal I don't know. Places I haven't seen, and people I haven't met. That's why I hope to keep learning about and from you, that we might build a nation where everyone knows happiness. Because if there's one thing my journey has taught me, it's that your happiness is my happiness! I say mine, but the Dawn Servant doesn't need to be a single person, does it?
Ah, so that's what her plan was.
Oh dear. What is she doing?
Yeah. My father led Tulihiolau to prosperity by the resolve and reason of his 2 heads. But my 1 head can only get us so far. To further change our nation for the better, I'll need someone else. Someone with the knowledge and insight that I lack. So what do you say? Be Dawn Servant with me, Kona?
I had the feeling that's the direction she was going. That's why she didn't have a place in mind for him, because she had him to help her.
Mamachi, are you certain?
Absolutely. You take reason, and I take resolve. Together, we make a full Dawn Servant.
You'll have no objections from me, of course.
It is a rather creative way to handle it.
But mine is not the approval you need.
During my time abroad, I experienced the benefits of foreign technologies, some of which I introduced to our nation. Dirigibles now soar the sky in the south, while locomotives traverse the land in the north. I was convinced that by imitating foreign powers, we could assert our strength and thereby deter invasion. Yet despite my intentions, I failed to understand what I was too eager to cast aside, and the very people I wish to protect. My own journey has taught me that culture isn't a hindrance to progress, but a shared value that binds us, connecting lives and generations. With your blessing, I vow to help Tulihiolau prosper in a way that honors the hopes and heritage of all her peoples. My esteemed predecessor would accept nothing less. For ultimately, I harbor the same wish as my sister. To give you cause to smile.
Glad this didn't go to waste.
Yeah, I guess if he had said no thanks, that might have been a little embarrassing.
This is the Lay of Legacy, the part of the Tulihyola saga where you and I become the next Dawn Servant.
Of course, history is still in the making as we speak.
Good heavens! Don't tell me this is what kept you so busy ahead of the ceremony.
Just so you know, I didn't decide this on a whim. After reflecting on all we've been through, I realized it was the only answer.
He decided
With this, both my brother and I have worthy successors. He would have been proud.
Oh. Oh, his brother's dead. He's just been telling people he's been asleep this whole time. That's kind of depressing, actually.
Of course you knew.
I guess it makes sense they'd have figured it out sooner. Oh, he wasn't.
It's been 3 years since my brother left us.
It cannot be. The head of reason is no longer with us.
That explains why he never came out.
Oh, tragic tidings.
I didn't want to believe it.
That would make sense, not why you accept.
I'm sorry I never told you. We wanted the people to rest easy until our successor could be chosen. Planning the right was my brother's final duty. He was determined for it to serve the nation's best interests, and labored nigh without cease. And then he died, forcing me to do the actual work. A sneaky bastard.
Well, that's a sibling thing to do, yes.
But he did well. I have to give him that. The outcome speaks for itself.
Though not quite to the original script, your new Dawn Servant rises. May they shine resplendent, and their rule bring light ever greater to Tuliolo.
Alright. A bittersweet celebration, but I'm glad Wuklamont got the recognition she deserves. The head of reason was very wise indeed to devise something so elaborate and meaningful as the right of succession. It's a shame he could not be here to witness it in the end. She might have told someone what she was planning. But Wuklamont does not act without the best interests of her people in mind, I suppose. Wuklamont was brilliant up there, wasn't she? The part of the second promise is surprising, but with the two of them, I dare say our new Dawn Servants are capable of anything. The future of Tuliolo is bright indeed. Earlier in Yaktel. Excuse me.
Change is in the air, and it's all because of our little firebrand. Every Ilmer father's daughter, that one. I'll be watching where you steer this nation, lass. With what time I've got left.
I guess he's been around quite a while now. There's no question he's... But why would he kill Old Caterham after he's already fulfilled all of his duties? Jeez. I mean, plot-wise, I get why. Yeah, now that he's fulfilled his purpose in the story, he's now a safe one to remove, but... Ever greater, ever brighter. Kryl is brimming with pride. Wilkelmot's truly come into her own, has she not? Indeed, even as she moved people with her heartfelt words, she retained her characteristic spontaneity, as evidenced by her nomination as a fellow Dawn servant. As sudden as it was, I'd like to believe she gave it all due consideration. Oh, she could do far worse. Ghana completed every feat except the last, and that was only because he forfeited it to help secure Wilkelmot's victory. I look forward to seeing how Tuliolol will prosper under their care. Sadly, I guess you're gonna be a bit too busy to be one of my trusts, then. Everyone, thank you for coming. I could see you all perfectly up there. That was an impressive speech, Dawn Servant. I told you, no titles! Besides, after everything we've been through together, you're nothing less than family at this point. It's like my family. I'd like you to call me Lamati. I'll try to pronounce it correctly. Oh, don't worry about that. However you say it, I know it'll be with love. If we do mispronounce it, please correct us, but it would be an honor to call you Lamati. Mine as well. Indeed, consider us your Eorzean cousins if such a notion appeals to you. Eorzean cousins, then. It's a little embarrassing, but not in a bad way. There's still lots I'd like to say, but I need to make my rounds first. I want to thank my supporters who are visiting. Could you wait for me here? Of course, we'll keep ourselves entertained. That said, would you join me, Coda? Oh, sure. Why not? Wonderful. Come meet me outside Winged Walk, then. I don't believe I saw Caterham in attendance, did you? Don't worry about it, go have fun with... she'll always be Wilkelmot to me, no matter how important she gets. Ready? Let's go. Our first stop is a taco. It's not just Smanak, I promise. We'll be there. Oops. Did you really need to slide down here? Probably not, but I'm sure it was fun. Keep telling yourself that. been a while since I made it to the capital. I'm glad to find her so lively. Dawn's Earl Clamat. Oh, she's marvelous if there wasn't she. I simply wept with joy. Inohanu. Okay. This taco's delicious. Yes, there's no doubt even tastier topped with reeds. Of course, since we'll be at Auntie's Tacos anyways, might as well pick up some snacks as well, right? Of course. Dawn's Earl Clamat. Words can express the profound joy your ascensions brought me. No need for formalities. I'm still the same old me. Alright then, I shall forego the formalities. Ah, my god, it's too disrespectful. As Dawn's Servant, I'm warning you not to bother formalities. Alright then, I won't bother anymore. I could more easily converse with a drunken alpaca. Thank you for helping Clamat become Dawn Servant, Coda. Political opinions in our community may have been divided, but the Dawn Servant's ascension provides us with a prime opportunity, which is why I convinced everyone to participate in a commemorative sales campaign. Well, I'm glad it's worked out for everyone. A wonderful plan, no? My first big undertaking as a merchant. I like the sound of a sale, so long as I'm not persuaded to buy too much. Good to see you all again. I'd personally like to thank each of you for your help. The feet of reeds and feet of gold are my first true test as a Clamat. If not for your guidance, I would have failed right before I even understood the importance of it. Now that you've given me a taste for celebrating culture, I can't wait to see what else Tuliyola has to offer. In Doctoral, for instance. As always, you must observe proper etiquette. I'd happily offer my services as a tutor should you desire them. I could think of no better instructor. I'll be sure to bring Kana as well. Your duties as Dawn Servant will be plentiful, but don't forget your promise to attend next season. Of course, I wouldn't miss it. When I've made a name for myself as a merchant, I'll come by the palace to tell you all about my biggest sales. I look forward to it. I'm personally attending your alpaca's care. Dare we hope to see you at the ranch again? Tell my fluffy, spit-filled friend that Clamat will visit soon. Anyway, I'll have to excuse us. Oh, you haven't seen Fontaine anywhere, have you? The tall, slim fellow with pointy ears? Ah, I saw a man matching the description, the weapons dealer by Bayside Bevy, in the company of a Moblin and a pair of Yakoi, if I remember right. Okay, got it. I guess this is for the most part going to be a recap. Enjoy the festivities, everyone, and the tacos. Hope Dawn's Arcana will join us as well. We could not ask for a finer one. Sounds like fun just made new friends, which should make him easy to find. First promise is Golden Alpaca's spirit as ever. Two-spirit, if you ask me. That's just settled. The Dawn Servant dedication discount is hereby in effect. Now this also explains why your brother didn't come to bear against us when he wanted to train. Be gone. For pot friend Rakarok, grateful for a meet again. Well, Dawn Servant, Coda, you honor us with your presence. Thank you for coming, everyone. I know the journey to Tuliyola isn't a short one. A long road worth travel to congratulate new Dawn Servants. To hear the head of reason has passed brings me sorrow, but we who remember him will ensure he lives on. May the accolades of this day be as offerings to the future he has envisioned. The High Luminary and I attend on behalf of Warlord's Echo. Had our people come en masse, we would have been none obstruction. Nonsense. You're always welcome on all of you. Your city, this is your city as much as anyone else's. I'm glad to see you hail and whole as well, Coda. Though I know little of particulars, I can only imagine your latest adventure has been both long and colorful. Beginning with the near shipwreck, you'll remember. Yet here we stand, celebrating the ascension of your Claimant. Indeed. When my journey began, I thought only preserving the peace my father had worked so hard to create, but the feat of pots and proof and ice showed me that peace is not simply the absence of war. Being able to live together in safety and happiness, that's what my father envisioned. That's a Tuliyola I want for you all. So I promise you this, as Dawn Servant, I'll do everything to bring that same happiness to the Bands of Kozuyama and the Hoya of the Chiwagar Saltern. I won't forsake them. As I was moved by our father's influence, so too will many Chiwagar come to accept your peace. Their beliefs have stood for millennium, not easily shifted, but neither are they immutable. Well, not easily shifted, neither are they immutable. I can be pretty determined. I'm sure they'll come around eventually. They'll come around eventually, mark my words. I can vouch for the efficacy of such determination. Thanks to the Moblins' hospitality, I've been able to rediscover the joy of my craft and honor my father's legacy. Now that good living is secure, the village overflows with field smiles. Such cooperation between Hellpans and Potsworn, very spirit of a healthy pot pact. A partnership like yours is bound to be fruitful. I look forward to seeing the fantastic pieces you produce. There's some other people I'd like to see. Let's try and find Hunmuruk. The Zabu Rocks, I believe I saw him on the sands below. The Gleam Sands, oh thank you. Enjoy your time in the city, and remember, this will always be your home as well. I must pay my respects to Gulul Jaja, though he will doubtless insist upon a bout. For the ceremony, we peruse the saga, Tuliolo saga on Morrow's measure. I'm proud to see the Yokoi glyphic traditions are so prominently displayed in the city. Come visit us in Earthenshire. Rockorock and I would be glad to welcome you. Rockorock, excited to see new Dawnservant will help Tuliolo. This city is one big happy pot. Let's make for the Gleam Sands. He should be there. You must think my attendance in Krog was such an auspicious occasion, yet as Altorock, I have a duty to represent the goodwill of my people. What a wonderful variety of goods and flavors they have here. I must be sure to bring some home for the others. My, you honor us with your personal visit. Congratulations upon your ascension. No, that. My title may have changed, but I'm still Wuklamat. More than just, I'd say. You grow into a leader fit for the nation. Your father must be proud. I hope so, but big events like this make me wonder what my birth parents might say if they knew. I imagine they say it fills their hearts with joy to see a strong, compassionate woman you become. I owe my thanks as well for fulfilling your promise to me. Oh, of course. I told Bakul to stay with us so we could congratulate you in person, but he marched off, muttering something about not being able to face you just yet. A boy needs purpose beyond catering to the demands of others. He's always been too obliging for his own good. Yeah, as I suspected, it was indeed a Vothri thing. While it doesn't forgive him, it does explain how he never really had a chance to be anything else. I'm sure he'll find his own in time, especially if he knows his family is there for him. That we are. By the by, have you seen Keteram anywhere? Tankwa, that is. Strong of a name. Bit exotic. We called upon him before, but he wasn't at home. I don't recall seeing him at the ceremony either. The first promise was notably absent as well, though I assume he required time to salve his injured pride. Everyone thought he'd be the one to succeed Papa. My victory must have come at quite a shock to him. As for Tankwa, I'm sure he's around somewhere, or ready to appear when we least expect him. Let's get going, but relax, enjoy, make yourselves at home, and come visit us anytime. Alright, I think I found everyone confined. Let's return to the others in the Winged Walk. Now, this is a reason I'm glad teleportation is still a thing here. Alright, still need to unlock these. He has an urgent job for a courageous soul. Kodo, I was wondering when you'd be along, and not a moment too soon either. I got an urgent job that he's doing and no one else in trust. Of course, you'll be wanting to know the details, so why don't you grab a seat over there? I'll join you shortly. I'm still being accompanied, so I can do this later. Now, this is one of those reasons I'm glad you can now teleport your allies with you now, because, like I mentioned, when we first ran into these in Endwalker, you could not teleport with them. It would immediately count as parting ways, and you have to reconnect with them. There's definitely been a lot of good quality of life updates with the game. Some a bit of unsure. Some that make me question, but... I guess while I need to walk here anyways, there was an announcement today that they're going to be starting increasing tank aggro since some jobs like Pictomancer have a lot of burst at the start, which can cause them to lose it. I spoke with my friend who mains a paladin, and he said the aggro generation is as overpowered as it was in Endwalker, which means it might as well not exist as a mechanic, so... It's nowhere like Stormblood, where in Stormblood you really had to pay attention to how much your damage output was, the DPS. And a healer, of course, yeah, basically the whole party had to care about the aggro system. But as a result, that's one of the reasons dungeons became so much more simple, since you no longer have to manage stuff like that. Likewise, well, this you can blame on the players, honestly. Actually, I guess that you could also blame on the players, but this, you could also blame on the players, but basically, a lot of people didn't like how some team-wide buffs were 2 minutes cooldown, some were 1 minute, some were something in between. So for Endwalker, they listened and gave everyone the same cooldown, but then quickly started running into problems. Like if someone dies, then you're forever losing your, then the burst windows are no longer as heavy, which can cause some problems in beating DPS checks and such. I guess it's a real balance of making sure which quality of life ones people want are going to be good and which ones might accidentally cause problems elsewhere. There are rumors Galul Jaja might go on a pilgrimage now that he's no longer Dawn Servant, though I'm sure the transition process will keep him in the capital for some time yet. Oh, you're back. Arenville was just regarding us the tales of the Mati from when they were little. How about the taco? It was basically clean when I found it, or... What, the one about the taco was basic? Or, no, the one about Papa's feathers? Look, I don't know where else to wipe my nose. It's a little know better. Oh, I didn't like that Woklamat even straight up responded. Galul stopped by to offer his thanks for our support. He also bade me to extend his gratitude for you for assisting a concerned father. I'm not sure what he meant by it, but I assume you do. Let's head back to Winged Walk. Everyone's waiting. Welcome back. Hope you didn't rush on our account.
Seen everyone you wanted to see?
I have. Sorry for keeping you all. Now, there's just one last matter. What Kona spoke to you about. I'm sure he made it abundantly clear, but I'm completely serious. I want you to stay in Tulichola with me.
That's a pretty big call.
I'm not forcing you, of course. But should you wish it, you'll always have a place here. Ah, that's right. This is for you. A permit granting passage to Chat-Tural, which, as I recall, you've yet to see.
Ah, that's what I was after.
An adventurer like you could hardly resist, no?
Of course not.
I can't believe our journey is over already. You accepted me as a comrade and stood with me to the end. You have my eternal gratitude. Thank you. Well, I had better get going. I need to start learning all my official Dawn Servant duties.
Yeah, it's probably gonna keep her busy a while. That explains why she can't
I'll
be
be
a
sure
trust.
to share what my old man says about the Golden City too, once he tells me. Till then, feel free to pass the time as you like.
Sounds good.
For now, I will remain in Tural. There's someone I'd like to see before returning to Sharlayan.
What about the rest of you?
Alize and I also intend to remain a while longer. As educational as this experience has been thus far, we feel there are even more lessons to be had for Garlemald. By hearing about the peace your father facilitated, and then seeing you reforge relations with Mamuk, we were reminded of a profound truth. That is, acceptance begins with understanding.
And, like you demonstrated throughout the rite, there are unexpected yet effective ways for two sides to understand each other. The question is how to encourage it, and by seeing more of this nation born of unity, we hope to find some hints. Personally, I can hardly wait to learn more about the City of Gold. So, if I may, I'd like to stay in Tula Yolal as well.
By all means. Your rooms are at your disposal for as long as you need them.
And what of you? Thinking of touring Shaktural, perhaps?
Oh yeah. That's the plan.
Of course. You're hardly the type to leave half a continent unexplored.
Then perhaps we could travel together? The person I intend to meet is my mentor, so I'll be visiting my hometown in Shaktural.
Oh, that would
if
be
you have
ideal.
no particular destination in mind, I'd be happy to guide you en route.
Sounds good to me.
Then it's farewell for now. Take care, all of you.
When you're ready, come and meet me at the Shaktural Skygate.
We're friends to the end, you hear me? Friends to the end!
This is a surprisingly short expansion, but hey, we finally got our summer vacation. Now, let's explore and relax a bit in the northern part of the continent. Wee splat. Holy crap, man, you took ages just to sit down. It's been a chaotic day. Now that we're all set, allow me to introduce myself properly. Brokavu, proprietor of this very restaurant. As you know, my establishment's open to everyone. People hailing across Troll, sometimes further, come here to whet their appetite and stake their thirst. Given how we turn no one away, it's inevitable a few bad apples might mix in, and therein lies the rub. A particularly rotten bunch was in here not too long ago. So this is the role quest, just taking out some Dine and Dashers or bar fight people. Sitting over there, in fact, having conversation most foul. Thank you all for coming here, so far from your respective homes. This is the first time we've all gathered in one place. Perhaps formal introductions are in order. I am... Welcome, what will you be having? Could we have a moment, please? We're in the middle of something very important. Now then, where was I? Oh yes. Abiahi. If you're sitting here now, it's because I've personally invited you to the passage of the Unbound, my secret villainous order with ambition so discord to the world. I'm sorry, what? Villains don't often call themselves such. Nor do secret orders have their meeting places where all eyes can see. Yeah, this sounds like nodding. What do you know? Your snide remarks only ruin my carefully constructed atmosphere. If I had time to think of a suitable slogan, you would understand the words or everything. I digress. I invited you here for one reason: throw the world a mire of chaos, then watch the nations crumble. What else would we call ourselves not villainous? My only interest is to punish those who dare to mock and belittle me. As long as I can achieve that, you can call me whatever you like. The rich, powerful, mighty shall be crushed under the weight of my ire. A grand design for a group of 6. Even if we manage to muster others to our side, there's a limit to what we can accomplish. And I regret to say you're right. At present, we're bound and powerless. That's why, in order to raise our fists against oppressors, we must find strength to shatter our shackles. We shall go doing so and then become unbound, like the birds soaring. We shall take flight and spread our wicked wings, sustaining the azure skies. It's not azure, are they? Sometimes the skies become treacherous crowds. Even birds must rest. You speak of finding strength. Is that why we're here, to look for it? So, I pledge my aid. With newfound might at my beck and call, I shall win adoration, and known only as a hero. Your eagerness is heartening, and you are correct. The tools to make our goal a reality lay here in Tyrol. Across the continent could be bound certain artifacts which possess untold power. You say artifacts? Oh, I sense an adventurous hunt for instruments of devious devilry indeed. My imagination is overflowing with images of the new forms my trickery might take. I dare say the world is not ready. Yes, well, to get the heart of the matter, the objects are held by disparate tribes which make their homes in the Tyrol continent, where they have been passed down through generations as sacred treasures. Whatever stories people have attached to so-called treasures matters not. Each contain the essence of fearsome beasts called Tyrol Vidral, and with each of them in our possession, none shall stand against us. We shall take these objects and bring them across the sea and use them to undermine nations. This is the means by which you do so, I leave in your hands. I only ask that you do not disappoint. And Shadowbringers, you need to complete at least one role quest in order to complete the main story, but here it doesn't seem to be the case. I take it there are no questions. Let the passage of the Unbound open to the world. We begin at once. They didn't order a single thing. Well, that's insult to injury, isn't it? That's long and short of it. What do you think? They left without ordering anything. They might lack discretion, but they seem formidable nonetheless. They left without ordering. Villainous indeed. Of course, we had a duty to report to Landsguard, but it didn't make a difference because soon we learned those unwelcome guests have teeth. Not long ago, one individual from a remote tribe came here seeking help to recover a stolen relic. Then another came with the same story. By the time we realized the passage of the Unbound was a real threat, they had one and all made their way across the sea with their ill-gotten gains. Each tribe has sent one of their own to recover what's lost, but being on strange lands are at a disadvantage. That's why he had been looking for someone who knows every corner of Eorzea and beyond. Now, I know you've business in Tyrol, or else you wouldn't be here in the first place, but if you could take time to hear Raoul Majun out, you'd be doing a service to and those who could be really using a helping hand. Guess you might as well complete this quest to unlock them. Greetings, allow me to thank you personally for lending your assistance in this matter. We've been quite desperate for someone suitable. Greetings. Oh, are those becoming a daily nuisance? I must ask. Have there been developments you might share? A nuisance? My parish saw you come just in time. Now that the vaunted code has agreed to help with the search. Finally, a fortunate turn. So long as our sacred treasures are in wicked lands, our homes shall know no peace. Say nothing of the danger they pose to other nations. If these thieves really intend to stir up chaos, you better depart for the next ship. Before you do that, it might be proper to introduce you to those who've come to Leolol in search of aid. No one's comes from a village far north. A single warrior cannot hope to withstand the power of her tribe's relics, so she requires a stout protector, someone that can be leaned upon in time's darkest. The heirloom that Nelpi must recover affects terrible melodies on its victims. He seeks someone who commands great healing to counteract its effect. In search of Shashepia's tribal treasure has been entrusted with the Peerless Hunter. She requires someone to act as a frontline fighter who can distract her target while she takes deadly aim. A melee, I guess. And lastly, Sue, he who knows little about her people's ancient artifact, aside from the fact it must not fall in the wrong hands. She seeks a mage of great power, but anything beyond that lies shrouded in mystery. Aren't you forgetting someone? Your crisis is just as pressing if you won't say so yourself. Raoul Jas hails from much further south than even Mamuk, who's traveled many days and nights in search of someone who can strike down prey from afar. It's the only way to escape his village treasure, the effect of his village's treasure. Did I get that right? Indeed, I do so forgetful my old age, thank you. 5 tribes, 5 stolen treasures, all waiting for the aid of Braid Soul. Hopefully it can be you. Of course, I'll share what I know of the matter. You need only ask. And know that I will not hold against you should you assist only those whom your talents are best suited. So long as you do what you can, people Tyrol and the others will be in your debt. You've gained access to the role quest for Dawntrail. A separate quest line is now available for tank, melee, fizz range, fizz... This is a melee, magical range, and healer roles. Speak with the people to assist them. Welcome. How go search for the treasures? If anything, ask. Feel free. Things. They could be better, I confess. Thieves are at large. Each clan sent one of their own to track them down. One of the very talents would be a help, should you be willing to lend your aid. Okay, I love how everyone's not even bothering to take the stairs. They just jump off the side because it's quicker. Alright, time to grab a sip of my drink, and then we'll go to the northern areas. Fun fact, Mountain Dew crossover with Dawntrail only applies to bottled ones, and I don't always buy Mountain Dew, but when I do, it's usually the cans. Past these gates lies over the bridge lies Zoctaral. You have your permit, yes? Packed and ready? No last minute stops to make? Forgive me, I'm afraid traveling with the new Dawn Servant may have scarred me for life. Meanwhile, in the depths of Sky Deep Canote. He wants whatever's behind here, but he doesn't have the tool to open the seal. Said circumstances can never open the true gate to the Golden City. So I guess when he said he won't yield if no one's worthy, he just figured, say, unfortunately, I don't think you're ready. The gate is here, but how can he open it? Circumstances says, he said circumstances are preventing them from being able to open it. This is the gate to the Golden City? 2 decades ago, your father bade me to transcribe a letter to a scholar across the salt, petitioning the study of this place. So he was the one who wrote the letter. When he discovered something the Dawn Servant feared enough to seal it away forever, so he thought until the right's objective became the City of Gold. But to think Anqua would be trusted with its safekeeping. Had I known that doddering old fool carried a set of keystones, I might have spared ourselves some of those feats. So we had a set in case of an emergency. Great power sleeps here, and with it you shall obtain your birthright. So you say, yet the new Dawn Servant succeeded where I could not. Taking the throne will be no easy task. The resilient son underestimates his own potential. There's no need to worry. I've liberated the key from the Dawn Servant's vault. You alone have the means to unlock the gate. You will gain all you were denied. The right your father's shade. Those bitter memories shall soon be forgotten. Seize your future, I promise. Open the gate to become the ruler you're destined to be. Is that aura sight? It's working. It really is golden. Is someone there? Can you hear me? At last. Who's there? Show yourself. If only I could. Alas, this gate will not open for me. Only the key in your possession can connect us. Something tells me that then you're the guardian of the city's great power. I do not claim the power is great, but the knowledge I possess is enough to realize any desire to remake worlds. Is that so? Fascinating. Name your price then, for my desire is the world itself. Yes, yes, the resilient sun rises. Together we'll create a nation worthy of our rule. Promise, why? The useless tool is cast aside. Deliver me a new world, one that bends to my will. As you wish, but in exchange... It's going to be something great. In right triumphant. Might be good to check if I need a new weapon here. 94, huh? I'll be getting a new one at 96 anyway. The long road to Zoctorol. Errand bell's ready to set off. Ready to get underway? Sounds good to me. I present your travel past the guard and let's be off. You don't have to wait long to enjoy sightseeing. The bridge is a wonder in its own right. Go on, show you're past the travel guard. This gate's barred to all those except with express permission from one of the Dawn servants. Signed by Wooklamont herself. Val Wooklamont herself. My apologies, sir. If you wait here just a moment, then... We probably should have more than one people opening the gate.
Shall we then?
Sounds good to me. Let's go. Wow, that is a huge bridge. Texas. Well, it's Golden Gate. So it could also be a Golden Gate or something. There's a lot of ways it could go. Ah, the frontier.
On the far side of that great bridge unfolded the wilds of Shaloni, where the sun guides in the Shitona tongue. A harsh guide, to be sure, with its blazing rays scorching the land and hardening its inhabitants.
An actual desert, huh? Looks more like Arizona, if I had to
sweeping
guess.
change had come to the arid expanse when,
Or
beneath
Nevada.
its red crust, vast deposits of ceruleum were discovered.
Okay, definitely Nevada.
Embracing this opportunity, Vau Kona supporters hurtle on, driven by dreams of a future illuminated by blue flame. It is here that our journey continues, our path taking us along winding roads of steel. Each length of track a declaration of hope and ambition.
My home, Yasulani, lies past Shaloni. It will be a long journey, but the railroad should make it easier.
Oh, nice. We had one of those in the first, so I could probably use that. So it'd be nice to use it here, too.
As for the way to the train station, let's ride these fellows, shall we?
Totally not bison. Let's just hope this doesn't turn out to be, ooh. Oh man, there's so many movies I could reference that take place in a spot like this. How about Tremors? That's a popular horror movie that takes place in the desert. Well, more of a comedy horror, but still. That takes place in Perfection, Nevada, I believe it is. Sunbaked Sable Keep. Well, what have we here? Short on ironic. Heads up. If one of us, let's have a creature ready and waiting. If you need two, you're gonna have to wait. The Roanoke have been acting strangely, more easily spooked and otherwise disagreeable. Picking out a few fit for rent's proven bothersome work. Oh yeah, that one looks like it's seen some things. Don't worry, buddy, I know what that's like. They're usually so docile. The ones I saw earlier don't appear to be unhealthy either, but much has changed since I've been here. Not the best start to our journey, I suppose. I guess I'd say this would give us more time for sightseeing, but this doesn't look like one of the more visually impressive areas. Still, the train station isn't far. Seeing as we're in a hurry, let's just go on foot. We're not in a hurry, let's go on foot. How about that, sir? As well traveled as you look, not only the wreck that have getting us trouble, the wildlife have been showing signs of aggression too. A merchant should be returning soon with one of our beasts. Stick around till they do, and we'll see you both one for a safer trip. Your offer's most appreciated, but I don't think my friend here is particularly concerned about the wildlife. Actually, maybe look. About the Ronick, Aaronville. The Ronick. Haha, this is your first time. I understand your enthusiasm. It'd be a shame not to ride at least once while you're here. A fair point. If we're to give you the authentic Shalonai experience, I suppose it's worth the wait. Right then, change of plans. There's a small town nearby. We'll just pass the time there. I take your head into Swati. Hey then, I'll have a man bring the Roanoke over there. Just mind yourself around the drunkards and troublemakers, eh? I'll use the non-bladed part of my scythe if that ends up being a problem. Won't take a long rest, should. Keep an eye out for them with 2 Roanoke. The Serpent Lord stirs. Huh. Someone is doing this one but then gave up. It's not it's 33% not going up. Or maybe the NPCs did a decent amount of damage. Either way, my gear is massively outdated if we're blunt. Pack of militia threaten a mysterious warrior whispering ancient evil. Ooh, right. I've got some upgrades now. Alright, so specifically use of Gluttony is what uses my upgraded skills. I'll need to remember that. Forlorn Maiden makes it so the next fate you do will have a boosted experience number, so I also have to make sure do I do another one before I leave the area, because it does go away if you leave the area. day is ours. We're just... And to kill a snake, one must cough its head. Twist of fate. Certain rewards earned from fates are now dramatically increased. First lure the snakes from its den. We'll meet again, traveler. I'll make certain of it. Okay, it vanishes no matter what. Sometimes to go from one fate to another, you kind of have to chain it. And in order to chain it, you have to stay close to the NPC that sets it off, or else they vanish. I know in... Where was it? Yeah, I know in Ilmeg you can actually have that problem. Last time I was here, it was a little more than a camp with a shop or 3. Oh, nice. So it's come quite a ways as...
Well, well. It's become a proper town.
Hey!
Wanted posters.
Now hold on a minute.
Some sort of trouble.
Is that normal here, or...?
I'm talking to you, you old bastard.
Give me strength. For the last time, the investigation is closed. There's no refuting the evidence.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
Let me remind you who the scum is here. Your friends, who had the temerity to point their firearms at me, the deputy chief of the Dust Watch. And after taking them into custody, what should we discover but incontrovertible proof that they had committed larceny? They will not be released until they've paid for their crimes.
I'd heard the peacekeeping force had been formed to deal with growing lawlessness. Seems the situation is bad indeed.
Still can't get up a fuss, eh? Sounds like poor Zekua needs his bottle.
Sure he wouldn't prefer his mama's teat? Treat me like a child, will you? My friends haven't done anything wrong, damn it! They've been framed!
Oh, stubborn little runt. Listen here, Zekua. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you'd best comport yourself like one. That means respecting the rule of law. Order may be precarious here in Shaloni, but it can be had if each man does the right thing. And for those that don't, well, they have to answer to the Dust Watch. Now run along and think before you cast aspersions next time. Lest you hurt my feelings.
Those are some very shiny teeth he's got.
Fine! If that's how it's gonna be.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Stinian.
Is that?
There's a time to fight and a time to withdraw. For you, that's now.
What?
Hey!
Turned at sorrow.
What are you doing, Zekua? You better not be stirring up trouble.
Wahute! You sack of Ronek shit! This ain't over! You hear me?
You want to tell me what that was about?
Nothing that need concern you, sir. Zekoa is simply struggling to come to terms with the low character of his friends. But for good measure, I'll have the men keep an eye on him.
Yes, you do that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go make my rounds.
I guess Estinian must have gotten a pass from the previous Dawn servant then.
I wasn't expecting to see your faces among the crowd. Talk is rife there's a new Dawn servant. Take it you found it then. The Golden City.
It's locked up tight, but nonetheless, yeah, we know it exists and where it is.
Aye, the contest is over. And as I needed to return home to Yasulani, I offered to show our friends some of Shak Tural. What brings you north?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what there is to see.
Going where the wind blows, eh?
Gulul Jaja compensated me rather generously for our duel. I'll be able to enjoy a comfortable life on the road for the foreseeable future.
Oh, well, that's good.
But for now, I shall be moving on. Oh, by the way, I recommend you try the Sabatender. They may not look it. They're surprisingly delicious.
But we don't serve Sabotender here.
Forestinian. Before anything else, I should probably, well, first of all, I need to repair things. Daradared. Ah, good, I can do this Daradared Fate immediately and get a boost to my experience. Ideally, I can get ahead of it, because as you can see, I'm really starting to run out of my, rested experience. Also harmless will have to wander the waste, but should they lose their way and stray too far near a settlement, even the slightest contact can rouse them to violence. One such pack currently lingers outside and can only with swift action be averted. starting to reach the point in the story where my gear, even maxed out from Endwalker, is going to start falling off. Unfortunate, but I should start getting another set. Job are they? Oh, another Reaper. Neat. Come on, load it up. We are. Boost experience and gems. Not bad. No point in mortal sacrifice. I'm not going to begin to a fight soon enough. No sooner we set out than we ran into excitement. At least no one was hurt. This Dust Watch has the work cut out for them. For as long as I can remember, disputes big or small were always settled by dueling. The people should only rarely see eye to eye. For better or for worse, it's the simplest way to settle differences. Should most sooner not risk their lives, though, and it's encouraged parties to break peaceful resolutions in a roundabout fashion. Dusk Watch was likely established by Spurs of Kana, preferring peace enforced through a formal rule of law. A reasonable stance, all things considered. If things got out of hand, Landsguard would be forced to step in. What freedom they have now would be lost under Zeral Jaw's authority. All of which is to say that unless a lengthy stay in the jailhouse appeals to you, be mindful how you handle your arms in town. Maybe I should hide my weapon while here then. Aaronville would rather not dither about for long. I should think the stableman's arrived by now. I'll go ahead and check. If you want to have a look around, be my guest. Come find us when you've had your fill. Oh yeah, I should get the alpaca trader order. Just because that's going to make things easier. Recuperating. Rough. Is it not here? Oh, there it is, yes. No, that's a gemstone trader. Yeah, I just need to do more fates and I can at least unlock the speed process there. Now, how do I get up there? Oh. Well, that was simple. I need to grab all these ether currents. Granted, I have noticed that I did notice that I got ether currents for Ukapaka and, what's it called? The last one I was in. The forest there. But I did not get one for Kuzamaka, which implies to me I'll be back for Kuzamaka at some point. Maybe. Or maybe I got one here and I just straight up forgot. Looks like there's still parts, very little of the map I couldn't have explored. Ukapaka, actually that's, no, it's got a... There's some parts, but I don't think there's enough. I must have gotten it from there and forgotten. I can also check the ether currents, but I also don't want to have future areas spoiled quite yet. Now think about it, this is the first time I've traveled with only a single companion. Makes for fewer complications. Afraid not take it? Sorry to keep both waiting. Unruly wildlife's not the only source of distress, I'm afraid. It's been a bit of a rise and robber and targets merchants. As a result, we got a lengthy list of folks waiting to use our... which is why I have to ask you to stop at Schwarzy Springs. That's fine, of course, but haven't the Dust Watch dealt with this bandry? The Mechanis fellas are doing what they can, but they reckon the bandits are operating as a gang. Round them all up is easier said than done. If you got anything of value you want, take care. Thanks for the warning, we'll be sure to stay vigilant. Right then, if you're ready to set off, I'll see you on your way. Ready? Then saddle up. Your friend seems to know the way, so I won't bother giving you directions. This is your first time, so let's take it slow. Take care not to let it toss you. Ooh. I'll continue to be struck by how much Shalona changed. Yeah, or Cerulean Reserves, and that town we visited wasn't even here several years ago. With few reliable opportunities to replenish water supplies, travelers turned to Nopala tenders. Not just for the water in their stems mine, their fruits are also said to be both nutritious and delicious. Gotta be wary of those bombs, sheesh. Funny how there's been several deserts in the game so far, but they're see the hole over there. Some might hope to find water, but it's brimming with ceruleum. The eruption of flames from within makes for a spectacle, inspiring cautionary tales of people who wander too close. The Wallaki, meanwhile, show great reverence to ceruleum and its blue flames. That is the group where the blue mages originate from. Oh, that's a discussion for another time. We're here. Yeah, blue mages were originally from Tural, so it's kind of neat to see them here. A good thing for those Ronic. No sooner do we dismount, the next passengers are already on their way. They really are short on Ronic. Easy come, easy go, I suppose. Only allowed in single player, yeah, pretty much. There are some achievements for beating with some things with a party of entirely blue mages, but not all of them work. Like, I believe the War of Light extreme fight actually does require the tank limit break, or else, as in, it's programmed to, if the tank limit break 3 is not used, it just automatically kills you even if you somehow manage to survive. This is the so ones like those don't have blue mage achievements, unfortunately. Perhaps the busiest town here in Salonai, people travel from all over hoping to find their fortune. The change was surprising enough, but it's no less impressive. They achieved a great deal in 3 years I've been away. The station's on the eastern side, but there should still be time for the next train to part. So if you don't mind, I'd like to pay a visit to my old friend and my mentor. Sounds good to me. Yade is her name, and if she learned I passed through without saying a word, she'd never let me hear the end of it. She set out from our village some 10 years ago, hoping to earn some coin as she traveled. I can but assume she came here seeking great opportunities as well. In any case, let's see if we can find her. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot. Is there going to be a gold rush here? Oh yeah, and I was genuinely surprised we were going to get another limited job, but apparently they have plans for Beastmaster this expansion. I'm glad they're not abandoning single player content at least, even though the party stuff is what most people are doing in the general sense. There we go, Aetheryte attuned. Probably gonna get at least one dungeon in each area, I'd wager, and then we have to proceed to, then again, I'm still... the levels, is this level 35 or 36? 95, 95. Okay, so yeah, I'm a bit ahead of the curve, which I would prefer. Largely because if I'm not ahead of the curve, I'll run into a dead stop at some point, and I don't want to have to stop and grind just to keep up with levels. This is an interesting area. The oil, I mean, cerulean rigs are certainly... Oh, I guess probably where that person's having a cutscene, huh? Blue-haired Chitona. Yes, I'm Ayate, and who might you be? He is my friend. Could it be? Goodness, it is. Ellen Ehrenfeld, yes. Man grown, you're such a darling little thing as a child. You know, it's only been 3 years since we last spoke. Really, only 3. I suppose it starts to get hazy after a while, living as long as we do. Well, this is Yate. She's known my mentor since they were children. Oh, nice to meet you. Never thought I'd see the day you travel with company. You really have grown. On Elishpaya. Is that what they call you here? Alright, I was born, I adopted a new name when I became a gleaner, one that adheres to Eastern Vera conventions, as to avoid drawing too much attention. Given this is a homecoming, it's only a matter of time before you found out. Nevertheless, I'd appreciate if you would continue using my chosen name. I got it. Homecoming. You know, I've been thinking of playing the old stamping grounds a visit myself. Would it be good to see Kachua again? She's the finest archer I know. Elishpaya's mother and mentor. Every time I drop by, she treats us as a veritable feast prepared to a fresh game she hunted herself. You're impressive with the bow too, even among the Chitona. Oh, I couldn't compare to Kachua, but her skill at arms pales in comparison to her knowledge of nature. That's what earned her a place among Galul Jaja's traveling companions, after all. Now that is the interesting thing to learn. She always was the inquisitive sort, but her journey across Tyrol lit a fire in her. Even after Elishpani was born, she often left him in my care so that she could embark on another expedition in search of the unknown. Oh, lovely. He had to deal with having the Timmy Turner parents. Oh, I love how you cry and beg and take along. It must have been hard on you. Yate, please. Well, we're all friends here, aren't we? No matter how many times he asks, the answer will be the same. You can come when you prove yourself as a true explorer. Thus did she task me with finding the Golden City. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assumed it was but a dreamer's fancy, a ploy to goad me into exploring the wider world. And if she traveled with Galul, then there's no question. She has to know the truth behind it. But it was real, and we found it. That's right. We managed to achieve something considered possible. You found it? All part of the rite of succession. I assumed everyone had heard. That's amazing. She'll be thrilled. And eager to bombard me with questions, no doubt. Well, we should be on our way. Thank you so much for stopping by. Give my best to Kachua. Help, I need help. Well, sounds like my Reaper Scythe is needed. What's that about? We'll investigate. Please wait here. No doubt these are the infamous local bandits. Namiko. Please, you have to help. I've been robbed. That's Namiko, Wuklamat's nursemaid. Aaron Velkoda. Coming closer, I'll slit a throat of air. Oh, you don't want to do that. Then you have nothing keeping me from slicing you into absolute ribbons. If so much as nick a skin, you'll live to regret it. Oh, yeah? Hold on, this ain't Wuklamat's nursemaid. Maybe this isn't such a good idea. Take the goods to the boss. We'll deal with this. It's cute you think you stand any level of chance to me. Please, you have to give it back. I'm going after Namika. This lot, I'll leave to you. I'm afraid you lost the one thing standing between me and slicing you guys to ribbons, so... Oh, hello, Ellie. Stop that. Gotta get Basil by the ears and feed the old woman to dogs. I'm afraid you're going to have to survive me first, and I don't do gentle. We can deal with them later. First, we need to put this one in the dirt. Weak adventurer. Oh, I love this upgrade. Just look at that damage. Well, be fair, they didn't know that Namika was Wuklamat's nursemaid. There's no possible way they knew I was her, minion. Oh, we're dead if the boss finds out. Well, if it's easier, I can make sure that you're dead before he finds out. I remember this is for the whole of the content what happened. Yeah, pretty much. Which is, but I can understand, like I said, a big thing about being on a whole other continent is only a handful of people have heard of us and what happened with the final days, because that was pretty localized over there. They probably had some of it here, but it likely just ended on its own since we didn't exactly get any help from overseas there. Oh, no need to worry. She's fine. Okay, good. Thank you. I don't know what I've done without you. Or did reach Lokrama, that you are strong. Yes, as it did also reach Kona. The bandit managed to get away, but I have an idea of where they're headed, actually. You said they stole something from you. Oh yes, a bracelet. It was a parting gift from Wuklama. I see. As close as you two were, I can only imagine how much it means to you. But what brings you all this way? The right of succession ended, and Wuklama crowned. She's ready to stand on her own. I told her as much, and my plans to return home to Yassilani. She gave me the bracelet that I might always remember our time together. I feel with such joy. I want everyone to know. I wanted to see this wonderful gift from the vow of resolve. Now it's gone. I will let them take every coin in my name if only they lift that bracelet. Let's see. I would ask what you intend to do, but I know that look. I'll knock him senseless. It's what Wuklamat would have wanted. Please, you mustn't put yourself in harm's way for my sake. Oh, don't worry. They're the one in harm's way. I can assure you no harm will come to us. Dakota will make sure of that. I understand your methods can be brutal, but it'll be wise to show some restraint, lest you find yourself on the wrong side of the law. Plus, I should come as well, to be sure all proceeds as should. I don't know what to say. I can see why Wuklamat put so much faith in you both. That reminds me, Wuklamat's outfit when she arrived at the end of Endwalker is much different from the one she wears in the expansion. Interesting. Before anyone else, let's see her back at Shawanazi Springs. She'll be safer in town, and Iati there will keep an eye on her. We should have nothing to worry about. Thank you, both of you. Alright, I will only slice them marginally to ribbons. Thick slices rather than fine ones. So more like pork cutlets than beef jerky. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for you to get involved with this. A number of Yate's mining fellows are here as well. Namika's in good hands. Everyone told me what happened. You needn't worry about Namika. If those bandits find us, I'll kick up a fuss and see them driven off. That bracelet meant everything, and those bastards wouldn't even care if they knew. It makes me sick. But at least she's safe, so I know you get things right. If the Dust Watch can't be bothered to do their jobs, they can piss off. Ooh, wild banana blend. In the center stage, the sweet and tangy summertime smoothie. Tender shortcake, layered with whipped cream and sliced Neapolitan tuna. This light and fruity dessert's a perfect summertime treat. Fruit and aloe jelly. This gelatinous dessert was flavored with the mouth-watering sour kick of branch bearer fruits. Creamy hot chocolate, brewed with cocoa powder created from sweet kukuru beans. This warm winter beverage is made all the sweeter by a dollop of cream on top. Ooh, all these sound absolutely delicious. Then again, I guess thinking about it, the Endwalker model for Wuklamot might be significantly different from the one she has here in Dawntrail. Kind of like how Yugiri looked completely different in Realm Reborn versus when she finally shows up in Heavens, takes off her mask in Heavensward. Alright, let's go recover the bracelet. While I have nothing but contempt for these bandits, as involves a gift from Wuklamot, we must be mindful how our actions might reflect on her. I doubt Namik would find joy in the return of said gift if lives are taken in the process. If it comes to violence, ask you should stop short of killing them. The rest, we can leave the Dust Watch. Well, now it makes me think you're strong, really strong, are you? I may have saved the star on more than one occasion. You saved it. That's a bold claim to make. But if true, that certainly speaks to your strength. If your curiosity's been sated, please indulge mine. Is there anything you can tell us about these bandits? Let's see. Well, as of late, there's been talk about unsavory types coming and going from Toniowe in the southwest. That old mining town that was abandoned. That's the one. Now the cerulean extraction's big. Now that the cerulean extraction's big business, no one wants to waste their time picking up the dried up veins there. Sounds like the perfect lair, not to mention the one which the bracelet fled in that direction. So you'll be investigating. I can let the Dust Watch know if you'd like. Not yet. It would be best if we went alone. There's something I'd like to ascertain, if you've no objections. Sure, sounds good to me. Right, then let's be off. He wants to know if they're, the Dust Watcher among them, maybe? Found those bandits, you're beaten bloody, you hear? If you sense trouble, promise me to protect yourself first. I could, of course, also swap to Pictomancer in order to get the searching experience. I just need to be wary and not, you know, fight anything, because everything here is 2 levels higher. You know, I'll just get a bit more XP. Huh, it's almost level 95. That's good. That means it can do the dungeon that I keep sucking at. For some reason, I absolutely cannot do the... Which dungeon is it again? Sky Deep Kenote. Don't ask how. For some reason, I just kept dying against the last boss in there. I am the dumb. Well, I guess it's because the boss focuses on pushback abilities. Even his basic punches will push you back a decent ways. So he's definitely designed to force you to be wary of your position in the fight. Seems bandits have claimed this place for themselves. They've made no attempt to conceal their presence. How could the Dust Watch have not noticed by now? A question for another time. First, we must find the bracelet. I don't see the band who had it. Perhaps they're in one of the buildings. Ramshackles they are, they should prove a simple thing to eavesdrop on anyone's side. If we'd go and have a look about, I'll keep watch for trouble. Yeah, that's my concern. The Duskwatch might be allowing us to go through for whatever reason. Or at least the ones who are aware of it. I'm not a stealth class, but I'm sure I can make do. Destination. The bandits will not notice you here. You can safely eavesdrop on anyone inside. Alright, let's hear it out. As you lean in to listen, you pick up voices, the muffled chatter. I don't know what we'd be without him. Probably shoveling sand, praying we'd strike it rich. Ain't that the truth? The only idiot would work in the mines if the user money be had. Now we got a boss who can keep the Dustwatch off our backs. Hey, watch what you say. The wind's got away carrying secrets wrong ears. Maybe so. Whoever believed one of them sainted souls was running on a crew? Drunk who brought your story about the gold shitting alpaca, am I right? Ah. Well, that solves that problem. That solves that mystery. Ooh, ether current, ether current. Forget everything else, I need this. Yeah, they're usually on top of something like here whenever they spawn here. Makes sense, they're tied to the air. Or maybe they're like deep sea anglerfish. I recall I don't know if it's true, but I read that they like explode if they aren't deep enough underwater. Then again, I guess you'd specifically need to what's it called? You'd specifically need to be able to handle the water pressure under there, and that means you wouldn't be prepared if there's no pressure. The bandits will not notice you, so you can safely eavesdrop here. As you lean in, a familiar voice rings through the wall. Zakoa, let me out of here, you bastard. Shut your mouth, Sivan Brat. Make me, I'll get you all back for framing my friends. The vulture most of all. You could tell him to eat shit. How about we give you the chance to tell him yourself? We'll see how tough you are then. They wasted no time doing the biggest dick moves they could possibly imagine. The Daybreakers, huh? I could have just fought those, but I didn't feel like it. These bandits took the bracelet, maybe in this building. Have a listen and see what I can find out. Bandits will not notice you here, so you can safely eavesdrop. Ha. Ideal stealth mission even as a non-stealth job. Although you can just go invisible if you're ninja. There's certain perks to actual stealth jobs. As you lean in, you hear someone entering the room on the other side. Brought back a prize you're gonna love, boss. Have like the bracelet beautiful? Bet it made by a famous artisan. You idiot, how are we supposed to move something like this without attracting attention? Boss, please. I reckon we could find a safe. Won't ask questions, sell it for a song. Here, you're rolling. Don't bring this kind of grief again. I was expecting them to get shot, and then I'd be all, what a brilliant display of resource conservation. Finished? Let's retreat for now. Time to share what we've learned. So, anything? I mean, Thanker can go invisible as a gunbreaker. Well, that's the thing. Thancred's been damn near every job so far. He was a bard in the 1.0, a ninja in the Realm Reborn. And in Shadowbringers, he went to Gunbreaker. I don't remember what he did in... I think he was still Ninja Sword. He wasn't around during Stormblood, though. That was primarily Alice, I believe him. Remember that. He can ethereally hold his breath, though it kills if he does too long. Indeed, but luckily the game won't let you do that. That would be hilarious, though. Press the button to hold your breath, hold it too long, instant death. The main leader is a man of Duskwatch. I would explain why these bandits have been able to do as they please, and you say they gave the bracelet to him. Seems wherever we're cut out to us. Did you hear anything of note? Sakawa, that's a boy confronted one of the officers in town, isn't it not? And you say he was threatened to take him to speak with the Vulture. Their leader's alias, no doubt. Fitting for a man who preys on the helpless. Well then, not only do we have a better idea of who's behind the recent robberies, but we know he has the bracelet. Retrieving it without bloodshed will be difficult, though, if he's that quick to point a gun at his own underlings. Well, obviously, the best thing to do is to get him alone. You're right, if we confront him with his henchmen around, a violent outcome is all but guaranteed. Yeah, I'm thinking my character absolutely can take them, but the thing is, we promise not to commit murders. I just want to talk with him, indeed. I might have a plan. There's a small settlement east of here. Lotsunasa. Meet me there and I shall explain everything. Yeah, that's an early Family Guy episode, isn't it? Then again, I guess I probably shouldn't be asking that. For long-running shows, usually memes and stuff only really come from the earlier seasons. Kind of like how, as tired as SpongeBob memes are, damn near all of them are pretty much only from the first handful of seasons. That was a great skit. Oh yeah, definitely. Alright, we'll just grab this here and... oh yeah. Oh right, I need to hit level... You're right, I need to hit 895 before I can equip all those new accessories, but that's fine. There we are. Yeah, pretty much. Here. I know it's basically no XP whatsoever, but I'd rather get it on a job that I'm not using the story, because the main story absolutely gives you a ton of XP for everything. If we're to retrieve the bracelet without conflict, it won't be done barging at the front door. We'll have to lure him out. To do that, we'll have to avail ourselves these dragon-like creatures that live to the south of here. Huh? It's their breeding season, you see. The males will flock to the scent of female in heat. With a few ingredients to sample the feces, I can create an attractant that resembles the scent when burned. Then we can lure them into the bandits' hideout, flushing out the Vulture's gang. Then they contend with our flying friends, we can sneak in and search the bracelet. I'm afraid I must ask you to collect the excrement. While you see that, I'll go and procure the remaining ingredients. Got it. Literally scare the crap out of them and collect the crap. Before you say anything, I did not ask because in my version of feces, it'd simply be easier for me to find specific species of plant to require. Here, take these 3. You know, that's when you word it like that, Aaronville, I get the specific impression you do in fact care about have a specific aversion to those things. Whatever. Oh, My outfit didn't change there. Okay then. Well, and don't forget, at the end of the skit, he says, "I just want to talk to him, just want to talk to him. I just want to shoot him." Because he just drops all pretense at the end. It's a small bit, but it is genuinely part of what makes the joke funny. Or at least that's what I thought was funny about it. Yeah, it might be easier to go to the nest and do it this way. You survey the area, but no sign. Mildly frustrating. Bone-laden nest. Foul-smelling nest. The foul-smelling is probably the best place to go. You find a pile. Lookout area. Vista record. Name in the Chitono language, meaning hill of wings, has been the nesting grounds of these birds since time immemorial. Many fossils discovered in the region are evidence of their ancient existence, while the shrill cries of newly hatched offspring show their ongoing presence. Hello, oh, hello, Liminal Ninja. Well, thanks for stopping in. Yeah. It was a pretty loud, that's for sure, especially when I started. I started the stream early because I need to get as far as I can since this is my last free time off I have. And for like the first half of the stream, I swear, there was nothing but fireworks going on outside, so all I could do was warn everyone of that. Although I suppose given where the story is taking place right now, maybe it's appropriate that they were off, who knows. Finished, are we? Leavings filling sack. The small hemp bursting, and though you pay the 12, it doesn't actually burst. I'm not sure why you'd want to be doing that, protagonist, given you know what happened, but oh well. Excellent, this will do nicely. All that's left is to mix these with the tumbleclaw fibers, dried no tender root, and just helping of animal fat. Come, let us go back there. Alrighty then. Dang, we're not that far away from Sharonese Springs. It feels like we are, but not really. Well, you always know an area is well designed when it feels like it's bigger than it really is. Huh. Funny how there's 3 desert biomes in the game, and they all feel very distinct from one another. Everything's ready. Time to put our plan in motion. Aw, man, these all sound so delicious. Tender shortcake, fruit and aloe jelly, wild banana blend. You know what? Let's go with the banana blend. Blowing smoke. Let's do it. A fair number appear to be gathered inside. Now's our chance. I'll keep watch from here. The attraction I leave to you. Toss the bonfire in the middle of town, and they will come soon after. Destination. Foul-smelling attractant. The second one greens it when burned is guaranteed to track these birds and leave nothing else to fit to retch. Here we are. Stealth mission complete. Burn, baby, burn. Oh, burn like the brightest star. Oh, you're gonna burn alright. What's a smell? Ah, that reeks. What'd you put in the fire? Wasn't me, I swear. Alright, now good. They're too busy arguing who's responsible to notice what's about to happen. Ah, did something die? Wee woo. Someone explain that ungodly stench to me. It's him, the same man we saw, the deputy. Huh? Boss? Over there? Huh? What in the world? Run for your lives! So the smokes what drew them here. I swear I'll find out who did this. That's our friends have stirred up enough trouble. Time to retrieve the bracelet. Hey, what's going on out there? I'm still in here in case you've forgotten. Sit tight, we'll be back for you. What? You gotta get me out now, they're gonna kill me! I'm begging you, please. Shh, they'll hear you. He only saw Aaronville. Shit, who was that? Hey, you gonna help me or what? Ah, the bracelet must wait. Let's break him out and withdraw for now. This is pretty clearly a filler storyline, but I guess I don't mind it. We haven't had some quality time with Aaronville for quite a while, and Walker had way too much going on. Want to interact with him much, and this time we've had the right succession and all that. Thanks, I for a moment thought you might actually leave me behind. Unfortunately, he saw Aaronville, so he's gonna put a wanted poster up for him. All that effort and not to show for it. Sorry about that, but damn, I think anyone would have the balls to take on the vulture. I need to apologize. We were planning to save you, eventually. Really, I don't even know who you are. Secret Myers or something? Nah. You just happen to be in the right place at the right time, actually. I'm having fun with y'all, but I do appreciate the help. This man they call the Vulture, I've seen his face before. Was he not the officer that you confronted you in town? The one the same. When he's not masquerading as a gang leader, serves as the deputy chief of Duskwatch. That would explain why the bandits are so confident they can avoid capture. You're trying to get back something Vulture stole, right? Let me help. It's the least I can do after you bailed me out back there. I have an idea where he's hid his cash. Reckon he's heading there now too. We can go together. I've got a score to sell with him myself. I don't doubt you do, but we need to know what it is about it first. Where is it? Right, so there's bandits of Toana. They're called Daybreakers, and it was me and my friends that founded the group. But it wasn't getting cutthroats, or at least not back then. Ah, crap, this is a Black Fang situation. It had a good goal, but then got taken over by the wrong person, then it completely changed. We just wanted to protect people who couldn't protect themselves. Kids harassed by bullies, workers exploited by mining, folks who needed even the odds. Just 3 years ago, whenever we found someone scheming in the shadows, we settled matters the best way with a duel. You see, by the old laws, anyone who loses a duel must be held account for their crimes, even those in position of authority. And we made damn sure they did every time. Before we knew it, our small group of friends commanded a force to be reckoned with. Then about a year ago, Vulture and his thugs show up. They got the better of us and took out over the Daybreakers. Everyone's so afraid of him, so they did his bidding with a question. But when he showed them how they could take a fortune easily, that was when they really won them over. Now the Daybreakers nothing but a bunch of bandits and cutthroats who prey on people it was created to protect. I talked over with my friends, Kuok and Lewin, and we all agreed the only way to stop him was to challenge him to a duel, and he accepted. I still remember how he gloated that he'd win. When the day came, he showed up with a Dusk Watch and had my friends arrested on charges of robbery. And if that wasn't enough, he set their bail at a price so high no one could have ever hoped to pay it. With them locked away, there's no one left to help me. None of my old friends, and certainly not Dusk Watch. And that's why you were ready to challenge him in the middle of town. I was till the guy with the spear stopped me. No sooner I stepped out of town, the Vulture's minions caught me by surprise, took me prisoner, and you know the rest. He said Duskwatch would be no help, but they all working for the Vulture then. No, not all of them. The Sheriff Kamika is as honest as they come, staunch keeper of the peace. Problem is, he's a little too trusting and doesn't suspect a thing. If it were my word against the Chiefs, who do you think he'd believe? Well, if he knows where this Vulture's keep his spoils, perhaps he can help us recover the bracelet. What do you think? For what it's worth, I do have a plan, but I can't do it alone. A plan? I'll ask as you hear me out, but not here. I'll be waiting for you at the springs. I guess we can decide what to do after he gives the pitch. Sadly, I don't really use machinists, so I can't attempt a gun duel. Then again, this game is probably, yeah, from enough Japanese creators, I could probably, slice it up with my bullets with my scythe. Actually, what am I saying? We saw a samurai NPC actually slice a bullet in two during Stormblood. So yeah, it's anime enough for that. I'm grateful we could take it to the Deputy Chief, but it'll all be for naught if we're seen. Let me grab a sip of my drink. My throat is starting to wear a bit. Well, thanks, Ethan. Yeah, it's quite appropriate. Get some sleep. I'd love to, but I'm afraid I need to keep going until I'm too tired to keep going. As I mentioned, this is my last day off, so I really need to get this done. Otherwise, I can only do a few at a time. And the Dawnbreaker spoilers are everywhere now. So I need to be wary. Luckily, most are nice enough to say stuff like Dawntrail, level whatever, or trial, like level 93 trial instead of Villamant Garde or whatever, or final boss theme or whatever, but not everyone is, and that's not gonna last, unfortunately. That said, I doubt I can keep going too much longer. It's only so far. So, we'll see. I'm grateful he could take us to Deputy Chief, but I'll be for not if we're seen. Right. Good, you're here. This is where he hides his loot. I expect he'll show up soon. Ooh, more wild banana bread. Law of the land. Arrowville looks expectantly. Yeah, it's also rough to pick up on details so good, I suppose. Yeah, I know. Luckily, most of the memes and stuff are still based around, running around, are still based upon the, what's it called? Someone could just say one thing. Yeah, it can easily something you let slip without even realizing it. Like, during Endwalker, someone, while grinding, someone ended up saying, sorry, I came here because of the sad part at level 87 or something like that. Or, 80, I don't know, but you know what I mean, yeah. Now, technically speaking, that is not a spoiler, but it does mean around that level I can expect something sad to happen, which can mentally prepare me, especially if it was meant to be a big deal. So yeah, you gotta be really wary about accidentally letting slip like that. I mean, not to hate on anyone who does, even I've made that mistake, it happens, but yeah, it's something you want to watch out for. Storing stolen goods here seems risky, but I suppose it's an option for someone with his authority. Yeah, he moves spoils in cerulean barrels with no one to think to look. They're mixed in with regular shipments of fuel where they're sold off. He said he stole a bracelet, right? If he knows around his tail, chances are he'll be eager to do what he can to get rid of it. I doubt he trusts a lackey of that business, given the providence of the piece. No, I wager he's not letting the bracelet out of his sight, so he's got coin in hand. I wasn't sure what to make of you after this, but I'm glad to see you're more than an impulsive child. Well, not my finest hour, I admit. But there's less than that. The vulture's a slippery bastard. If we're gonna catch him, we need back to the corner with hard evidence. That's my plan. Yeah, friends, I'm listening to something and taking my time to watch the series. So I watch. I have not seen anything past Stone Ocean, which I think is, yeah. So anything past that, I genuinely don't know anything about. I need to get back. I haven't actually watched anime in ages. First, we need to lure him away over there, over to Aswarti would be ideal. But that'll need one of you to help me. Also buy time for the others to search the barrels for stolen goods. Using that will expose him as a criminal. There's no way to tell if he's carrying the bracelet, but regardless, there'll be enough time to find it once he's behind bars. Won't he simply feign innocence? Oh, he'll try, and that's when I'll challenge him to duel. A duel? That approach won't work out so well for your friends, I recall. True, but unlike before, I'll challenge him in front of the town. That way he won't be able to wriggle out of it. Every man, woman, child understands the importance of duels. The deputy chief would never disgrace himself by refusing. Wouldn't you be breaking the law by using a firearm in town? It's not as if we'd be using live rounds, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. Oh, so duels don't use live rounds. Interesting. What's important is I get to duel him as many witnesses as possible. When he loses, and he will lose, that'll be the end of the vulture. And remember, he might be preparing something against Erenville, but he doesn't know that I'm here. The plan is not without flaws, but what do you think? Well, as long as we get the bracelet back, this is our... That bracelet's real important to you, huh? Don't worry, I'll see to you get it back. If you're satisfied, then so am I. I knew I could count on you. I was seen, so it's probably best that I stay and search the barrels. Then you're with me. Tell the vulture I tried to rob you, but you managed to overpower me. If he suspects a trap, he won't be able to resist taking the bait. You'll want to buy yourself as much time as possible and make your way to Swati. Once I get the vulture there, I'll take care of the rest. I predicted the whole plot because someone said one word, Dio. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like, I guess if we go something really old, a Zelda game, simply saying the name of the villain can say a lot, because there's only a handful of villains in that series. So yeah, I know what you mean. Alright, let's go grab it. Do-do-do-do-do. I've attuned to that, right? Yeah, I have. A refined perspective. Bomb disposal unit. Here we are. They're like that Shitone's doing. What's his angle? There's a brat. Past time I dealt with him. He's oblivious to your presence. Poke him for attention. Tap his shoulder. Huh? What's this? At this point forward, I just learn it's a flowing journey as opposed to destination. Sometimes the journey is just as important as the destination. I knew absolutely every single plot twist and everything in Final Fantasy VII prior to actually playing it, which I did on stream a few years ago, by the way, and it still affected me pretty heavily. Then again, that's also a story that aged better than it probably should have. So it just ended up resonating with me really well. So that was good at least. Sometimes the right spoiler can actually get me interested in something more than I was before, but it's a bit of a crapshoot, and for a game like this, I absolutely want to go as fresh as possible. Familiar face. You're in need of Duskwatch, sir. Yes, I was nearly robbed, but I was able to overpower my assailant. Zeko tried to rob you, but you apprehended him. I see. Desperate was he sees friends free, turn life a crime. How awful. You have my sincerest thanks, sir. Might have troubled me to take me to him. Oh hey, now I'm doing the escort quest. Something the matter? If not, please, let on. Tusk about this town. No, this is an opportune time for me to play tour guide, but if you insist, Shinobi Springs is a home to a thriving cerulean mine industry. The prospect of easy coins attracted some undesirables, though. Ma Shoshea. Treated cyberpunk, it's haunting how accurate I've possibly gotten how the future was. Yeah, at this point I don't think we can avoid the RoboCop future, or predicted. At least the good news is, if the RoboCop movies continue being foretelling, then that means we'll eventually get out of it, but that requires living through the RoboCop sequels, and depending on who you ask, that could be a fate worse than death. There we are. Is this the place? I don't see him. Just a little further. Ah, very well then, lead on. Oh, why must you steal your evil plot from RoboCop 3? Ask about the cerulean fields. There's gold in these fields, blue gold. Ahem. Best beware of the beasts in these parts. They prefer to snack on cerulean, but for you, I reckon they'd make an exception. I'm going to blame my buddies from the Tuesday multiplayer streams for that joke. I know they're laughing their asses off right now. Well, they would if they saw it. Ah, you're gonna be a pain in the ass, aren't you? Excuse me, let me just get rid of this thing real quick. There we are. Sorry about that. Is this the place, then? Sorry, I'm still learning my way around. New here and all. Is this some sort of joke? Is this some sort of twisted joke? Oh, believe me, I am 100% serious with all of this. If it's not one of you jerks, it's another. There we are. Oh wow, that's probably a hunt target. So I best not worry about that until I reach level 100. This better be the place. Ah, I'm left tied up with muck. Often tied up on the tied up around a big rock. Must be another one. My patience is wearing awfully thin, so if he isn't the next place we'll stop, maybe force us to do something you and I will both dearly regret. Alright, see you later, Ethan. Thanks for stopping by. Ask about the Neopala tenders. Unless you'd rather I feed you one raw, needles and all. Cut the chit chat. That was worth going out of my way to see. Did we just go in one big circle? Yeah, we did. Alright, where is he? Right behind you. I don't see him anywhere. Where is Zakoa? Tell me where he is, I'll bury you in the same grave. Confound it, he must have escaped. Yeah, I think at this point he's doing it. That's it, I'm out of these games, I've had it with you. Hey, well, what? Are you looking for me? Yeah, I led him in a circle, specifically by some time. Well, placement under arrest, you'll have to work a little harder. You're begging to be in a cell by the time I'm done with you.
Wahoote! Finally caught up to me, I see.
Snooping as usual, I see. I just level 6,
well,
96
if it isn't
versus.
our young outlaw. You've taken up stealing, I'm told. Can't say I'm surprised about that, but I am surprised that you'd offer yourself up to be arrested.
Sorry to disappoint, but you're the one who's going to answer for their crimes today.
The Phoenix Wright point. Cornered now plays the background.
Hey! That's my jewelry!
And my bag! So you found the stolen goods. That's fine work.
Yeah, he's trying to play it off.
This barrel was at Chisenuetsi Springs, mixed in with others bound for Tuliyola. The Landsguard would have presumed it part of the regular ceruleum shipments and waved it through. And once it reached its destination, it would have been retrieved, and its contents sold for coin.
The audacity. Do we know who's behind this?
As fortune would have it, I spied the leader of this operation being handed one of the stolen items. A bracelet, which Vau Wuklamat had intended for her nursemaid, Namika.
It was from the Vow of Resolve?
Oh, you've seen it then?
No, no, never. And if I knew who had it, I would have arrested the scoundrel.
Oh, come off it. I saw you with the bracelet.
What's the meaning of this, Wuhute?
Yeah, I figured just coming out and directly saying it would be an eyewitness account. And since he didn't know he clearly didn't know me beforehand, there's no way he could plan a story.
It's a setup, sir. I have the bracelet, yes, but I only because I found it. I swear. They're the real criminals. They concocted this scheme to frame me, so they could get me out of the picture.
If you feel your honor's at stake, there's always the old-fashioned way. The law which folks have used to settle their differences for generations.
You don't mean...
Wuhute, I challenge you to a duel. The winner is right, the loser is wrong. Doesn't get simpler than that.
Yeah, have at it! Let your pistols do the talking! Please, do you honestly believe you can goad me into playing your game?
He knows he's at a disadvantage if he has to do it.
You refuse then? Huh. A baby alpaca's got more fight than you.
All right, boy. But remember, you asked for this. Come on, Zakawa! Give him what for!
Shouldn't we stop him, Chief? Even if it's just rubber bullets, we're in the middle of town.
Be quiet. Just watch.
What we've all been waiting for. Tumbleweed crab.
Oh, you little shit!
He's a faster draw.
Looks like you've gotten slow in your old age, Vulture.
You and I are going to have a long talk.
I apologize for dueling in the middle of town. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up. But please, let my friends go. They've done nothing wrong.
You drew your gun within town limits. But Wihute drew first. As far as I'm concerned, you acted in self-defense. You're free to go. As are your friends.
Ha! You're not such a bad guy after all!
Just a man of the wilds, like you. But to think that Wihute had taken control of the Daybreakers, it pains me that it happened right under my nose.
What are you gonna do about his crew? Some of them are still in Tonatenui.
Those who have broken the law will be taken into custody. But those who haven't will be given the chance to resume walking the straight and narrow. What about you, Zekawa? What do you intend to do now?
Why, what I've always done. Protect the weak and help the helpless. The old-fashioned way.
Here, this was Vawuklamat's gift for someone, wasn't it?
Yes, a person very dear to her.
I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. My thanks again for your help apprehending the vulture.
Ah, that was a pretty nice shot, right? Ended up being more complicated than expected. All well that ends well. Phew, it's finally over. I couldn't have repaid justice without your help. I don't know how I'll repay you. Wow, that was still level 95. Back on track. Now we have the bracelet. It's time to return to Shonezi Springs. We'll be staying there long. I'd like to give proper thanks to friends. We weren't planning on it, but there's no need to rush. We'll see you at the springs then. I'll catch up to you as soon as I've taken care of my friends. When the bill comes due. Meeting of the spirits. I should probably just warp there, huh? Might expedite things a little bit. Welcome back. I'm glad those bands got what they deserved. They were understandably worried, but I told them what happened. Our minor adventures made for quite a tale. My bracelet, thank you so much. It's more than just a gift. A part of me I could never hope to replace. Truly, Woklama is blessed to have such devoted friends. Well, I wouldn't put it quite that way. I prefer to think of us more as long-standing acquaintances. Regardless how I choose to describe it, there's no denying the depth of your bond, though I'm sure you'll continue to do so. Can't say I'm surprised the deputy chief turned out to be the band's leader. I always knew something wasn't right about him. An easy claim to make with the gift of hindsight. I was about to say the exact same thing. Yeah, well, there you are. The real Daybreakers have arrived. I'd like you to be my two best friends, Kawa and Lewin. If it wasn't for you believing Zakawa doing what you did, we'd still be locked up. You have no idea how satisfying it was to see that bastard put behind bars. We never gave up hope Zakawa would find a way to get us out. He always was always the best of daybreakers. I'm glad he was able to convince you to go along with his plan. Unfortunately, our group is smaller now and lacking in strength, so outlaws might see us as an easy target. Even so, everyone should give the Duskwatch. If anyone should give the Duskwatch a slip, the Daybreakers will be there. We'll train night and day, so no one will be the better of us again. Isn't that right? Brian, you'll teach us how to draw your pistol so fast, won't you? Oh well, we won't need a duel if it all goes as it should. Oh, but off chance it doesn't, we'll best make sure everyone can match or beat my speed. We owe you a great debt, and one of these days I'll be sure to repay it. On that you have my word. Until we meet again. Now the question is, will that be relevant in this expansion, or will it be saved for a rainy day on a future one? Alpha, excuse me, I shall find a quiet place to rest. As I'll be a while yet, do let me know if there's any way I can be of assistance. We're not planning to take the train home. Oh, train service been spent, did I tell you? Oh. You mentioned no such thing. Something about the tracks being damaged in the last quake. Tunnel was closed as well. An earthquake must have happened while we were down south. There have been quite a few tremors as of late. A rather large one struck not long before you two arrived. I can only hope no one was hurt. At any rate, if you want to know when service will resume, you could speak with the station master yourself. Let's do that then. The station's just over there. Build another rig. Railroad engineer. I'm sorry, but nothing we can do with the tracks as they are. It seems people aren't too happy with the train delays.
I'm so sorry, but we're not sure when the train will be running again.
You've got to be joking. Of all the places to get stuck at on the way.
Please don't tell me you've come to complain too.
Unfortunately.
We heard that the earthquake had caused disruptions and wanted to ask when operations would resume. But I see that it will be a while yet.
I'm afraid so. Too few hands for too much work. It's time-consuming enough to inspect the tracks after every quake, but this last one we got after the succession ceremony was massive. Made a mess of a whole bunch of railroad ties.
The succession ceremony? We would have been in Tuliolal at the time. If it was as violent as you say, we should have felt it as well.
I have to admit, it was a touch strange, having seen my fair share of tremors. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the rumbling from an explosion.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Seriously? You're offering to help?
What about you, my friend? If you'd rather strike out on your own, I understand.
Though, if you were willing to lend us a hand too, we'd be truly tremendously grateful. Thank you! Thank you so much! I'm Shenza, by the way. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. If you would please step inside, I can introduce you to everyone.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
It's fine. Trouble seems to find me whenever I don't find it.
There they are. That's them, the two volunteers. Walika is our station master, and over there is our top driver, Nitoikwe. And this grizzled mug is Zopia, an engineer who joined around the same time as me.
Much obliged for the help.
I'll make it worth your while, I promise.
Yeah, so my comparison to the first was apt.
Something the matter?
Would you happen to be a fan of trolleys?
Trolleys? They're fine, I suppose, but they're no match for our cerulean-powered engine.
She's absolutely glorious, let me tell you. If you'd like to bask in her beauty, well, you should visit the depot behind the platform.
Right then. What I'd like you two to do is help us procure timber. We'll be using it to fashion new railroad ties, so it needs to be the strongest stuff we can get. In these parts, that means the trees in the Piata-Yonan Plain. It is Hetsaro territory, though, so we need to get their permission first. Come on, no time to waste.
Right, we gotta work on getting back on with ourselves. With your help, we'll get the railroad working again. Then you'll have the chance to see an engine in motion. It's poetry, I tell ya. We're already ready to handle the timber when you and the chief get back. Though no small number live in Shaloni, I must confess I've never visited the home of the Hetsaro. As they largely live in accordance to older traditions, I suspect they may have a dim view of railroads. Anvil's eager to be off the plains. Come, let's follow Wallaka. There's another station on the way, so be sure to drop in. The train will be in the depot, but you can see it from the outside. I'd be quite taken with the sleek design of the head end myself. Though we peek through the windows, you probably catch a glimpse. Enough jabbering. And Shenza, thanks to these two, we finally have some real work to do. Let's do it. See you later, then. I suppose there's no harm in stopping at the station. It's on the way, after all. I'm glad most of the memes so far are both based entirely on the Rite of Succession, but as we've seen here, that's only half the story. In fact, it almost feels like a new one started already. Which makes sense, I guess, even though it's technically still continuations. I must confess, the train's an impressive sight. How easy it must be to ship goods through the wilds now. Right. Metal should be north of here, so let's continue on. Ah, this is the area I saw earlier. Oh yeah, this is where 96 ones start now. Makes sense. Beauty. I know more than a few gleaners who would love to explore this land. Oh, there you are. The village is up ahead. Should be told never direct dealings with the people up here, but I do know tradition being a great deal to Mazda's land. They're probably going to demand we do a fetch quest or something Because this is a video game. Straightforward, I suppose. Ah, such lovely clean air. Feels like a treat after the overpowering ceruleum it showers in any springs. Waters nearby are just as pristine. It's paradise for people and animals both. Oh, I forgot to change out of my Picto outfit. I'm glad you appreciate the blessings of nature as we do. Greetings, travelers, and welcome. I'm Huado, chief, and this is my son, Geppetto. A pleasure to meet you. I thank for the warm welcome and apologize for our sudden intrusion. I'm Walker, station master of Zuctoral Railing. The recent earthquake has damaged our tracks and we require timber to make repairs. This is Code and Era, and Vel will volunteer to assist us with the restoration effort. You have a curious air about you, of oil, steel, tan leather, faint hint of meadows washed with unfamiliar flora. You're not from these lands, are you? I hail from Eorzea. Truly, I would love to know more of you in the lands you have seen. Oh, we'll be here a while if I do that. I'm told your people hold traditions the highest, yet I gather you're curious of those of others as well? But of course, nature is boundless, and as those our love for our lands and our children, the Hetso in particular have done much to guide our way of life. Where to hunt, gather, lay our heads. Hetso teach us many things and more. For this reason, I believe we are attuned to shifting winds around us. I see that word Hetso means leader of souls in Hetsaru tongue, does it not? It does. The many creatures revere the Hetsaru among the Hetsaru. Here we look for the Ronik for guidance. However, we may have gleaned from our use of Aetherites. While we are committed to our traditions, it does not mean we reject outside influences. That's appreciated. That'll make this a lot easier. That said, we're certain of things that give us pause. And while I might that be, we will furnish you with the timber, but first, as neighbors of this land, we ask you to indulge in a discussion. Oh, we'll be glad to, of course. Wonderful. We do not often receive guests that come such a long way, and my son's always delighted to hear their tales. Now, follow me. Right, and I'm gonna have to go back to Reaper now to actually turn in the quest, because only Reaper's not the right level for it. Ooh. Actually, never mind. Mr. Record. The village is home to a family of Hetsar who have taken Ronik as their guiding animal. As the name implies, the land where the Hetso graze. The nomadic settlement the tents stitch over, they follow seasonal migration. Alright, so they're nomadic. That makes... I think that was briefly mentioned earlier. So it makes sense, yeah. Say, do you like to hunt? What weapons do you like to use? If they follow the Ronik with the seasons, it makes sense they live in tents that can be broken down, transported easily. This tent is made with the bare hide and bones of a Ronik. I wonder what else they are used for here. I'll speak plainly. We fear the winds of change will soon bring misfortune among the land. The Ronik have made the potential for danger plain. As you may have heard, their temperaments become erratic as of late. Our stableman near Ashwal mentioned that. Did they know what caused this? We have our suspicions. Since others have drawn by ceruleum, the Shalom has undergone transformation. I think the ceruleum is mine. And the railroads are part of that. As strong and resilient as they seem, the Ronik are sensitive creatures. They roar of the trains that thunders through the plains may well cause them distress. As my father said, we do not necessarily reject outside, but with this we can't help but worry. Understandably, I thank you for being forthright. This matter concerns not only the Hetsaru, but the Shalonai as well. Perhaps we should bring it to the attention of Valkona. Valkona, you say? We only know him through rumors, but he's apparently, how shall I put this, hard-headed and aloof. He values technological advancement and efficacy to the detriment of all else. That was true, yes. Mind your tongue, Geppetto. While there is a grain of truth to rumors, he's not nearly as bad as they make him out to be. His journeys have changed him for the better. Ah, so the course of traveling with him, you witnessed him change with your own eyes. Coda fought beside Valcona on the right of succession. I'd take his word over rumors. You took part in the right of succession. You're that close to the Dawn Servants? I was great for any help. I had no idea I recruited a bona fide hero here. Ah, don't worry. I'd rather just be another helping hand for now. That's part of the reason for this vacation, after all. Just to enjoy not being the savior of the realm for a little while. Well, enjoy just having already enjoyed the world being saved, I guess might be a better way to put it. Like the Incredibles. Feel like the maid. Can the world ever just, you know, stay saved a while? The discussion in Gunstar's the future. There's clearly much we do not know. Well, on this particular occasion, the winds of change are not meant to be feared. No, we must open our hearts to see what Valcona for what he truly is. Do you think he might visit someday? Just as Father offered us guidance, I'm hopeful that he'll do the same. Thank you for hearing and allaying our concerns. I'm glad we could speak. As for timber, we have freshly cut logs near the lake. Please take that as you require. We're terribly grateful. I promise we'll keep the roaming first and foremost in our minds as we continue work on the railroad. If needs be, we will seek Valcona's counsel. My thanks for your time in Timbo. We shall endeavor to return the favor. Hope to see you again soon. We must talk again soon. Next time, perhaps even hunt together. You'll come back, won't you? There's much I'd like to know about the lands beyond Tyrol. I am not attuned to that aetherite. I keep forgetting. It would definitely be within my best interest to do so, if only so that I don't have to walk here painstakingly. Actually, it's not that bad of a walk, honestly, but at the same time, well, I guess it feels like there's more aetherites in these areas than in previous expansions, but then again, these are areas that have largely been settled. We're not in any forbidden territory or no-man land areas. We're in various places already embraced by the people who live there. We have to carry all this back to the station? We have more than enough timber to fix the ties. Now we just need to transport it, which will be a bit more involved than I thought. I didn't expect we'd be given so much. Mind waiting here a spell while I round up a few more hands? Won't be long. I'm glad that went well. Thankfully, it seems we won't need to take several trips to the lumber. Well, at least I'm a strength job, so I can handle this. And I should definitely use that scythe, because it's absolutely going to be stronger than my current one. Actually, I think I should do it this way. 96. We'll use this so I can use it immediately. Right, it's in here because my inventory is full. I'm not going to be having the use for these anytime soon, so let's get rid of those. Warrior is nowhere near there either, so I'm sorry, I'm going to have to get rid of that. Grimoire. Ellie. If I didn't know better, you'd want me to start biting back. Item level 1669. 32. Yeah, this one's slightly better, so I'll go ahead and equip that. Ooh. Not a bad effect, but this goes against my, unable to apply Glamour. Right. However, for Picto, this one is outdated, to be sure, so instead, I'm level 663, yeah, it's a genuine upgrade, so time for... So yeah, I'll do it for Picto here. Huh. Dark mahogany round brush. Big number better, indeed. Oh, believe me, if I do my thing, you don't have to worry about bites, Sally. Oh, whoops. Oh, well. And the lamb would tremble. Oh, man. They're really referencing their meme, huh? While we wait, we could get started moving if the timber is more accessible. Won't be long. Shouldn't take long if we split the work. Crate of rough cut timber. Deliver the crate to the main road. You have 2 minutes to complete it. Should you fail? Ah, okay, so it's one of these quests. I'm not too bothered, honestly, and, yeah. Well, I am a strength job, so of course this would be well within my abilities. Yeah, I remember these were introduced even as far back as Rome Reborn. Not sure if they existed before then, but the timers there were actually quite tight. So you really had to book it and make sure not to get hit, or at least make sure not to get hit by anything along the way, or you'd lose, lose it. Here we are. But yeah, these are extremely generous. Then again, I guess since I'm a strength job, it makes sense that I have a very generous amount of time before my arms give out. I should think this should be enough. To use all this physical strength for combat alone would be a waste. Now, it's mighty kind of you to move all the lumber. Sorry we didn't make it back sooner. Ah, we'll see you the rest. Once we repair the tracks, we can have you on the first train out of town. Isn't that right, Chief? Or as much as I'd love to, there aren't any spots available. You'll have to wait for the one after, I'm afraid. We were running free of charge. It's the least we can do to repay you for your kindness. That's fine. Namaka and no few others were here long before we arrived. It's only right they go before us. I hope you'll stop by and see the train off. It's a breathtaking sight, let me tell you. Driving, no engineer compares to her. It's always a treat to watch her work. Don't worry, work. We should be worried as our own, Shenzhen. We still got a lot more to do. I'll find somewhere quiet in a station past the time. If there's anything else we should do, I'll leave you to it. We'll handle the rest of the work. You just sit tight. Tracks are filled. My thanks again for your timely assistance. Won't be long now for the tracks are fixed and you'll be on your way. It'll be good to the train ride again. I miss the sound of her barreling down the tracks. Might as well apply the glam plates here then. Oh, right. Cast glamour with the sickle of the round. There we are. Oh, I don't need the death sickle then. I can get this back, the death sickle back later. Dogmas said Renaissance brush is pretty nice, but it has served its purpose. Actually, I should probably show what this looks off without it, so let's remove glamour. I showed off the Dark Knight one, I showed off the Red Mage one, so here's the Reaper one. It's pretty nice, but yeah, the titanium golden sickle is just straight up better for blunt. I guess I can sell this stuff on my own time. Although I guess I don't need this grimoire for a while. Lovely, I was hoping to fix that wouldn't take up stuff, but whatever. I really need to clean my inventory out. Well, I mean, I did before Dawntrail, but it's already full up again. Isn't that typical? No, oh wait, the meme is, and the world will tremble. I need to go through my mats again. Actually, how many bicolor gems do I have? I definitely need to farm. Well, I'll get enough for the riding maps simply by farming the fates to unlock the stuff in the first place. 97. I'm making progress. The question is, will I get to 97 before the end? The quest before the end, because we still have one last dungeon. Well, a couple actually, but still. How'd you feel the sights? They appear to almost be finished. Several cutscenes. Recommend you set aside sufficient time. Alright, I'll take one last break, and then I might call the stream afterward. Grab a drink, and I'll continue. Last part for the stream. Let's just hope this isn't like the, dinner party in Endwalker, shall we say. Alrighty. Sorry, I know I've been taking a lot of breaks today, but again, I usually don't go this long, and I really need to prepare accordingly, so it's recommended to set sufficient time. We shall now wait for the train to depart, as we're going to have several one. And if it's the dinner party, well, I guess we'll have that to deal with that. Dang, that's a nice looking steam engine, or ceruleum engine, rather.
A glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
Here she comes!
Still, I can't imagine what it...
Thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
Oh, don't worry, it helps us a lot too, so...
There's nothing so enchanting as a ceruleum-powered engine in motion!
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Thrall. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Yasolani.
Still a pretty nice distance to go.
And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But we'll keep working
at
it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day our trains are running coast to coast. That's the ultimate dream. Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Yasolani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Not another one? You can't be serious.
What the? There's a storm. Wait, that's not an ordinary storm. It's not an earthquake. But what is it?
Gods have mercy.
Huh? What's that? What the hell? That's an entire dome.
What in the flying? What's happening?
Where? Please don't tell me that's where I think it is.
The train, Nitobekwe and the others.
My home lies that way as well.
I was hoping that wouldn't be the case, but yeah, it looks like that's a dome entirely encasing it.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
We'd best go too. Wait, what's that? What? Wait, what is that? No, those are the same design as the Golden City, so it's not Allegan. That's an invasion force.
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliolal?
We need to get back right away. We can't, I don't think we can do anything for that city over there until we get... I know you're concerned about your home, but... There's no way they're bringing all those just to wish someone a happy birthday, that's for sure. No one goes through that much effort.
Heavens forfend.
You're here. Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning. The people need our help.
Drones. No, they're not drones.
Can you stand?
Trying to remain calm, everyone.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
What the?
What's that symbol on their face?
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
So they're not people. Wait. They could be automatons, but they're way more advanced than we're used to. What's that device? I thought I was taking their soul, but it seemed to be taking some sort of ether instead.
What did it just do?
The automaton. Ah.
Thank you.
Save the fakes. Just get to safety. I'll hold the line here. Fall back to the palace. Quickly, before it's overrun.
Thank you, Bakul Jaja.
This is simply how I do things now. So, who wants to take my blade next?
Let's just hope that's more than a last stand. Who's that? Now that's a fancy glamour outfit. Usually you have to go through Eureka to get an outfit that glows these days. That's quite a commitment. My Reaper Scythe is ready. Oh no. Those are even minions of Bakul. That's some new outfit.
That you should still live.
Zoralcha?
Zoral, what are you doing?
By the gods, what has happened to you?
This is your butchery, isn't it? After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
Now he's probably gonna say that, oh wait, he's still alive? I thought he was killed.
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuli Yolal and surrender of all its territories.
Alright, let me just grab a drink here real quick. Starting to run low, but that's fine. This may be the end of the stream, at least.
Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
Have you gone mad?
No, my ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
What has changed you so much, and in so short a time? To harm the very people you swore to serve? This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
to meet them.
So you separate the tribes, bring them back together to reteach them. What, you intend to repeat that every few years?
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
Papa, wait! I should be the one to do this.
I think he knows very well this... Oh no. I think Galul fully expects to die, but he knows that by getting killed by this strange new technology, weapons or whatever, or that his son has, will be able to figure out a counter to it.
No. His sins are mine to bear.
Fear not. Ozoralja is strong. He has never been Father's equal in combat.
Not towards their father in his prime, when the head of reason still lived. That's the problem. He's only at a fraction of his true power now.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Now's not the time, Ellie.
Farewell, Zoralja, my son. And forgive me.
He won! Indeed, he got... But let me guess. Self-repair systems are part of that. Oh, he left his podcast on.
What?
How?
Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed. You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one.
So he figured out just like the other siblings.
I shall even the odds.
Nice, he's activating the Berserk armor. Activated cheats. Right, he's a Viper.
Papa?
Ah, he can't sustain that form for extended periods.
Even the blessed are mortal.
Father!
War is overpowered. Heard we should be have the advantage here.
You are no match for me.
Murderer. On my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance.
Oh, they're smart. Armasims.
Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did father. Then, will you be his worthy successor?
Well, actually, what might happen if the bad guy was smart, he'd have followed through. Technically speaking, the only one he stands no chance against is me. And that's...
Sriracha, wait!
Then again, it's not that he wants to prove himself the strongest, he wants to prove
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tuli Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
We were like, damn, you guys are weak. We're getting the fat guy's ass kicked. Controller. I have noticed our characters largely trying to stay out of things, but I would think this might be something to step in on. Regardless. But then, no, though I get why the character's probably thinking the whole point of this is a fight over succession. And rule, if I fix the problem, it's basically another country stepping in and doing that. And as we saw with the Garleans, another country stepping in to liberate a country can cause quite a few problems. 12 have mercy. Did everything we could. Everything, but it wasn't enough. I scarcely believe my eyes. This reminds me of Final Fantasy V. They did genuinely use magic healing items and revival to try and save him, but sometimes it's too much. Father, no, this cannot be. How could this happen? No, Papa, he can't die. He can't. No time for tears. Woklamat's struggling to process what she's just witnessed. How could this happen? I'm not sure that music is fitting for this particular moment, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, we know what the echo is. It only allows us to see remnants of the past. We can't see the future. Because there's no remnants for us of that future to pick up on. Not yet.
Enough. I am beyond saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
Are you there, oh friend?
I thought Caterham was dead. How is he here? Or maybe he held back for some reason.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look after my children.
What? I'm an old fossil like you.
He was knocked out.
I've only got so many years left.
Yeah, but remember, he yeah, I remember Gerbil was didn't even show mercy to his own closest ally, remember? He just stabbed him and then kicked him off into the abyss, and yet he spared this guy. Spare this guy.
But if that's what you want, It would be an honor.
I guess his role in the story just wasn't done yet.
You and I must go on another journey together someday.
Well, he had already vanished and nobody thought anything of it.
Aye, you can count on it.
Oglamat. Kona.
Kick his ass.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokwi. You saw them, yes? I always found their teachings comforting.
No, the cough of blood, the anime sign of death is near.
Father, you must save their strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
Oh, gonna make me cry, damn it. We must see the people, assess casualties, as well as any damage on the city. This invasion... yeah. This invasion was insane. I'm also reminded of Fire Emblem Three Houses, where basically, it turns out the enemy actually had an entire bunch of sci-fi stuff out of nowhere. Like, they just called it Javelin Light or magical terms, but no, that was just straight up sci-fi cities, missiles, those laser beams in some cases. That was really ridiculous. If only I'd been more careful. I don't understand. At this time, we need to take the initiative. There'll be countless people in need of help. Galul was so proud we succeeded. To think he'll never get to see them carry on his legacy. Yeah, they said he planned on going on a pilgrimage now that he's retired. Now we'd never get to that. What can we do now? Alright, so Vauclama, Valcona, I bring word from the city. The enemy is withdrawn, the Landsguard have begun rendering aid to people. Casualties within hindered progress. We'll continue to do all we can. Were they stealing people's souls or something with those devices? I thank you for the effort. Please inform the guard there to prioritize such efforts until further notice. The people. I need to help them. Good. We can't lose sight of what matters right now. I will assist you in every way we can, of course. Thank you. There should be wounded everywhere, more than I can count. We'll split up and help all of them. You can count on us. Alphinola Assay, could you take the Bayside Bevy? Kryl and Arenvale, Pal's Perimeter. Actually, never mind. As for Coda, please come to Spending Quarter. We'll all meet back here afterwards. Hell of a situation to end it on, but I'm starting to reach the point where I'm not sure how much further I can keep going. Actually, that reminds me. I was showing those off just a few seconds ago, what the hell? Those guns. It had the same circle and beehive, but how? The Manderville weapons are from, as you might expect, the Manderville storyline. It supposedly uses alien tech. This might suggest that we were indeed, whatever it was sealed in there was indeed alien, or it could be a remnant of the ancients, since we know that they left a lot of godlike junk around that they really should have dealt with sooner. Not as many as the Alligans, but you know how it is. That said, it was never said that the Manderville weapons steal souls or anything like that. Was the Endwalker weapons relic weapons just a preview of this coming up? So I'm guessing this is like the Void Arc, where it's gonna stay there until I complete the storyline that removes it. You should be alright now. If you're still in pain, there's no need to rush yourself. Furthermore, the big thing that concerns me more than anything else is what the cost that he requested for this great power. The origin of this power and all that's pretty awful, but it's pretty important to know so we can fix this awful situation, but at the same time, there's no way it doesn't come at a great cost. And it doesn't help that he's a guy that doesn't articulate what he's after. I mean, I guess I can get that. I'm awful at articulating myself, but like I said, his plot just doesn't make sense. Having war to remind people the importance of peace, to unite everyone that way. Tuliolol was at peace already. And he made it clear that the people that even supported him he thought were foolish because they're not going to avoid it. So he intends to screw over everyone just to remind them, just kind of scare them straight. Again, that's only going to last a generation or so, because then the next generation will think, okay, hey, those tales are cool and all, let's have our own, or whatever. My thanks will be fine now, but we failed to protect the people. Why did someone have to die? Where were the vows? They're not to blame, I understand. I need to clear my head. The weeping citizens. Aid. Thank you, sir, but my husband's son, they were... If this is fueled by souls, then it might even be worse than the Alligans, because technically the Alligans only weaponized the primals, which as we've learned were corrupted creation magic. Dazed citizen. Thanks, I think I'm alright. See them, the soldiers. They look like people, but they killed no hesitation. If they attack us again, what hope do we have to defend ourselves? I guess in the favor... We've scarcely had time to welcome a new rulers. Can't we have a day of peace in this damn country? Alright, where are you hurt? thank you. I thought I was done for. I saw something disturbing. The enemy leader. They say you look like Zaralja. Why do I keep calling him Jaral? I just can't remember anyone's name anymore. That can't be. Kind of the first promise to attack his own people. But what happens now? Is he gonna come back? What do we do if he does? I guess from now on, we can just call his army and his nation the Shambhala from after Three Houses, and I don't have a better name to call it. I swear, I can't remember a damn person's name in this game, in this expansion. The resplendent quarter. The seemingly uniform appearance, a closer look at these domiciles reveals the eclectic adornments added by the residents, and decorations emblematic of each inhabitant's land of origin. If Tulio were a giant bird, the richly colorful homes would be its resplendent plumage. Frightened merchant. Thank you. The pain's better, but I can't stop shaking. Where does it come from? Why'd they attack us? Why are those things still in the sky? We had peace under Galul. We were safe, but now... Unfortunately, with Galul's death, it seems this was in spite of him more than anything else. Possibly literally. Then again, maybe spite was part of it. It seemed weird that he was just so eager to kill. You finished aiding the people here? Yes. Thank you. There are children among the wounded children. No, now's not the time. There's still others who need help. Could you go and see how things at Talon March, and afterwards go find Alice at Bayside Bay? Right. There'll be time for tears later. For now, we have to focus on the priority. Wow, I avoided fall damage to that. I'll have to remember that. One destination down. I guess there's no evidence of significant damage. The fighting did not spread this far, it seems. That is good, but that also means it was extremely concentrated. Ah, yeah, here's where it happened. Yeah, this is incredibly high-tech stuff. And why is it so similar to my Manderville scythe? Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Destination. The fresh scorch marks are doubtless from the enemy assault. The shop appears to have weathered the chaos, though its wares have been strewn across the floor. Well, at least the shop survived, even if the wares didn't. I've gathered up all the unbroken crates I could. Some are a little burnt around the edges, but hopefully the contents are okay. The port remains unscathed, but the enemy ships continue to loot unhead. Okay, so they didn't so they explicitly targeted this area here, Bayside Bevy, to the Aetheryte Plaza and the Palace. They had a very clear target here. Family, are they safe? What happened? Yeah, he specifically went after the part that would have the most people, if I had to guess, given he didn't bother with any of the outskirts. I helped all those I could find, and saw them delivered to Landguard's care. As many casualties as there are, it would have been worse if Landguard hadn't fought as bravely as they did. And if Zral... Well, Zoral actually meant to harm the people. I mean, look around, the buildings are hardly damaged. I suspect his aim was more to incite fear, to show that he could strike wherever he pleases. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. We can discuss this later. How's Lamati? Even after what happened to her father, she's still trying to fulfill her duty to her people. Still, everyone has no limits. She needs rest, and soon. Someone mentioned her heading towards the shore. Perhaps she's gone towards the Gleam Sands. This wreckage. Yeah, he didn't go out, yeah, as expected. He hit specifically where he could hit the most amount of people possible. And the shop survived because he didn't care about the buildings or just causing destruction. He wanted death to fear. This is in line with what he claims, that he wants to incite fear so that people learn the importance of peace, but like I said, this is temporary at best. Under what circumstances would this be as permanent as he claims or is hoping? Or does he just intend to cause a war every so often purely to keep it going?
Steady now.
That might be one of the more twisted villains we've looked into, if so.
Brought you medicine. Drink.
Might be too late. Oh, there she is.
There you are, Lamati. I was beginning to...
Come on. Come on. Take it. Please.
Lamati. Lamati!
How could I?
Look at me, Lamati. You need rest. You and him both. I will tend to this soul.
But my people... I have to help them.
The Landsguard have matters well in hand. Trust in them. If there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
Man, went on about how cool the Manderville weapons were at the start, and now...
Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness. So much for that promise. What good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people?
You won't save your people by brooding. I know you're mad, but you won't save your people by brooding here.
You're right. This isn't the time for sulking. Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do, rather than what I can't.
Right, you were issued an official challenge.
We've dealt with unfriendly factions before. From Yokhui still longing for conquest, to adherents of blessed siblings, people who are unwilling to listen. Even so, I believed that by learning about one another and engaging in good faith, we could peacefully settle our differences. And we did. My brother is different. There'll be no reasoning with him. He killed our people. Our father. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. What's more, he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve.
Yeah, I could defeat an army of these, but that's not going to solve the problem. The problem is, he and his army seem to have the ability to come back as many times as it takes.
If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight. I must confront Zorolja and kill him.
Indeed. While I could probably kill him myself, that just wouldn't solve the political issue at hand here. You should official challenge her. He humiliated their royal family. They have to... Right, she has to be the one to do this. Or else that could cause problems later. Young me would have said this is so extremely stupid, but older me now knows why this has to be this way, and I still hate it. I'm fine, I just need a moment to settle my nerves. Thank you for being there for me and urging me on despite all my sulking. Sitting around complaining isn't very leader-like, is it? So much has happened so quickly, I struggle to make sense of it all. The strange soldiers, the floating ships, the new powers are all Jacques commands. Yet everything he's done and still intends to do, I know I can't afford to run headlong into battle. Not this time. I cannot let this terrible pain in my heart lead me astray, but I'll make my strength to do what I must. Alright, I'm heading back to the palace. I need to talk strategy. Could you and the others join us in a while? However we decide to proceed, we want you all to be aware of it. Oh, and could you tell Alizé will be alright? She'll probably be beside the Bayside Bevy. Might be faster to go the main ether right from here. Is this 96 or 97? Okay, it's 96 still. Oh, you're back. By that, I meant to take it Labati's feeling better. She needs to be strong for the people Tyrell, I understand that, but she doesn't have to do it alone. If she intends to fight, we fight together. We fight together. That said, I wish I knew exactly what we were up against. Alizé regards the fallen soldier thoughtfully. It's clear it's not a person, but it doesn't look like an automaton or magic tech weapon that I've seen before. As far and wide as you've traveled, though, perhaps you've encountered something similar before. Would you mind taking a closer look and maybe yield clues as to Zoralja's new power? Examine the fallen soldier. The weapon. Always a good... The general shape of this weapon resembles a gun, but its construction suggests far more advanced than anything you've ever seen before. Ellie, this looked exactly like the gunbreaker or weapon you showed me earlier. But I know that's the I even scanned you. That's the Manderville weapon. So I wasn't off when I compared it to my scythe. A corpse. From a distance, it appears to be simple armor, but on close inspection, its construction is quite intricate. The material of which it's made is unclear, and you see no signs of a direct power source. Should we take off the helm? If we get a Virtue's Last Reward twist out of this, I'm going to just call it right here, right now. In place of where the eyes or mouth might be, you see a single sigil in front of this helm. I swear I've seen that before. So what do you think? It's unlike anything I've ever seen before. I've seen automatons and mechanical soldiers before, but this is nothing like any of those. Indeed, while it resembles a person, its features make uncanny, lack of face, not least of all. Do you see any sign of a power source? Not that I can find. So it probably doesn't run on ceruleum or conventional fuels. I tried channeling ether into it, but there's no response. So I guess we can rule it out as an arcane entity. It's completely lifeless now, a far cry from the unstoppable entity it was in battle. Even the material it's made of is a mystery. Rather than metal, it's more akin to stone. Wait, haven't we seen this somewhere recently? We have, in the Sky Deep Canote. That's right, the glowing stone used in the chamber was the gate in the Golden City. And while the soldiers are a different color, the warship's the same black stone as the gate itself. There's about to be connection. Let's share our observation with the others when we get to the sun perch. The sooner we get to the bottom of this mystery, the better. Alright. I'm afraid I'm too tired to continue. Still have a 96, huh? Unfortunate, but we're gonna have to call it here and plan for the next time. Alright, to learn there's a Shambhala here as well is something I was not expecting. And the power is great. I can certainly take them out on my own, but I'm just one person. I cannot save the entire city. And we can't stop. I can't just kill that guy on my own, or else it might take away from people's faith in their own leader, or and that's very bad, because the whole point is that everyone has to believe in the Dawns, or that's a huge part of what keeps all the tribes in harmony. We can't. If I kill them, then the fact an outsider had to come in and solve the problems for them is going to look really, really shitty, and people will question the new Dawn Servant's rules. Alright. This is a lot to unpack, so I'm gonna call it here. Alright, well, until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.